everybody. Thank you very much for coming tonight to the pigsty. Tonight is basically Jim's night, so I will. We're having a party. He's recently had a series on his channel. If you hadn't seen it, links are in the description for that. The 666 things a pastor's never told you. So this is the party for it. Lots of people are invited, and yeah, it's Jim's night. So I'm going to hand over to Jim. Jim, all yours.
Hey everyone, this is already beyond my expectations. I invited all the contributors that helped out with this series. It started back 28 November of 2020, so it's a 8-month long series, and it just wrapped up here recently. 46 content creators, authors, public speakers. Everyone that contributed was invited, and I had this strange fear that no one was going to show up. But look who we have already: Godless Granny. We got Kaz from Factitionalist Network. We got Matt Dillhoney from Atheist Experience. Jen with one N. Rex Burks is here from Skeptical Texans. Tobin Templeman, Aron Raw. So, and throughout the night, people will rotate out. I'm expecting this to be really fun, and we don't have to talk about the series, of course. But let's lead off with that. Did you guys enjoy this? Do you think these big, massive collaborations are something that is good for the community, or is it better just to do small, 3-part series? Was this worthwhile to you all?
It was fun.
For me personally, it was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed just the fact that I was featured in a video with people like Matt Dillhoney and Aron Raw. Like, that's like a dream come true for me. So yeah, it was great.
I like to do whatever involves a community. Yeah, I want to be part of a community, and so you kind of have to do these.
I also enjoyed being able to meet some of the people that were in here, and there's people that were in a lot of the videos that I had never met before, and now I'm starting to bring them into streams and do things with them.
Yeah, I noticed there was like Tobin here and Esther, the African humanist. There's a whole bunch that kind of weren't even. Most people didn't even know about, and now they're just making the rounds. They're on every channel that I see, doing guest spots on different channels. So I think that was a positive right there.
Yeah, I have to say that Atheist Edge, Jim, your stuff has gotten me to expand my horizons with a bunch of different people. You've introduced a lot of people to me, and yeah, I thought it was a lot of fun to be a part of this project, and I'm very thankful. Thank you for letting me be a part of it.
Man, one of the cool things, the honors all on this side of the table. Yeah, go ahead, Rex.
I was just going to say, one of the cool things is how the list was randomized. You didn't try to find like, these are my New Testament people, these are my Islam people, these are my public policy people. It was so random, so it had a lot of us talking about topics that aren't necessarily our normal wheelhouse, and that's good to mix it up. Not only the personalities, but the topics themselves. I think that one thing that emerges, when you just listen to all of these presentations and all of your list of 666 things, is over and over again, I keep thinking, the thing that matters here is whether this stuff is true. So much of the time we focus on, is this harmful or not? And the people on the religious side tend to focus on questions of, do I like this? Does this appeal to me? And instead, it's just, cut the bullshit and ask the question, is this true? And over and over and over again, the problem with these 600 claims is that they're just simply not true. It doesn't matter whether you like it or not. It doesn't matter if it gives you comfort. It doesn't matter if it makes you feel good. It doesn't matter if it makes me feel bad. The question is it true? And, shining the light exposes, no, it's not true, and we need to grow up.
That's a great point. And also, yeah, so when I assigned these, they were completely random. I mean, whoever said, yeah, I'll take 10 segments. And so I assigned them the next 10. Often, it's way out of their wheelhouse. Someone's talking about the Quran who's never read the Quran. One, for instance, Tracy Barkley, she hosts Keto and Crime. It's a really popular She watches crime documentaries and stuff and comments on them. And she's a right of center lesbian atheist, right? So it just so happened that I randomly sent her all kinds of stuff about anti-homosexual stuff in different holy books. And she's like, "Are you targeting me?" I was like, "No, I promise you it's not. It's completely random." But she just happened to get a bunch of stuff right in her wheelhouse that she could talk about. But she was wondering if I did that on purpose, and I did not. Oh, there's Courtney and Jason. Awesome. Welcome.
Thank you.
Hey guys.
Hello.
It was a lot of fun to talk about things that I'd never spoken about, and especially delving into the Quran and dealing with different issues that, like making videos that you're not used to talking about these very intricate subjects like that.
I'll tell you what's interesting for me about the Quran is it's so much worse, or so much. I think the better word would be to say that it's so much less than the Bible. That when I see all of these Islamic apologists doing their kind of rationalizing, I mean, are we reading the same book?
Yeah, I even reached out to a few Muslims
one of the
to try
best
to get
parts,
some better. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, one of the best. One of the parts I really enjoyed that I did not see coming was I would assign something that antithetically went against someone's personal, because atheists only agree on one thing. So I would send something that they didn't necessarily agree with. They would read it and then give a scathing retort, right? Sometimes very heavily scripted. In the case of Nervardia is probably the biggest one. She said some of my stuff was not only anti-Muslim ideology, that it bordered on racism, and I took that and I didn't edit out anything scathing attack on what my book said. I left in there whatever they said about it, and so it was a cause for some introspection on my part. I had to look inward. Some of the things I said. There was a Pew poll in 2013 that it was on Islamic violence in the UK, and Richard Carrier just blasted me on camera and saying why this poll is wrong, why it's skewed right, and why it shouldn't be looked at. Matt Dillahunty did it on, I can't remember, but you did it on. There was one that you said I don't agree. I think it was the burning of the Library of Alexandria. But anytime someone disagrees with what's in the book and then they give their perception of it, I'm taking that in consideration too.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly which one it was. I could go back and I guess look at the email. It wasn't a big deal. It was like, of all the things, you give me this list of things to read, and I'm going through it, and I'm like, yeah, that's fine. Oh, there's no way I'm saying that, and this needs to be corrected, or whatever. And it was easy. We did it, and we kept going.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome.
That's me.
And okay, yeah, Courtney, my co-host, you weren't able to contribute much to this, a whole lot, and the reason for that is her and Jason are planning a wedding for later this year, and she just got accepted for a master's degree program. So congratulations on that, and awesome. That's why you haven't seen much of her, but she's going to be back in it, especially once she gets her degree in sexual health, or what was it, Courtney?
It's marriage and family therapy and sex therapy.
Congratulations.
Yeah. So
awesome.
I'm gonna have my master's and be a therapist eventually. So I'm really excited to bring that expertise to the atheist YouTubing world, because I really love having unique insight to bring. And sex and marriage and relationships is such an important subject for everybody. So I really love that I can contribute that to the community eventually.
Yeah, no, they're just chatting.
Well, now, Courtney and Jason, you may not know this, but
well, let me say one other thing. Go ahead, Rex.
The cult that I was raised in taught us that the third member of every successful marriage was Jesus Christ. So don't forget that in your vows.
Yeah, we are going to have a very secular, very, very secular wedding.
Yeah.
Definitely kick Tobin.
Pretty funny.
Yes, in Christianity, it's always a threesome.
There was one other thing
We just make
Oh,
Jesus sit in the
God.
corner and watch.
Yes, we have gone there. There's one more thing I wanted to get out there before it gets too far into this, but now what I expected when I sent an assignment, I expected people to just read the passage and then maybe give 2 to 6 minutes commentary on it in front of a camera. That's all. You guys have just blown all my expectations, every one of you. And I wanted to point out Jen with one in. And there was a couple others that do, and she does her animations on her phone even. And Kaz from Factitionalist Network, some people spend so much time on their commentary, they script it out. They animate their stuff. They do some heavy production on it. I did not expect this. So there were some of these, pretty much all of them, were just way above expectations, and I just couldn't be more pleased. It was just a great. Jen and Kaz, you guys really contributed. Tobin.
I appreciate you saying that, Jim.
Jim, I sent you a card, a video card in your DM. So I made you into a cartoon.
Cool.
Oh shit! You know that's going to be an intro on the show eventually. Oh, thank you.
I look forward
That's
to
cool.
seeing that.
One of the things that was a bit of a challenge for me was not editing. As I'm writing a script, I'm thinking about what visuals I want to go with it. And there were a couple of them I said, forget it. There's a couple of things I just really have to edit into this.
Yeah, definitely.
I tried to make
You
mine
godless
as
granny,
silly as
you scripted the out of your commentary. It was heavily scripted, but on yours, yeah, you did exactly what I expected everyone to do, which was not a problem for me, but you didn't edit at all. And when you float a line or, you redid your stuff, it created, I hopefully got it just right to where it, all that's cut out. But I could tell that you spent a lot of time on your script.
Yeah, and Jim does all the editing for the show. I don't even know how to do what he does, and so I'm always feeling that way too. That I do have to kind of relinquish that control of what's going to end up in it, or how he's going to frame it, or what it's going to be titled and stuff. And so that's always a challenge for us YouTubers who usually have all the control over what we do, and it's really nice to collaborate and kind of work together on those things, but it can be scary.
So the next series I'm working on is a 3-part. Oh, go ahead, Matt.
No, I was going to ask them if they had an officiant for their wedding yet.
Yeah, we do. I thought about going through like the atheist community, but we got somebody that was really respectful of non-religious ceremony stuff. So we're kind of working with him on exactly what we want said and how we want it said and all of that, so that it doesn't like get into, using the term souls or, things like that, because that would be annoying.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally. Because I've done it before. I'm just going to say that.
Yeah, I searched around a little bit for people, and nobody kind of came out of the woodwork on Facebook of like the local atheist groups and stuff. So I sort of just had to go through like the normal thing, but it was nice to find people that like were very respectful of that, because we are quite a minority.
Yeah,
totally.
About talking about like, he's like, I've done plenty of non-religious type weddings, and he's like, I'm totally comfortable with it. And he's like, I'm going to give you, what I'm going to say. He's like, and if there's, any words or any phrases, anything you want stripped out or want to replace it with something else. So, I mean, he's totally willing to tailor it to whatever makes us comfortable. Mm-hmm. So it's really a relief for sure, because especially, I know Courtney especially has more religious family members I do even. And so I know having someone who really respects our beliefs and our format just takes a lot of the pressure off, a little bit of the heat that we might get from from other people.
Okay, I'm glad to hear that. Sorry to derail the conversation.
I'd love to have Aron Ra be the officiant.
Oh, no problem.
Yeah, right. That'd be great.
I don't know.
Is
He did my wedding, and I'm not married
I
anymore.
think he's. Oh shit!
Oh man.
I was thinking Shannon Q.
Well,
She's
the
the high
Church of,
priestess of sexual humanism.
Love Shannon Q, but she's I don't know how far away.
My daughter asked me at one point about officiating her wedding, and we had a great laugh about planning out how that was going to work, what I was going to wear, you know, the bathrobe, and I don't remember what kind of hat I had talked about wearing, but I told her that I would show up with one roller skate and one swim fin, just to be extra unusual.
Very nice.
And we had great fun designing the costume of what we were going to wear. And then she says, "Oh, but I can't because my fiance's family are all religious and they're terrified of you."
I would feel bad. All of our wedding photos was her and I standing there, and then a large body up to, like, the shoulders getting cut off, and just, you know, everyone wondering who was that large body standing behind us.
That's great.
Well, I have officiated 2 weddings, and one of the couples is still together, so I'm batting 500, which is exactly what my average is on my own weddings. So
there you go.
Oh, yeah.
If I remember right, Aron, aren't you a Dudist priest of the Church of the Big Lebowski? I think that's an actual ordination, right?
Yes, I am a Dudist priest.
Very nice.
Yeah.
it turns out ordination doesn't mean much.
Okay.
No, it doesn't.
Right. What was I going to say? So I'm working on a 3-part series right now. I took Dr. Richard Carrier's critical thinking course, Critical Thinking in the 21st Century. So part 1 is going to be everything that goes into enrolling in the course and what I expected. Part 2 is going to be everything I learned, and part 3 is going to be a one-on-one with him. And then after that, it's a long series that hopefully he shows up tonight. Tilden Peacock from Metroplex Atheists is helping me work on research similarities between the Book of Jonah and the Jason and the Argonauts, which is going to be fun. And it's going to show that the author of the Book of Jonah totally plagiarized an old Greek epic. So that's going to be maybe a longish series. I'd like to know what you all are working on. If you just want to go down the list, and what are you guys working on? What do you have on your channels?
You're going to have to call somebody to go first.
You first, Aron.
Kaz, I'm gonna go from the start at the top then. Kaz, what do you got going? Got it, thanks.
Jim got called to the principal's office.
So right now I'm just planning to do a conversation with my father about how he got into the Jehovah's Witnesses and how it affected me, and kind of where he is with theism and deism, whatever it is right now, and just have a long form conversation with him, maybe a in-person sit down. But that's just right now what I'm planning. And then also I'm working on doing a debate with hopefully with K Fellows on Modern Day Debate about physician-assisted suicide. So
that conversation is really great, because that, I feel like that's something a lot of us deal with, is having to have those conversations. I know Matt's talked about that a lot.
I'm about to do a video on that too.
Yeah. So I guess Godless Granny, what are you up to?
I am almost finished with a video talking about Jesus' physical body ascension. And I got Mama Atheist to help me with it on what would happen to a physical body if it actually did ascend into space.
Nice.
Love that.
How about you, Rex?
So Owen and I are just now able to start getting back to church visits because the COVID and the vaccination. And so one of the things we were doing before is trying to get to where we could do not just visits to churches and Sunday schools, but actually be the presenter to present atheism to those groups. And we've done that a few times. Mostly we've spoken to secular groups, obviously, but when we speak to religious groups, that's a whole different discussion, and it's one that we really enjoy having. It's all about crafting the right tone, without pulling any punches, but without offending people either. And that's, something we're working on. We're also in the earliest planning stages of a book about our church visit exploration, particularly emphasizing the degree of variety within Christianity, that, Christianity in America is not one thing. It's many, many very, very different things. And the best way to learn that is to actually go to the churches and talk to people. And that's what we've done.
Excellent. I guess I'm going to be the de facto MC for a moment. Tobin, I'm just going from top to bottom, left to right.
Tobin, as soon as you're done, can we swap you out? There's a full green room. We need to start swapping out. Doesn't mean you can't come back, but then just we need to start rotating people. Is that cool with you?
Yeah, I'm going to swap out too.
Absolutely.
Actually. I'll come back later on, maybe.
Okay.
Great to see you guys.
It was nice meeting you guys. Matt, Aron, Tobin, Rex, Courtney, Jason, Jen, Godless Granny, everybody. It was great to see you all. I'm going to bow out now.
Thank you, Cass.
Thank you so much,
Likewise.
sir.
Well, for those who don't really know me, I like to make music, and what I've put out as content so far is 12 songs, and they are the rough drafts. The concept behind the music is truth claims, and my partner and I are working on the songs to be able to re-record them and polish them up, and just be a voice for as an atheist who's out. And I like to get on other people's panels and have discussions and stuff like that. But that's what I'm up to. I'm working to be able to re-record my 12 ideas and make them, polish them up, make them recorded better with better tools.
Tobin, what is the style of your music? Is it rock or pop or folk music? How would you describe the musical style?
It's definitely rock, but my musical, what I enjoy, there's such a wide spectrum. I can't really say I totally dislike any one type of genre, but yeah, I just enjoy making music.
That sounds like
And I want to use my music to promote atheism and also some of the ideas that happen in our community.
Are there other secular musicians that you admire? I'm specifically thinking of like Tim Minchin.
Great on Square is one. And Shelley Siegel. And I know there's more, but definitely, yes. Dan Barker introduces me to new stuff. I like following up with him.
All right, Tobin, is it okay we swap you out? And
yeah,
who's next? Aron.
that sounds like a really cool project, man.
Thank you.
All right, my current
thanks, Tobin.
project. My current project is I'm going back to the roots, so to speak. I'm doing what looks like it's going to be a 28 or 29 episode chop down of Kent Hovind's 2005 seminar on lies in the textbooks, where he listed 27 lies, and of course, it's an opportunity not just to disprove what the creationists say, but also to show what the science actually is in each case. And I'm having a bucket of chuckles with that.
Well, it's also really important for people to know that these things are being taught incorrectly, because I don't think a lot of people hear about that. And I talk about you a lot when I talk to people about the activism for the school board and protecting real science, real history, real philosophy in textbooks today, because you've been fighting that fight a long time, and a lot of people aren't even aware it's a thing. So I've been really like referencing you a lot lately. Like,
30-minute conversation on our vacation in Austin.
Yeah.
We just stopped by and lady was trying to get us to sign up for some stuff.
For ACLU donations.
Yeah. So you came up a lot.
Yeah, she was excited to go look at your content. I was like, yeah.
Well, thank you very much for that. I'm going to be one of those that rolls out because I have a dinner date upcoming. So if you guys will move me and put somebody else in my spot, good to see you all again. Sorry I have to roll.
Good to see you, Rick.
Bye-bye.
Thanks so much, Aron. It was an honor to have you as a part of this project.
Thank you much, sir. Bye-bye.
Have a good night, bud.
Dr. David Madison, did I see him just come in? And then he left. Where is he? Oh, shit. I did not expect him to show up. Who's next? Jen with one in.
We click on the other one. Does that mean we'll join that one and be bumped out of this one?
Myself.
Jen, can you hear us?
Am I muted now?
Barely.
There you go.
After the debacle I had on Godless Granny's channel, my husband got me a mic.
Headed out the door to go in for the night, so.
Oh, nice.
I just walked in the door, so I am Saturday
Prepping.
night, girls' night to go country and western dancing. So.
Very cool.
I think I've got a huge lag on my end.
I think I have a leg.
Yes, I do. Matt Dillahunty. We already know what you're working on, but if you just want to tell us.
Oh, it's there's a lot of stuff in addition to the Atheist Experience and the Hang Up. We're starting a third show on the line. Well, it may or may not. It's probably going to be on the line. It's going to be a debate show specifically for the people who, you know, either don't think they got a fair shot when they called into some other show, but I got tired of modern day debates and I got tired of format stuff. And I got tired of people chasing after me like I'm the target rather than the argument being the target, as if I'm the end boss of atheism. And so that's what I'm calling the show, is end boss of atheism. And it won't always be me. It'll be whoever is there as the representative that night. Because if they feel like, oh, there must be an end boss, okay, I'll give them one.
Yeah.
Well, if you have to step up to that, you know, if I've seen TJ Kirk, the amazing atheist, on CNN, and given a choice between him and you to be on CNN to represent us, I would say you need to be the guy.
I appreciate it, but I don't know what I'd go on CNN for.
What is?
I don't consider him he's not a good representative of our community. Let's just say that. What was I gonna say? And I already forgot. I'll probably remember. Cindy Plaza is on. What are you working on right now?
I'm working on several part video to explain my critical thinking course in French and in English. The course itself is almost done. It will be done this weekend. Other than that, just my regular videos on my channel, The Path to Reason, and that's pretty much it. I just wanted to come back to this idea of having representatives of atheism. I don't think we should present people like that, because that propagates the idea that some people have the knowledge, and that's the view we should destroy instead of cultivating. We don't trust people. We don't listen to people. We have idea. We listen to facts. And only what the fact says is important, not the people. no one has an authority on anything.
I agree with what Cindy's saying.
So
and
for
also,
those of you,
also, I think the problem is
Go ahead, Rex.
It tends to suggest to the audience that there's an orthodoxy in atheism, as if we don't all disagree amongst ourselves on certain things. Like, not only is there not a representative, but there's not an orthodoxy. We agree on one thing, and then we have diversity of views on a lot of other topics, and that's a good thing.
Right, and I think that's what Matt was saying, was what he was challenging, that idea that there is one authority, or like the end all be all, because we all know that that's not the case. And he's probably going to qualify that in every episode and be like, I'm not the representative, but since you labeled me as such, here I am.
Right.
I think we don't
Someone's
even
gotta
agree
do it.
on the. We don't even totally agree on the one thing, because some of us say that positively there is no God, and others of us say, well, there could be a God, but we just aren't sure.
Right. Or even what the definition of God is before we could even debate those two statements.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's why I tend
there's
to
so many
limit it to that. I can say the Bible God doesn't exist because that's self-contradictory. I won't necessarily say that about all gods.
Well, I mean, people worshipped
Right,
the
right.
sun as a god. I believe the sun exists. So by some people's definition of God, I believe in God.
Cindy's show is one of those that is criminally undersubbed. So for those of you watching, if you want to grab a notebook throughout the night, I'm going to be giving you some names that you need to go and subscribe to. First one is Cindy Plaza, The Path to Reason. You're going to find her. Her stuff is good content. You need to subscribe to that. Next is, I cannot believe Dr. David Madison showed up. This is so great. What are you working on, sir?
My next book should be out next month. I'm working with the editor right now to get it into final form. The title is 10 Things Christians Wish Jesus Hadn't Taught.
Ooh.
So,
oh my goodness.
Sounds intriguing.
I went through the Gospels for the umpteenth time in my 78 years, and I made an Excel spreadsheet of the awful, the embarrassing, the awkward, the mediocre things Jesus said. And the Excel spreadsheet, I think, came to 269. But working with my editor, we distilled this down to 10 categories. So that's where the title comes from, 10 Things Christians Wish Jesus Hadn't Said. And we simply point out that if you read these to Christians and they didn't know that Jesus had said them, they would disagree. They would disagree with them totally.
Do you make any effort?
Now,
in
most
your
of
work-
you,
Do you make any effort to answer the question of whether you think Jesus actually said this or whether it's just reported in the
Yes.
Gospels?
My premise is, let's take Christians at their word that the Gospels are trustworthy. And then I quote, no matter whether it's Matthew or Luke or John or Mark, I deal with that quote. But then the second section of the book deals with the obstacles to knowing what Jesus actually said. And the obstacles are, in fact, insurmountable. So what we have in the Gospels are not the words of Jesus at all.
Right.
But I try to do that in a gentle, rational way so that people might start looking at the Gospels with a little bit more skepticism and critical view.
Can you tease a few of the ones that made your top 10?
Well, I start off with Luke 14:26, where Jesus says you have to hate your family to be a disciple. And not only that, you have to hate your life itself. And of course, Christians will have all sorts of excuses. Well, Jesus couldn't have meant that, based, of course, on the image of Jesus that they have inherited from priests and parents forever.
Plus, love your neighbor as yourself.
There are just so many of these sayings that don't go together. But then there's also a section on, bad advice. Ignoring basic human needs. For example, do not lay up treasures for yourself on earth. Well, if you said that to most Christians as they're on their way out the door to buy a flat screen TV or to have the kitchen remodeled at $30,000, or start a pension plan, you wouldn't agree with that. No Christian would say that really applies to them. And also there's a chapter titled, if you don't do what I teach, I will hurt you. And there are plenty of Jesus sayings that, you will experience the wrath of God if you don't do what I say. Even John 3:16, God so loved the world that he gave his only son. But in that same chapter, there are a couple of verses about you're going to face the wrath of God if you don't do what I say.
I mean, this is the man that cursed a fig tree because he was hungry and there were no figs.
Yeah.
That's irrational behavior, right?
Yeah. And, when the Son of Man comes, when Jesus comes back, there will be more suffering than at the time of Noah. Well, that's not too cool. There'll be more suffering than any time since creation. That's not cool. He sends his disciples out to preach, and he tells them, if there's a village or a house that doesn't welcome you, just leave, kick the dust off your shoes, because the fate in store for that family, for that house, for that village is worse than Sodom and Gomorrah. So in other words, God's going to burn your house down if you don't listen to itinerant preachers. It's not hard to find these texts. I quote Hector Avalos, his book, The Bad Jesus. Because there's just so much in the Gospels, negatives about Jesus on full view in the Gospels, that people just, the studies have shown that most Christians don't read the Bible. So they're just not aware of what's in the Gospels. And so their faith.
I wonder, I know I talked about people having a very skewed view of it, even if they do know the Bible really well. And I know his background is that. I wonder what he would think of how people would see that if they do know the Bible backwards and forwards,
Well, the Christian apologetics industry has been going full steam for decades. So, you have the priests and the preachers and theologians who generate endless excuses for these texts to put the best possible spin on them. On my website, I have a list now of 450 atheist books published since the turn of the century. Sometimes I call this the atheist publishing surge or the atheist publishing boom, but it's nothing to compare with the avalanche of Christian devotional books that come out every year by the preachers, by the famous preachers, by the televangelists, all designed to help bolster the faith, to defend the faith. The atheist publishing boom really is no more than a trickle compared to this. But it's making a difference.
It's the same with YouTube. Yeah, it's the same with YouTube. All these up and comers, and like Thomas Westbrook, the Holy Kool-Aid says, a rising tide raises all the boats. It's never a competition. We need more than we have now. Even you think there's a lot of atheist up and comers compared to the Christian YouTube content creators. We are just but a trickle as well. What I want to do real quick, Godless Granny has to bounce. We're going to swap her with the Javier show. Would you like some parting shots, Godless Granny, and how you felt about being a part of this series?
I felt it was such an honor to be a part of this series. I got to meet so many new people. I'm actually still a fairly new atheist. I was just looking at the date and thinking, have I even been an atheist for 2 years yet? Not quite. It's coming up next month. So I've just had a blast being able to meet so many new people and learn so much about what I held on to for 42 years.
Welcome to the family.
Awesome. It's been an honor to have you on as a part of the series. I hope we can collaborate again in the future.
Thank you.
Purple rhymes with orange. Another person who has really gone above and beyond on this series and done some great scripted material, rebukes and criticism of the assignments that I sent you. What are you working on now, and how did you feel about being a part of the series?
Oh, it was great to be part of the project, and just, with so many people involved in this, I just thought it was amazing there was even room for me. I've got such a tiny channel, nobody notices me. Not really working on anything particular right now. I just do casual chats on my channel. I'm still recovering from my big project of driving down to help Lavender Lady while she was in the hospital. So that was a 1,000-mile drive each way, and my body still hasn't caught up to it.
Give us an update on her. How's she doing? This is a terminal condition, I understand?
Yeah. She's in late-stage kidney failure. And basically, this was that she's just now starting dialysis, which she probably should have started a year ago.
If not earlier.
Yeah. So, it's kind of up in the air now that, she's going to be doing better if she sticks with it. It's just she's having trouble with it. And, she has some legitimate concerns about quality of life and such, that if that's all she can do, is it worth it? We're trying to convince her it is worth sticking around.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I've noticed in her tweets that she's gotten a little. She needs encouragement. That's good on you. Good on you. Gosh, damn. I sometimes feel at a funeral that atheists are as useless as a fish on a bicycle. Like, we have nothing encouraging to say. Sometimes it's rough.
Yes, but you have a lot.
Let's see, Neil. Oh, go ahead, Courtney.
Well, that wasn't me.
Oh, was that Heather or Courtney?
It was Heather. It was Heather.
Yeah, you have a lot to celebrate about their life. So
yeah, that's what I.
It's still a celebration of life.
Yeah.
And you know what, Jim? I think we can bring to funerals is honesty. I've been to dozens of Christian funerals in my nearly 50 years, and it's just lie after lie after lie. They're not really gone. They're still here. They're still with you. I think it's better for an atheist to just hug that person and say, I love you. This sucks. It's going to hurt. I'm going to be here with you to help you with the hurt. That's honesty. That's real.
The funeral isn't for the person that died. It's for the people who left behind, and how do we continue now without this person?
And sometimes it's just you start with tears, and that's okay. It's better than lies. I'd rather tears than lies.
You're all gonna make me cry. All right.
Well,
Neil, the 604 atheist. Oh, go ahead, Purple.
Yeah, let Purple finish.
Well, for me, it actually was the death of my fiance that finally brought me to atheism. That, everybody kept trying to console me with, she's in a better place and all this. And it's like, my roommate was an atheist, so I asked him what he thought happened after he died. And he said, nothing, it's just the end. And it's like, that's the only thing that really felt honest.
Well, stuff still happens. You're just no longer a part of it.
Right.
Yeah,
and the thing is, exactly what that feels like. There were billions of years you weren't here, and it didn't bother you, and that's what we're facing. That's the oblivion we're facing. So okay,
it's actually more beautiful than that, because matter can neither be created nor destroyed. So that what you are becomes transformed into something else, and actually returns back to the earth and creates something new. And in a way, you do live on. I like to see it that way, at least.
Unless you're cremated and shot into space, right?
I was going to say that's more poetic than metaphysical.
Actually, that's what I had always said, was that I didn't want to be embalmed and put in a casket. I just wanted the simple pine box with a pine cone on my chest. So that, when the seeds opened up and as I decomposed, I would very literally become a tree.
Well, it turns out mushrooms are the best at removing the toxins, so we should all wear a mushroom suit.
They're going to be hard at work when I die.
There you go. Different mushrooms.
And that's
I forget the website, but I forget the website, but there's a thing called Tree Pod where you can have a Emmy place place you in a pod underneath an oak sapling. and then you can contribute to growing that oak tree instead of having a headstone over you.
Those have become a thing now. I was talking about it. Let me jump to
Neil right now.
Okay.
Sure.
Oh yeah, Neil, the 604 Atheist. Welcome. And what are you working on right now? And what are your experiences working on this series that we just wrapped up?
Oh, it was a lot of fun. It was you and me basically just rolling through some stuff, and I had a great time doing that. And currently, I'm on a break right now. I'm on my usual summer 2-week break that I take, and about to kick into my. I think this will be the beginning of the 4th season that I have. Very, very soon, actually. I'm going live again for the first time in a couple of weeks on July 1st. So. With Catherine Roberts, and then Left at the Valley following after that. So should be a lot of fun. You're muted.
Javier. It's so great. You say his name. Oh, am I muted? You say his name twice.
Yeah.
Thanks, man. And what are you working on right now? And what were your experiences of the show? Of this series?
Oh, I had a great time. I got to sit in front of my camera and just ramble on and on about all these ideas I got in my head. And then 666 is just an amazing thing to me because my name is 666. My first name has 6 letters, my middle name has 6 letters, and my last name has 6 letters. So I put out a mixtape last year called 666, Blessed by Evil. So I just love 666. I just started my YouTube studio. I just finished my YouTube studio, so I'm a small timer, but I talk all things politics, religion, and culture. So that's basically the love of it all. But I'm just putting out great content, doing a lot of live streams about political topics that's going on. I'm having debates with people of different religious faiths, and that's pretty much my thing. I even comment on a lot of culture topics that's going on right now.
For those of you watching, if you got your notepad, you wrote down Jen with one N, you wrote down Tobin Templeman, you wrote down Kaz with Factitionalist Network. You need to write down Javier. He's another criminally undersubbed channel with great content. So write down him, and you need to subscribe to him right afterwards. Heather Maynard. Let me preface this real quick. She's here locally. We worked together on the 2020 census. She was a devout Christian when we first started working together. We were both field supervisors for the census, and she thought she was going to convert me.
Yes,
and here she is as a full-blown atheist. 8 months later, she's a full-blown atheist. I don't want to toot my horn too much, but go ahead, Heather. What do you? She doesn't have a channel.
No, I don't want to. No. And Jim, I will say that I've heard you say many times, we actually had somebody deconvert during this project, but I don't want to take credit for it. And it's like, you need to reframe that because there is a lot to be said for blowing the doors open for somebody. And that's what you did for me because I was devout Christian, have been my entire life born into a Christian family. Both my mother and my father came from Christian families. There are preachers and educators and all that stuff in my family background. I never once questioned my faith. And then I met Jim, and then he hooked me up with his channel. Then he hooked me up with Truth Surge and the other doctor.
Truth Surge. Now, let me butt in real quick. I'm only going to take maybe half credit because I hooked her up with Truth Surge, who also contributed to this series. Unfortunately, he can't come tonight, but his series on excavating the empty tomb and comparing the reason I'm doing the Jonah and Jason and the Argonauts similarities series coming up is directly I was directly influenced by Truth Surge's series on excavating the empty tomb. It's 37 episodes long, and it compares the book of Mark to Homer's Odyssey. And holy shit. And that's, if anything, if Heather is an atheist now, it's not because of me, it's because of Truth Surge.
Bull crap. Anyway, he's not wanting to take the credit for it, whatever. So anyway, through this series, Jim contacted me, I think it was on Christmas Eve. And by then I had already gotten really heavy into the Truth Surge and this other person you connected me with online that I can't remember his name, but I know exactly what he looks like. He's already been on the show and gotten off. And then,
excuse me,
Kenneth Humphreys.
No.
It was Kenneth Humphreys. No. Oh.
No. Anyway,
Aron Ra?
No, I listened to Aron Ra too, but it's another person that was on previously this evening. But anyway, at any rate, he contacted me on Christmas Eve and said, "Do you want to contribute to this project?" And I thought, what the heck? The worst thing that could happen is I'll learn something more than what I'm already learning.
Mhm.
And then by the first time I turned in my video parts and we were trying to figure out how to title me, and he was like, here's a couple of suggestions, deconversion in progress, something. And I said, you know what, Jim, just put atheist, because I can't say the other part in good faith anymore. I just can't. And he was like, do you know how big of a moment this is? And I said, yeah, okay.
Good for you. Good for you.
So Heather, what was your denominational affiliation for all those years?
Okay, so both sides of my family, my mother and my father's side, were Church of Christ. So I was raised in the Church of Christ. As an adult, I attended the Cowboy Church, which is a non-denominational. And, I led groups and grief share and teenagers and celebrate recovery. And I've done all kinds of things. Yes.
That's wonderful.
I want to switch gears real quick and talk about the best, what you feel like. So most of you were assigned 10 assignments for this series. Someone like Jen with one N was assigned 30 or 40 because she kept and her animations were just awesome. So I kept putting her in. But all of you got at least 10 assignments, right? So of those segments, which one do you remember? Which one do you feel like I got wrong? Which one do you did you like doing? Think about those. And whoever wants to go first. Otherwise, I'm going to start with Matt at the top.
I'm sorry, Jim.
Does anyone remember the segments they were in? Oh, okay, Heather. It was great having you on.
Yeah. Thanks.
Okay.
You guys can see Heather on my show
and
on the 13th, by the way, July 13th.
Was that the 13th of July?
13th of July. And Courtney,
Awesome.
I'll contact you later. I've got a couple of topics I'd like to discuss with you.
I would love to.
Been a pleasure working with everybody on this project. It was incredible. Thank you so much.
Have fun.
It was an honor, Heather. Thank you so much.
Heather. Heather's going to go dance her head off, apparently.
All right, Matt, can you... Well, she just had a limo service. I think she just had a big birthday here recently. I forget what she's doing. Can any of you remember the segments that you did? Which ones did I get just horribly wrong? The one that sticks out in my mind is Nervardia. I really lambasted. I don't know if NotJah Witness and Nervardia are going to show up tonight, but I really lambasted Islam once, and Nervardia read what she was supposed to read, and then she just proceeded to give me an intellectual bitch slapping on how it's borderline racist.
As she does.
And yeah. So that was the one that really hurt. That stung, but I kept it in the series. And I learned from this stuff. Is anyone any episodes, any segments stick out to you like, Jim, you got it all wrong, or or it really opened my eyes?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I can tell you that. So all of the ones that you gave me, I'm not nearly as a lot of people here, and so, but especially as far as the Bible. So it was like learning about that and the Quran. One of them that really stood out to me was the idea that like we were born from basically like a blood clot, and that was one of the things in the Quran that really stood out to me, because I was like, oh, I already know about this one because I read about Native American folklore, and they had a very similar, a lot of creation that are very similar to that. And so that was real. That one was really stood out to me because I felt like I knew something and I could contribute. And then the other one that stood out to me that left me completely speechless was about marking the sheep with the paint, so that God knew like which ones were important and which were not. And that one was so difficult because I didn't know what to do with that. It was so fantastical and just so random. It just threw me off balance, I guess.
Well, and his and mine ended up being just like a conversation with the two of us on this couch, and it was more like just taking whatever it is, and then we just talked about our differences of opinion, and we would kind of almost have a debate sometimes, or more just like play off of each other. So that was fun to kind of have like a couple's activity to do.
Yeah, for the day.
Yeah.
Yeah, one that stuck for me was the part where if two guys are fighting over a woman, and the woman grabs the balls of a guy, the other guy can kill her. This story was just ridiculous. But yeah, I love being part of this. If two men are fighting and the wife of one of the men tries to rescue her husband by grabbing the other guy's junk, you must cut off her hand. Don't have any mercy. And yeah, I found that hilarious. I heard of it a while ago, but yeah, having to talk about it was fun.
That's actually in the Bible. It's true.
Yeah.
Let me go with well, we'll stick with this. Yeah.
Jim, I just sent you a message. I've got to go because I got dinner plans, but you had started to ask me like which ones I remembered.
Oh, shoot.
What?
Yeah.
Go on, Jim.
Did something go wrong?
No.
Oh, anyway, so I was...
You got to bounce out, Matt? What do you got?
I do. I don't know if there's a crazy delay here or what, but yes, I have to go because I've got dinner tonight. But I want to say I enjoyed doing this, and while I don't remember the specific segments that we disagreed about, I was happy to have participated, and it was cool to say hi to everybody.
Good to see you, Matt.
I don't know if you caught Matt, if you caught the outtakes in one of the episodes, but I actually put in the phone call where I interrupted your last segment. I called you, and it was a lot of expletives, and it was like, God damn, who's calling me right now? Oh, it's the guy who assigned me these.
It's the guy I'm recording shit for right now. Maybe I should have turned my damn phone off.
That was funny. Yep. All right. It's been a pleasure and an honor, and hopefully we can do something in the future.
Great. See y'all later.
All right, Matt. Have a good one.
Okay.
Bye.
Jim, did you want me to filter out?
Javier. Oh, what was it, Courtney?
Did you filter out to let people in, or should I hang out with you guys?
Stay hang out, man. I'm like, I still got more beer to drink, man.
You're a co-host, man. You're not going anywhere.
Yeah. Didn't know
We don't see enough of you anyway.
I know, right? Lady.
Rex.
Now,
I got a question
originally
for you.
go for it.
Do we follow each other on Twitter? Because I need to talk to you.
Who are you talking to me?
Yeah, well, you're the only Rex in here, man.
Oh, I'm sorry. There was a delay. No,
we do have a Triceratops, but
shockingly, I don't even have a Twitter account. I probably should. So
Are you on
almost certainly no. I'm on Facebook and Instagram and email and yeah.
Well,
I should get Twitter. The problem is if I get Twitter, it would take up more hours in my day than I know I should spend.
Oh, dude, then stay the fuck away from TikTok.
Yeah,
because I try to go to bed and I'm watching TikTok for 3 hours and I'm like, shit, it's 1 a.m. and I got up at 4.
It's the new crack cocaine. I'm telling you.
Oh no, man, no.
I don't because I have ADHD and that would kill me. YouTube kills me.
Yeah, exactly.
TikTok is YouTube for people who don't have an attention span beyond a full minute.
yeah, pretty
That's
much.
why YouTube started the 60-second shorts to try and jump in that as well.
It's all right. It's doing pretty good so far, I think.
People have very short attention spans. Thanks everybody for coming. I know this is the first chance I've had to get on, but just thanks everybody for coming by and doing this. And
Who the hell called for you, anyways, man?
Shout out to Jim. It's mainly because Jim can't do tech. I think we spent an hour trying to teach him. He can't even figure out share screen in fucking StreamYards, and that's 2 buttons. And he's screaming at me, going, "It's grey, Robbie. It's grey. It won't fucking let me." And then he just gave up. So yeah.
Yeah, but also a shout out to MathPig and Critical Cripple for doing the behind the scenes stuff, and MathPig especially for producing this. It frees up Courtney and I to actually engage. I'm not even looking at the live chat. Who knows what's going on in there, but it frees us up to just engage more and not have to do the behind the scenes stuff. So he's running a group with 6 people, and then plus
everybody's
this.
here now. It's
awesome.
At one stage 6 people, and everybody had to wait their turn. But it's all done. Jim, if I can say as well, please refresh.
Okay,
the
so
page.
I've got to.
Please refresh the page, Jim.
Yeah.
Your lag is awful.
It's really bad. Okay, I'm going to refresh.
Thank fuck for that. I've been wanting to scream at him and say that for like the last hour. Has anybody else been frustrated with his lag?
His seems to be the worst.
Yeah, it's awful. But thanks very much for Jim. If anyone's new here, I do interviews with people coming up in the community, small channels. I try. That's the only good thing about fucking Twitter. That's it. There's nothing else. But people post their stuff on Twitter. You can find small channels. We're trying to bring people people in the community together. I bring them on. We'll interview them. We'll talk about them. Javier's coming on soon. He just doesn't know it yet. And we're going to bring people together and talk about that. And making community across the world. We talk about lots of different things, from rights to of all different types, and open mic nights. Everybody's willing to join, and hopefully his lag has been sorted. No, it doesn't even say device connected. He's just not there. He's not even there.
He's just gone.
But, yeah,
it's the only good thing
You don't
for
need
Twitter.
Jim. We can handle this without the guy.
Yeah, we don't.
Well,
need
the problem is, and I discovered this myself. If you leave, I had an internet blip and I left. Then you come back and it says somebody has to let you in. So Jim is probably waiting at a screen right now, asking to be let in by himself.
It says device not connected because Jim can't work tech. It's right there. It's right.
You saying he's losing his edge?
He's lost his edge. He fell off the edge.
That's what the Atheist Edge is all about, huh?
Let me see. Is he back yet?
Nope.
We got Dave instead.
No.
I just popped on to defend Twitter. I just popped on to defend Twitter.
Yeah, okay, well, turn off the playback.
Yeah.
My bad. I'm very unprofessional. I have to run away, otherwise Jim won't be able to get back in.
According
Twitter is
to Neil, 11 people can be in the room in total with 10 on screen.
More than that. There's only 10 on the screen at once, though. But I pay for them.
It depends whether you pay the $50 or the $25.
I do, because I'm dumb.
That's all we get. Right, I'm running away again so Jim can get in. Catch you later.
Later.
See you.
Yeah, Dave loves his Twitter. It's nothing to do with the fact that he's got 20,000 followers on fucking Twitter.
Right? Every time I post something, he's the first one to share it.
Oh, but that's tweet deck.
Like microseconds afterwards.
That's
I'm like,
fucking tweet
dude,
deck.
what are you, the Flash? Like, what the hell is this shit?
It's bloody tweet deck. I hate tweet deck. It's even worse than Twitter. It's like Twitter on fucking acid. We got Richard Carrier.
Oh, Dr. Carrier. Been a while, my friend. How you doing?
Replace Jim with Richard. Are we all happy to replace Jim with Richard? Can we have a show of hands, please?
You mean you upgraded?
We upgraded. Yes, we've upgraded. Richard, thank you very much for joining Jim's party, but Jim can't work tech, so we do appreciate.
Yeah, I watched all that from the backstage. I saw that happen.
Yeah, do you want to for the people in the audience?
I suck at tech too, so I can't cast stones.
Yeah, well, for the people who don't know who Richard is, Richard, do you want to let people know what you do and who you are just for a wee second? And hopefully Jim will figure out fucking tech in that stage.
Yeah, for everybody watching, I'm Richard Carrier, PhD in ancient history from Columbia University, and I publish in contemporary philosophy and ancient history, and a lot of Christian counter-apologetic stuff. You can find everything about me at richardcarrier.info. So .info, just my name, and .info online. And that has all my stuff, my Twitter feed, my Facebook feed, my blog, all my books, the courses I teach online, so the About Me page, everything you need to know about me. But I'm most known for a variety of things, depending on what company I'm in. But Historicity of Jesus, I'm one of the people who challenges that, and under peer review. Like, I'm not just some amateur online, but I've actually published articles and academic monographs on that. But I'm also known for defending objective moral realism as an atheist. So that's another thing. And that I'm also known for my work on Hitler, which is completely out of left field on that stuff.
Didn't know anything about that at all. Just completely out of left field. Yeah.
And on ancient science. So I published, my dissertation was on ancient scientists, the scientists of the Roman Empire. So I published on that as well. So, and many other subjects. I debate free will, I debate epistemology, and all kinds of things like that.
Now, Dr. Carrier once told me that his favorite thing is when people send him a 90-minute video and say, "Watch this."
Yeah.
He loves that. So be sure to do that.
Joke. That's an inside joke there. I actually have a note. Of course, Facebook got rid of notes, so they're hard to find now. But I had a note like, please don't do that.
Yeah, Jim's really good.
Unless I know who you are. If I know who you are and I know your judgment is good, that's different. But generally,
I had a whole list of stuff ready to go.
Yeah, but I did have like rules, like ways to get me to watch something. There are things you could do, but you just can't send me a link to a video. You got to do more than that. There's got to be a reason why I'm watching this video and not reading something instead.
And whether or not you have popcorn.
Yeah, true. But I mean, that's extra work, right? Making popcorn. Hey,
it's Jim.
Hey,
Son of a bitch. Okay. It's a different camera. This is the shit camera, but at least there's no lag, right?
There's no lag.
No, it's actually worse. It's actually worse.
Right, if I can just
there's a point.
Purple, hang about for a wee while. Purple, hang around in the backstage. Purple, we'll get you back.
There's a point between age 40.
No,
was that
fix the lag
Am
at
I?
all.
Jim is now.
There's a point between
Steamboat
age
Willie.
40 and age 50.
Use your phone, Jim.
You're stuck.
Seriously,
There's an actual point between age 40, like say 45 and 50. Okay. Am I lagging?
Oh
You guys can hear me?
This is comedy gold.
Richard Carrier, holy shit! I did not expect him to show up.
You didn't even
Yes,
Richard's
hello.
here, you know.
Actually, there's a point between age like 45 and 55 whenever I can talk. Sorry. There's a point between age 45 and age 55 when you don't want to admit your cognitive functions are starting to fail.
It's not,
and it's out, and
Jim,
you come to that painful awareness.
You need to buy a new fucking computer. I guarantee you, Courtney's already told you this about 5 times. You need to buy.
I think he's saying he needs Prevagen, not a computer.
I will tell you, this actually happened.
Lean forward a wee bit, Jason, if you can. You're a wee bit quiet.
We used to record stuff on Courtney's old phone because all of the shortcuts and everything were on there. And then we switched to my phone, and he's like, "Dude," he's like, "when did you get this amazing setup?" He's like, "Do you have Eddie?" And I'm like, "I have an iPhone 12." And he's just like, "What?" It was amazing how blown away I was. I was like, "Oh, I guess."
Like,
yeah.
Visual and audio, like use your phone. It's great.
So now I feel like I could start my own channel.
I have a completely unrelated comment.
What?
I want to know if Rex Burks is broadcasting from inside a bathysphere below the Hawaiian Ocean or something.
The wavy stuff on the roof.
It's the sun reflecting on the swimming pool through the blinds.
Yeah,
so, yes.
it looks awesome, but
that's not a filter. That's actually my ceiling. That's actually my ceiling fan.
Yeah. It just looked like the interior of a bathysphere or something.
Good. That's what I was going
Or
for.
a scene from Cocoon. Let's jump to Richard Carrier. He just showed up. I want to jump on Javier. He hasn't got a chance to say much, but Richard, what are you working on right now? Let me preface this. My next series is going to be about him. It's a 3-part series. His critical thinking, he offers like 10 courses on his website, richardcarrier.info. I actually enrolled in the critical thinking course for the 21st century. And I'm still in the middle of writing the script for the first episode. First episode is going to be what I expected, how the course got set up, and how basically my expectations. Second episode is going to be everything I learned, so it's going to be really in depth. Third, on later in July, we're going to meet one-on-one and do a kind of a hot wash, like an after brief about responding to anything negative that I had to say about his course or whatever. So what are you working on right now, Richard? And how did you feel your participation in this series? Did you enjoy it?
Yeah. I mean, I had technical difficulties that, like we've been talking about here, that made it annoying. Video is not my medium, so I do not do well at producing video, and so that part was challenging. And then once I figured out how I'm supposed to even I can't just read a lot of that stuff. I had to correct a bunch of it. So that came up as a thing. But you edited all that pretty well, I think, handling that. So yeah. But in terms of what I'm doing now, I'm still trying to catch up on shit I should have done last year. So the audiobook of Jesus from Outer Space, which is my new book. Which all my books are on Audible, read by me, but
okay, I gotta add that to my list because that just sounds too fucking awesome.
So Jesus from Outer Space, which you can see now is clipped because I'm actually doing the audio read, so I have to mark my place and stuff because I set up a studio here, so I'm in my tiny little 400 square foot apartment to do audio, and it's working so far. It seems to be working all right. Audio is easy. I can handle audio, but AVs that just exceeds my skill set. So I'm doing that, and then I'm doing blogging. I think I've mostly been focusing on blogging, and I've been doing a lot of critical thinking stuff on my blog. I do the historicity stuff. I do stuff about ancient science. I did a whole blog about Hitler, to refer to the previous remark. So yeah, I'm doing a variety of things on my so it's most is my the thing that's taking up most of my time now and pays most of my revenue, actually. So thank you. Shout out to all my Patreon patrons. I really appreciate it. You're making those articles happen, and you're making them free and available for everybody around the world. And I get comments from literally all around the world, from as far as Pakistan to Kenya and so on. People who read my articles and get influenced by them and use them and so on. So you really help. My patrons are really helping out, I think, in that regard.
That's what I really love about Patreon is it doesn't matter what you're doing. It's all about whether or not the people who are watching your media think it's worthwhile.
Yeah. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I so appreciate the support that I get from my patrons. It's a very big help, and it keeps me doing what I'm doing. It keeps me independent as well. So.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Richard,
I guess Dr. Madison had to bounce out while I was having technical difficulties. Did he have Dave?
Yeah, David, he didn't really say much. He just kind of disappeared.
Oh, shoot. Oh, well, I'm glad he showed up. So, yeah, David Madison, I'd say Kenneth Humphreys, Richard Carrier, Hector Avalos. I can name on probably one hand the premier Jesus mythicist. It's still a minority opinion. Yeah. But I'm still working on that. What's that really thick one, Richard? The thick. It's a brown cover.
This is the peer-reviewed academic monograph.
There it is.
On the history.
Holy shit! That one. It's so dry. No, I love it. It's dry as hell. But
it's a second
me. I'm an OCD, so I have to read the same sentence 7 times and then take notes on it.
Get the Audible version. I have both, but get the Audible version. It's easy. It's reading it.
I'm sure that's 12 hours long.
Well, it was a lot. I think it was 36 hours to record, but that's the final version ends up shorter than the recording time.
It's 28 hours, 8 minutes.
Hey, let me.
Yeah. So it was 36 to record. So that's including
God.
all of the errors and redos and pickups and all of that.
You just listen to a few chapters every day. I used to sit in my lab at work and listen to it all the time. So.
Cool.
There's a 1927
I've already finished it, though.
There's an actual 1927 recording of Bertrand Russell reading Why I'm Not a Christian. It lasted 37 minutes. You're in and out like a duck mating. That's how you do shit.
That would just be his one essay. Yeah, the one essay for sure. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Even my blog is not short.
Right.
My blog is known for being lengthy and detailed and thorough. So that is my niche.
My subscribers send me stuff like this.
Jump over to Javier.
Yeah.
What is that?
Reading Genesis, the beginning of wisdom.
Jesus.
Subscriber sent me this. Oh.
Okay.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, I got a lot of Christian conservatives who
That's
watch my show.
probably 90% false hermeneutics and.
I have had Christians. I've had Christians go on Amazon, buy a stack of apologetics books, ship to me on their credit card, and then when I start asking them, even about the first few pages, they say, "Oh, I didn't read it. You just needed it." Well, I said, "Well, if you're not going to read it, I'm not going to read it."
Funny thing is, this book actually
Way to
has
sell it.
666 pages.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, how many?
666 pages.
Okay,
There you go.
Too fucking funny.
I know, right?
Like they couldn't have even added like a single blank page right at the end just to make it 667, right?
Do you guys,
Richard, hold on.
are aware that the Book of Mark? Oh, go ahead.
You are on a delay, Jim. Fuck, man. We got to tech you up, man. We got to do something.
Yeah, I
about
guess
this.
so. Jesus.
I just wanted to know what Richard
I'm going to
was
restart
drinking.
my computer. I'm going to try again.
I got from one of our Christian apologist friends. They gave us this one,
Of course.
For Christ. Lee Strobel.
and I was looking through it, and I was like, oh, this is really bad, like really bad art.
Oh, it's horrible.
Yeah,
it's so bad.
I was like, I'm not even like a debater person, but I could debunk all this shit. Like,
Wait, Courtney, hold it up again. Which one is it?
It's Lee Strobel's Case for Christ.
Oh yeah, that's the classic. The crazy thing about this book is at the end of every chapter, he gets his so-called experts, who are all Christians. He gets his expert to say, well, I guess this is possible. And then he starts the next chapter. Well, having established that, and then he moves on. But my very favorite part of the whole book is when he comes to the counter evidence, right? And he says, well, because I'm this tough-nosed reporter, I've really got to look at the counter evidence. And so the Jesus Seminar, these are the people that really, punch at this idea of the New Testament being reliable. So, and I thought he's about to say, so I'm going to go talk to somebody from the Jesus Seminar. No.
Right.
He says, so I'm going to go talk to the chief critic of the Jesus Seminar, another Christian. So he literally, this hard-nosed reporter, every single one of his sources is a believing Christian.
Yeah. It's so blatant.
And he has based
critical reasoning.
He has based so much of his shtick on the idea that he was a former atheist. But the story he tells is so flimsy. Like, you're not an atheist, you're a lazy Christian. That's not the same thing.
That's what happens when you're trapped in a bubble made out of holy water. That's
right. Any one of us could go make a fortune being a former atheist. Like that. There's the honeypot.
Yeah.
Hang on. Read us something, Courtney. Read us something.
I got the Quran quoted, but it says on Jesus.
Ah.
And
The Quran on Jesus?
Okay, you're going to quote the Quran, but only about Jesus.
Correct. You're right. Yeah. Well, that's, I guess, proof that Jesus existed, right? Because if a 7th century work of mythology mentions him, then he must have existed.
And so you've got about like 6 or 7 pages of references, but then when you look at the actual like what's referenced, he's got just random things referenced, and the claims he actually makes have no references, and that's the biggest thing that I
That's Lee Strobel.
Is because like when you look at what's actually referenced, it's like that's the claim that needs to be referenced. You need something to back up what you're saying.
Yeah.
Like, oh, okay, you're just gonna move on from that statement as if that has a reason to be there.
Right.
I've started to conclude that this is a deliberate thing that they do, right? So that they throw some references in so that the reader is convinced that there are references.
Yeah.
And then they'll just make a bunch of statements without references so that you've walked away thinking you've read something that was well referenced, but you really didn't.
Exactly.
And I see this a lot. I think it's deliberate.
Here's a role that the Strobel books play too. Is just having them on the bookshelf. Like I've visited lots of Christians in lots of churches, and they'll start citing something like the Strobel book, and I'll stop and say, "Have you read it?" Well, no, I haven't read it. I don't need to read it. I am already a believer. And I think it's just the idea that I don't have to question this because the smart people have figured it out. And the smart people here is Lee Strobel. And so if Lee Strobel's figured it out and I have this book on my shelf, I don't actually need to read it. So it doesn't matter what it says. It could, it could be his daily food log. It wouldn't matter.
They don't even read their own Bible. So I mean,
no.
What do you expect? We read the Bible more than they do.
In fact, that's one of the things I wanted to talk about when a few minutes ago when David Madison was on, and he said, he was talking about his book about, taking Jesus at face value from the Gospels and saying, if you Christians really believed what Jesus said, you would find these things very uncomfortable. I was thinking specifically about, it isn't just that they don't know what Jesus said. They don't care what Jesus said. And, from the earliest Christians, think about Paul. In all of Paul's letters, he almost never quotes Jesus on anything. He just, for Paul, Jesus is just this prop that needs to stand there and die. As long as you die, Jesus, you've done your job. I don't really care what you said on any subject. And that is codified. I mean, think about the Apostles' Creed. This is early statement of orthodoxy by the church. I believe in God, the Father Almighty, creator of heaven and earth, and in Jesus Christ, his only Son, our Lord, who was conceived by the Holy Spirit, born of a woman. So we've got the first second of his life. Suffered under Pontius Pilate, crucified, and died. We've got the last second of his life. So literally nothing in between his birth and his death mattered to Christian orthodoxy. And so, when Madison says they don't know what Jesus said, I said, well, there's a long tradition of not caring what he said.
Yeah, or if they cared, it was the heavenly Jesus talking to them from outer space.
Oh yeah, not
it's
alleged earthly Jesus.
Right, the post-mortem Jesus who's giving. Paul relates a whole conversation that he has with Jesus, the dead Jesus. He's talking to dead Jesus. In 2 Corinthians 12, he has this whole two-way conversation. He's relating as if it's a thing that you do. And also they believe that Jesus spoke through the prophets. So when you read like Isaiah, for example, they believe that Isaiah was speaking with the voice of Jesus. Jesus was using him like a musical instrument to speak the words. And so that they actually can quote scripture as if they're quoting Christ. They'll say the quote as Christ said, and then they give us a whole verse from scripture and like, okay. So because that's what they thought. Like, so there's no ministry. It's just scripture and revelation. That's what I found. Right. And I thought that was weird. And I think, I think people should like acknowledge that it's weird and that we have to explain this.
One thing, well, and it's also, I mean, that's a long tradition in Christianity that continues to today to just sort of see it all as one source, right? So that, Christians will say, oh, well, the Bible says, and you never hear an atheist say that. We'll say Paul said this, Leviticus says this, but the Christians will just be like, well, the Bible says. I'm like, what part of the Bible? I don't know. And so it's all the same. God wrote it all.
Right. Which Bible? I mean, one thing that always got me was the whole fact that Jesus ascended to heaven. And now rational human beings who have science on their side knows that there's outer space out there. And there's like stars and there's no oxygen up there. And like, where did he go? And
why did he have to go up? This makes sense in context, but you're catching on to something that now it makes no sense. But one of the points I make is that having him ascend into outer space, in their conception of it, was actually really up-to-date science back then. That was like the new modern science that there's stars and planets and animals and stuff live up there, and you can go up there and the earth is in the middle, and then you have all these layers of heaven. Like it was different from like the flat earth with the pillars holding up the sky.
Yeah, with the whole
right. So the Christian
firmament.
Right. The Judaism of Christianity is actually more scientifically advanced because they were borrowing the ideas of the Greek scientists at that time. And so, and yet it's still massively out of date scientifically. As we now know.
Planes and realized that there was no heaven up above the clouds.
Right. Where did he physically go? Are we saying he went to the Crab Nebula or and also the earth spins. So where is heaven? Like, did he wait to the right time?
I know. And if he was going up,
gotta be in line.
Was spinning, he might have ended up in China at some point in the atmosphere. I mean,
right. He could have gone into orbit, and who knows? But
well, at least he didn't split the moon in half and ride a winged horse into it, right?
Well, maybe he's one of the debris we have up there.
Well, it's like the space debris. Yeah,
I know, right?
Since we're talking about books, I would like to plug one quickly, if I may.
I don't know. Sure.
So, Rationalizing the Bible by Ivy Bedworth. So it's a 3 volumes book, and it talks about the Bible, but on the point of view of history. So the author, she compares what's written in the Bible with what we know of history, and she took a master during writing this book, and it's really nice. So if you have some time, it's quite long, 3 volumes, but it's interesting.
Yeah, I just looked that up. Rationalizing the Bible.
Yeah,
it's multi-series, multi-volume.
Is there a lag? Can you guys hear me without a lag now?
Well, we can hear you.
Lag.
The lag is yet to be determined.
Yeah, your audio is fine, but the video is not syncing. And this is the problem I had with when I was recording for you. Is syncing video and audio. We couldn't. Fortunately, you could re-edit it and fix it, but this is live, so that doesn't work. So I was having the same
tried to
problem,
fix it as much as I could. No, it wasn't.
I have a completely different
much
setup.
of a problem.
So I don't know.
Got a good guys, good religious.
Aha.
Yeah.
Grimm's fairy tales.
Oh.
Yeah, it's pretty much the same.
It's all my problem. I get that. Thanks.
We do.
Thanks.
We understand.
Thanks, Robbie. Go back in your hole, bitch. I'm just joking.
No, we're giving
Sure.
all the
It's your channel.
all the bad things, which is what we should be doing.
Yeah.
You gotta
With
give
God.
credit equally.
Let's see. Who hasn't talked a lot? Javier and Purple. And Todd's here. Holy
And
shit,
Todd, yeah.
Todd's here. I just noticed that.
And I
Now,
have to say, I don't know
how
Javier.
much-
I would love
a
to
lot
hear
of
from
Todd-
Javier. I want to know more about history. So
Yeah, I'm the black sheep of the atheist.
Let's do
community.
Javier. Can I say something real quick? I noticed when after I did this show, after the 8 months of producing, that only 11 out of the 46 contributors were female, and only 6 of the 46 contributors were people of a color other than this. And I failed the Bechdel test, and in my future series, I'm gonna correct that. I'm gonna make it look more proportional to what the United States looks like.
Aww.
Well,
Very
if
cool.
you're going to go by demographics, then don't you need to make it so that most of them are Christian?
1 out of 6 have to be QAnon supporters.
Okay, no, fuck that.
Mic drop. I'm really the black sheep.
Javier, what have you been working on, man?
Yeah.
I talk mostly politics. Religion is not really the main thing that I discuss on my show. I'm actually conservative. I'm a conservative atheist. So that makes me the black sheep, and I try to.
Yeah.
yeah, definitely. So, like I said, most of my listeners are probably Christian. But
far out.
Yeah, I do a lot of debates with Jewish people, Christians of different denominations. I've only had maybe one Muslim on the show so far. It's hard to kind of get those guys to get talking in a debate format. But I'm really like the oddball because I did 5 years in juvenile. I was a troubled youth. I spent time locked away, got out, and completely changed my life around. That's a story in itself. But I got really heavily into the Four Horsemen, Christopher Hitchens, Sam Harris, and those sorts, and became a very anti-theist, strongly. And from there, all the atheists in my life brought me into politics. They drugged me screaming. And when I made it out the other end, I found out that I was actually more conservative than anything. And since then, I've been trying to make sense of this whole political world and religion, trying through reason and logic. And I have a unique take on all of this. So hopefully, me being a conservative doesn't discount me from the conversation.
What do you have a channel? Is it a show? What's the?
Yeah, it's
The
my name.
Javier
Yeah.
Show. Write it down.
Really? That's okay. All right.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yep. It's really good. Well produced. He's got some really eye-opening stuff. He and I think the only right-leaning conservative atheist that we had in the series was Tracy Barkley. She's the host of Keto and Crime. But we're glad to have them. It's eye-opening. It challenges us. It sparks, some spirited debates. While I got Todd here, he's just been sitting there too. Also, I don't know how much I can say about you because a lot of it I can't say your full name. Your book is under a different name. I know you have a brother that also contributed to the show, but I don't know if I can say his name. But talk about what you
Todd,
did
you're
on the
still
show,
muted, Todd.
on the series, and your book.
Todd, you're muted, Todd.
Still muted, Todd. You're muted in the back room. You're still muted here.
Todd's still muted. Todd. Oh,
Well,
and if he's still in the back room, he needs to get out of that green room.
No.
Can't be
He
in both.
was muted there.
He's
And
here.
I told him he was muted there. He said it was intentional.
Okay.
I know he said it was intentional. I can read intentional on his lips, and he put his fingers up like this. So
I don't see the mute thing next to it.
no,
man.
it's muted on his end.
Oh,
Jim,
no,
check your
I can do it here,
DMs,
right?
Jim.
The cam mic button at the bottom. You should have.
If I could just make a comment
Anyway,
about Javier,
until
though.
he gets that mute button.
Yeah, mute should be right there. It should be
Yeah.
easy to do.
Yeah, but he's not muted via this. He's.
Oh, you're
on
right.
his end.
You're right. Yeah.
It'd be like if I hit my little button here.
Yeah.
I'd be muted. Right?
Maybe the
Okay,
wrong mic.
until he
There you
gets
go.
that fixed, let me say his
All right.
brother. They're both doctors. Both contributed to this series. His brother does, who also contributed to this series. His channel. If you go to Holy Bible Naked and Exposed, go over to that. And you guys know the pitch meetings. You guys know the pitch meetings, the really popular pitch meetings. He does a Genesis version of that, which is
Got it.
so well produced. You got to go check it out.
Nice.
You got to go check it out. It's
All right,
so
yeah.
funny.
That lends itself well for that kind of comedy. Well done.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, nice.
I don't have a comedic
No,
bone in my
you're-
body. I wish I could produce stuff like that.
Still muted, Doctor.
Could it be volume and not mute? Could it be?
That could be, yeah.
Probably if you go into your settings.
Purple
at the very
hasn't
bottom of the
talked much.
screen, If you can hear me, Todd,
Purple.
settings in StreamYard's very bottom of the screen. It says camera mic settings. Click it. Audio. Pick your whatever mic you're wanting to use.
Well, yep, that might work.
Righto.
Sometimes when you plug a camera in that has a built-in mic, it takes over the flipping audio. I had that with this lovely new camera. I'm talking and nobody can hear me. I'm talking into this. It's picking me up.
Can anybody hear me now?
Yeah. Wait.
Yeah,
Yes.
now we can hear you.
Yes. Yes.
We
Okay,
have
good.
a voice.
Okay, so you can hear me?
Yeah.
Now
Okay.
we can hear you,
Yeah,
Todd.
first of all, I wanted to thank Jim for giving me the opportunity to contribute to his project. And the more research I was doing on the questions that he assigned me, kind of floored me how much work he must have had to do to compile not only the whole 666 entries and publish them, but also to get everybody together and to edit it, which I don't know if I could stay with a program that long. But anyway, I want to thank Jim giving a total unknown the opportunity to contribute. So thank you, Jim.
Thank you, Jim.
And then, yes, my brother's
Awesome, man.
pitch meeting send up is amazing. He works incredibly hard on it. Anybody who's a Old Testament / New Testament aficionado will definitely appreciate that. So, Holy Bible, Naked and Exposed on YouTube. I'll just give you a short synopsis of my background.
I was at.
Was that?
Jim's got a delay, so give him a.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead, Todd. Sorry.
I was born an atheist like everybody else, but luckily I had a father who did not impose any kind of ideology on me. He let us all figure it out. So I've never been a believer, but I used to think that being just a default atheist was enough to enable me to be a critical thinker. And then I learned to my chagrin that is not automatic.
Yeah.
So I discovered you can be an atheist and be a flat earther. You can be an atheist in QAnon. You can be an atheist in 10,000 other ridiculous things. But then I started trying to boil down what all these things have. Like Javier was talking about politics. How do people take such polarized areas on politics? How do they take such polarized views on the Illuminati? There's 10 trillion different irrational things out there, and there has to be something in common with all of them. And that's where I basically broke it down to, it's just a lack of critical thinking. If you think critically and you're skeptical about everything and how your brain can fool you, you're not likely to fall in with any of those irrational ideas. And so I finally boiled it down to the book, The Final Pattern. It's coming out in its 3rd edition. I've got Anthony Magnabosco doing the introduction, and I've got a couple of physician neurophysiologists that are going to be contributing a couple of chapters to give kind of a cellular and biological basis to it.
Nice.
I'm an optometrist myself. My brother's a dentist. We both have scientific backgrounds. I did some cellular neurophysiology research going through grad school, and some systems and cerebral research as well, but went the eye care route, but developed a passion for critical thinking. And so when Jim gave me the opportunity to contribute to his project, I said, well, obviously the Bible is just one example of non-critical thinking, so it was probably going to be kind of a slam dunk. So again, Jim, and I've enjoyed everybody else's contributions to it, the different takes, the different directions that people have been doing has been incredibly gratifying to watch. And I think that Jim has just created an amazing thing here. So thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, sir. Your rebuttals to my assignments have been, I could tell that they were heavily scripted. I tell you did a lot of work on them. It was really well done. Thank you so much.
A pleasure. A pleasure.
We are going to, Cindy, give us some parting shots. We want to go ahead and we got a couple in the green room that want to come in. Tell us a little more about your channel and what you're working on and how you felt about this series, and we're going to go ahead and swap you out afterwards.
Sure. So I have a channel called The Path to Reason, where I talk about critical thinking, and it's been very interesting to hear those two doctors, Richard Carrier and Miller, talk about this, because I have the same view that most of the issues humanity faces are caused by a lack of critical thinking, whether it's discriminations, whether it's ultra-capitalism, whether it's any topic you can pick up. At its core, you can find an ideology that could be gotten rid of by critical thinking. And that's what I'm trying to work on. I created a course on critical thinking that should be done by the end of the weekend. Other than that, yeah, I just do those videos where I interview people or just talk about a specific topic. And so, yeah, I really enjoyed, and again, as other people have said, it was a great honor to be selected for this. I'm a nobody. I just have a very small channel, and being among all those people, including tonight, was just amazing. So thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm sorry?
You're not a nobody.
In fact, I was going to ask you to say again, what is the name of your channel so we could find that?
The Path to Reason.
Nice.
Great.
Nice. Great meeting you.
Yeah, thank you. And I might send some messages to some of you to invite you on my show in the next days. So
I haven't received one yet.
and since we
Cindy,
talked about
you need to get
Anthony
Neil on. That's
yeah. That's a very good idea. Yeah,
I
had
we've actually
Anthony Magnabosco. Yeah, I was on his show a while ago. So yeah, thanks everyone, and it was a great honor to work on that. It was fun also. So thanks, and good night, everyone.
Good night.
Thank you so much, Cindy. Yeah, I loved your commentary.
Keep up the good work with critical thinking.
Yeah.
I still feel that I'm lagging a lot, so if you guys can bear with me, I've already restarted the computer. I don't know what more to do.
I
Purple.
just don't look at your video, and I'm all
You
right.
guys, okay, so
Cindy, if you just,
I don't know if you
close the
guys are
window,
aware,
Cindy,
but
just close the window. There you go.
There you go.
Close which window?
I do like the
Yeah,
art though.
actual
So
window.
the window art
Oh.
is nice there.
Richard, what are you
MathPig
drinking?
is behind the
I
scenes
picked
for
up some of
everyone
this
that
stuff.
doesn't know.
I'm not drinking the good stuff. I'm drinking the average stuff. Which you are drinking the good stuff. I'm drinking just Glenlivet. I have some
That's
Oban.
okay.
Just Glenlivet.
I love Oban. That's
Just
like my favorite.
Glenlivet.
Yeah, the Oban
I'm
saved
drinking
for
just a single
guests.
malt, really expensive scotch.
That was a small bottle, and it cost me almost $90 Canadian.
Yeah,
which
Macallan's
is-
a bit pricey. Yeah, right.
But in the US, that's like $12. So.
Oh.
When Aron Ra comes to our recording session, his only stipulation is that there has to be locally microbrewed porters and stouts. So it has to be like IPAs, porters, and stouts from the Dallas-Fort Worth or maybe Austin area.
Right,
so
right.
that has to be in the ice chest for him to arrive. So there's certain things like when Matt Delaney comes to our recording sessions, it has to be there's a particular Texas vodka only in Austin. Can't buy it here, so I have to order it. I have to have it shipped to me. So every time someone comes to a recording session, they have a specific. Oh, Alex Jules, he used to be on David Smalley's show, Dogman Debate. Remember that?
I know Alex. Yeah. Mhm.
Alex Jules drank only sidecars, which is like 4 different alcohols. It's a type of brandy.
That's true. Yeah.
Courtney, help me out. And what is
Oh,
it? It's
no.
all kinds of shit. There was a Cavassier that I had to buy. Oh God, it was infuriating.
Got very sauced at our recording. He left something at the house.
Give me a
and
quick second.
Oh,
it was nuts.
And here I feel like the cheapest
yeah,
of
it
cheap
got crazy.
dates, considering I like Pepsi and coconut Red Bulls.
Oh.
Coconut Red Bull?
Coconut Pepsi.
Kitty is on. I didn't even notice Kitty down there.
Yeah.
Tell us about what you're working on. Tell us about what you're working on and how you what you enjoyed about working on this series with us.
Well, I mean, I am just glad that I was able to be a part of it. I mean, I kind of feel bad, like, coming in at the very end, you know, when people have been putting so much time and effort into this for so long, which is why I was like, I don't know if I'll hop in the stream or not, maybe. But then you made the joke about the Bechdel test, and it's like, well, now I feel like I have to.
Only if you and Courtney talk to each other about something other than men.
Right. Yep.
True. One of my favorite episodes is the one you were in and Richard Carrier was in. It was that sex one that didn't get monetized. It was all, I mean, for some reason, it just ended up being all about sex. Like every segment in that episode was about sex.
Critical Cripples quiz.
It was fun,
And-
though.
Yeah. Critical
What was it?
Cripples quiz is a daily dose of madness.
Jim, was I
Well,
on that
Kitty had one about, it was about the 2016 presidential election and all the Republicans that felt that God had called them to run for it, right? And it was like Ben who's the Ben, what's his name? He died recently. I forget. He felt fingers. And so Kitty is talking, and then she's
That was
talking
Ben
about Rick
Carson.
Santorum.
Yeah, the pizza guy.
Ben Carson. Did he? No. Yeah, pizza. The pizza guy. The 555 pizza deal.
I don't know. You're
It
talking.
was
You're
that
talking
dude.
about.
And,
you're talking about not Ben Carson. Ben Carson is the surgeon. You're talking about Herman Cain.
Oh.
Herman Cain.
Herman
yeah.
Cain,
But
that's
it was
right.
Ben
So Ben
it was
Carson-
Ben Carson quote.
Yeah, and he said he felt fingers, God's fingers pushing him to run for it. Basically, she was talking about all the failed election campaigns where they felt God had called them and like God didn't do a very good job. But then she started talking
back
about
to the
Rick
fingers.
Santorum and the anal leakage.
Oh no.
Yes.
Oh.
And then Richard Carrier. It's the same episode where Richard Carrier was talking about Taoism and all kinds of sexual stuff in the Hindu community, and it just became this huge section. It did not get monetized. Let's just say that. But I thought it was funny.
I wonder why.
Even though the section I did on that, this is the thing that I liked about the series is that you let us be critical and you let us like turn things around. And so when I was talking about Taoism, so I had to make the distinction between like philosophical Taoism and what was really like all that stuff that was listed is actually just traditional Chinese religion, right? It's just polytheism. And so it isn't really Taoist. There's none of that is in the Taoist scriptures. It's just Taoism. A lot of the Taoists are also traditional polytheists, right? So they just get equated as kind of the same thing. They can sort of get merged together in both in Chinese thought and Western thought. It's not just us doing it to them. They do like sort of merge these together. But it's very different from philosophical Taoism, where you just go from the scriptures of Taoism. It doesn't have any of that sex stuff in it. But that
there's one
stuff is real. It is actual.
There's one part
Chinese stuff.
Yeah, there's one part where you talk specifically about there was a ruling body that decided when a female is old enough to procreate, and it got really graphic. I'm not going to repeat it, but that's why we got demonetized. But it was still a great episode. Basically, if there's grass on the field, it's time to play ball, which is just horrendous.
And I don't remember. Did I mention that that's also in the Talmud? So this is not just. I don't know if I mentioned it on that show. The Talmud had the whole debate between the rabbis as to whether 7 years old or 12 years old is the appropriate age of consent. Which is just the whole conversation is horrific, and that's the only.
And now this video just got demonetized.
I know, right?
Jim, at the end of the day, if you actually put apostrophe spank in in the actual live chat, the bot will jump in and randomly spank someone in the live chat. Just go with it, man. It's
Ooh, getting into spanking now. Yeah.
Oh, there's lots of little secret triggers for the bot. Lots of fun stuff if you know all the commands.
Wait till I have a little bit more scotch, and we can.
Everybody listening to this probably.
Oh, you're drinking scotch, Neil? What?
Everybody's listening.
I don't have any scotch left. So I got to use a jar.
Wait, hold on. Courtney's trying to say something. What were you going to say?
I was just saying that everybody who's in this chat is probably a content creator, and we know that a lot of our subject matter tends to get demonetized because of what it is, and it's annoying. People say that family values come from Christianity, and yet a lot of things we talk about directly from the Bible aren't family friendly at all. But so for that reason, we know how important Patreon is for everybody that's on here. So it's in the community kind of coming together and understanding the value of that. So that's cool.
Absolutely.
Definitely.
Yeah, Godless Granny has done a couple of videos on some of the things being taught to children from the Bible and just how horrifically scarring these have been to some children.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I've been on Godless Granny channel twice, and things got very, very interesting. But I have to get out of here, everyone. But I want to thank all of y'all for contributing, and it was nice meeting all of y'all.
Javier, before you go, I'd like to just thank you personally. Your off-the-cuff remarks were just inspiring. You contributed a lot to the series. I hope you come back, to future series. Do you feel that this huge type of collaboration is worthwhile, or should it stick with 6 or 7 people?
I think you should get as many voices heard as possible. I think that's
agree.
a beautiful thing. So many people have different experiences, different 100%. Things to contribute, and I was shocked that I was even considered. So my hats off to you. I think as many people. You never know, somebody out there who might have something to say that will reach somebody in their particular situation. So go for it.
Oh, your voice is just as important.
Thanks so much, man.
Actually, Javier, I wanted to say that, I think it's important. I appreciate you being in the community when you feel you're being a conservative. against everyone else in here, but it's important to have a lot of different voices here, so we don't wind up with being in an echo chamber like we always accuse the other side of.
Yeah, and I promise not to go all QAnon on y'all.
The more different voices that we have in the
Didn't I see you at the Capitol?
We are
Oh, you weren't at the Capitol? Okay.
I might have been there January 7th, not the 6th.
Oh, okay. Maybe a pass.
Y'all guys have a good night.
We'll talk, Javier. We'll talk, man. We'll talk.
All right.
Take care, man.
Goddamn conservatives. No.
He was in a debate with another black atheist, and I caught just a snippet of it, but I realized how center I am because I was agreeing with Javier more than I was with whoever he was talking to. So I realized I'm just barely left of center, guys. I hope you understand that. Courtney knows that.
Don't worry. We don't hate you, Jim. It's okay.
We still love you, Jim. You're all right. If you'd buy a new computer, we really would like you a fuckload more. But,
I'm pretty left too, actually.
Me too. By the way, Kitty, I love the hair color.
It's nice to finally eventually talk to you and say hello, Richard Carrier. I've seen a lot of your work and stuff like that there, and you've been around the community and talked to a few other people. But this is the first time I've had a chance to be on stream with you. So thanks for your contribution and all that there. Totally disagree with an awful lot of what you're saying, but that's the fun part.
Yeah, actually, right?
It is.
Richard and I.
It is. No,
Richard and I.
I've been an atheist since I was 11.
Richard and I sat
Excuse me, Jim. I was talking. It's my channel now. People are starting to leave, so I'm going to make an entertaining. Shush.
Sorry, there's a lag, man. I'm sorry. I don't know when to jump in.
No, I went down the research route, so to speak, and done my own personal research. Probably not as in depth as your own and things like that. But I've come to my own conclusions of what I think Jesus was, and this, that, and the other. And I'm not old in the tooth now that you'd maybe change a wee bit of my opinion and things like that. But it's good that we disagree. It's good that not everybody agrees with things. And, I am doing a really bad impression of trying to get you on my channel. So,
well, I mean, so generally, my appearance fee is $150 an hour. So if you want to know, if you want to get me on your show, that's your usual.
45 minutes so far. What does Jim owe you? I'm going to put it in
I do prorate. You can prorate. Yeah, you can prorate it. I make some exceptions to that depending on whose show it is and what I'm doing. But
technically, this is being streamed to my channel, so I already owe you, 120 quid or something now then, is it?
No, I'm doing this for free. This is gratis. Yeah, pro bono.
Yeah, I was just gonna say,
I get to just sit and drink and chat and not do anything serious.
No, seriously, that's exactly what my interview's about. I'm in Ireland and I talk shit. We usually just sit around and drink and talk bollocks. Jim wants to talk. Put your hand down, Jim. Go on.
Which one is Jim?
There's a lag, so this is how I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna raise my hand first, so I don't step on anyone. I'm so sorry. Richard and I
in the back. Go ahead.
Go on ahead, Jim.
Okay, Richard and I have debated at length in person and in a Fort Worth bar over nice scotch about Galatians 1 through 17, and I started out a historicist, but the more I read Richard and the more I read some of the others, I'm starting to think that Jesus might have been a historical, a legendary construct. I really think that he might not have existed even as a human being.
That's what happened to me. I was a hardcore historicist, as a historian even, until I did my postdoc research study on it. And then I was like, wow, okay, the evidence is much worse than I was told.
I've always assumed Jesus to be a composite character along the same lines as King Arthur and Robin Hood.
That's the sort of ideas
the gospel Jesus, yeah. And I don't think that's controversial even to say.
No,
so I think like mainstream scholars agree the gospel Jesus is highly composite, highly mythological. So the question we're trying to talk about, like, what is the real Jesus behind the myth, right? That's the debate that I'm having with historians in the community.
We're not going to put
is there
Richard
even
on the spot.
such?
Let's not put Richard on the spot because he will charge Jim afterwards. We're having drinks. We're having a bit of
no. No, I've already declared I'm here pro bono. There's no charge.
I already paid
only
that
charge
bitch
in advance.
$49 for the critical thinking course.
You know, at the end of the day,
and
he
I
is
paid
doing a pro
$50
bono.
for the
It's
last
not like
time he
we're
appeared on my show, so fuck him.
It's not like
Yeah,
we're
yeah.
modern day debating doing a crowdfund to get him on or anything like that. You know, we're good. We're good.
Some people have done that actually.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
there's several channels. Several channels have crowdfunded my fee, which is my fee's really cheap, frankly. Like that's not
It
even a
is,
lot of money. But yeah, I have to do that because I'm so busy I get so many requests, so that I have to like. This is one way that you decide like which ones you do. I do make some exceptions, like I said, but generally, if you're a small channel or something and you want to get me on, I got to charge my rate, or otherwise I could be making revenue somewhere else or on a date or something. You know, it's like trying to figure out how I'm going to adjudicate my time, right?
Well, then I owe you
revenue on a
huge
date?
gratitude, man, because you didn't charge me a cent for coming on.
Yeah. So I make exceptions from time to time for various reasons, but yeah.
Yeah, Richard.
Kitty has been on. Oh, I gotta raise my hand.
Well, you mentioned Kitty, therefore Courtney and Kitty do have to have a conversation at some point about something. Go for it, Courtney.
Jim's got his hand up. My goodness, with the lag, it could have been up for 20 minutes. We don't know.
Well,
We could have frozen.
Okay.
Question for Richard, real quick.
No, my
Jason, hold on. Let Jason speak.
There's someone in the
people.
group.
No, I wanted to ask.
Oh.
Since I can
Who's
get
speaking?
a question in for
Jason, come on, Jim.
What's
All right.
up? What are your thoughts on the historical accuracy of Springtime for Hitler? Because I know
Well, that's a good example, right? Because there is a true historical Hitler at the core. You have to dig very deep to find it, but there is one in there.
Yeah, you don't have to tell me. I was raised Jewish, and I know.
For people who don't know what he's talking about, though, the producers, musical, play, it's worth seeing. It's pretty awesome.
Yes.
I love Nathan Lane and Matthew Broderick in that role. Like, I mean, don't get me wrong, Gene Wilder's amazing.
I'm a fan of the Wilder.
I love Gene Wilder.
Me too.
Yeah.
Me too.
But there's something about Nathan Lane and Matthew Broderick that, like,
Sure.
their chemistry was way better, and it's nice to see Uma like cha-chaing around. So
That's also true. Yeah, all of that's true.
I don't know, man. I was a huge Wilder fan for that.
Oh yeah, I get it.
But, you know, I grew up with them too, right? Young Frankenstein, Blazing Saddles, etc.
Mm-hmm.
Bonnie and Clyde
Yeah.
for like 2 minutes. Jim, what you got?
But again,
Jim,
being
you have to
raised
go to the
Jewish, it was
bathroom?
all
I know
about
there's
the
a
Jewish
lag.
comedians.
I'm so sorry.
All right, Jim.
Oh,
Come
no,
on.
he-
What-
Okay, so Laura Jarrell, Laura Jarrell is a huge super fan. She's contributed super chats. She's on Critical Cripples. She's on MathPig. Every show that comes up, she shows up and she's in the live chat and she engages frequently. And I love her. And she also contributed to this show. She has her tech ability is even worse than mine, if you can believe it. So she's trying to get in and she just gave up. So shout out to Laura Jarrell.
I do. Yeah. Shout out to
I
Laura.
hope she keeps
apologize to the
in.
audience because I
She's
muted
using
the
just her
stream,
phone in
but,
her bathroom.
Yeah, the audience that may have heard me shouting at Laura in the backstage when you didn't because I'd muted the wrong thing. And sorry, Laura, I'm really not an asshole. I just sound like one, but you need to sort your tech out, woman. You need to sort your tech. Do you want kick, Neil? Do you want kick?
She's
yeah. So do apologize.
yeah, she's
to Laura. Shout out to Laura.
she's as technologically challenged as I am. Yeah, I love you,
posted the
Laura.
link
I hope
7 times.
she
If
will engage in live chat.
If she can't click a link when I posted it 7 times, then I am. Love you, Jim. I feel an awful lot more love for you now.
I know. No, I love her. She has great things to say. It's just she's more technologically challenged than even I am.
Come back to any
So
of my
we have
streams
been
though
about an
afterwards.
hour on the show.
Yeah, so
Yeah, we've been about an hour on the show since Kitty has been on, and she still hasn't shown us whatever new fingernail color she's got. So that's what I was wanting to see. Oh, she has nothing.
No, she got a
No
couple
French
colors,
tips,
looks like.
nothing.
There was some stuff there. Yeah.
Seriously,
Wait,
man, you
let's
need
see.
to buy a new fucking
Oh,
computer,
it's
alright? You need a new
blue
fucking
and something.
computer. Not
Like,
even the
sit- like,
screen's good
for sure.
anymore. Buy a new computer, Jim.
I'm gonna start a fucking GoFundMe to get Jim into the 21st century.
No, you know what I think it is? It might be my internet connection. I don't think my computer is the problem. I think
Oh,
it's
no,
the
your
internet
computer
connection.
is the
Fucking
problem.
AT&T.
No, your
Jim,
computer is the
come
problem.
to our
Yeah.
time, and we'll do it all together.
Also, I wanted to say, purple rhymes with orange. When I was first starting out, the first year, when it was me, Courtney, Chris, TJ, we were just starting out, and he sent me in the mail a phantom power for XLR cables, which I'm not using right now because I can't figure out the mixer, and I'm still using a shit camera. No, I was using it for a while, and then I just it too many glitches, and again, it's technical. But thanks to Purple, he's helped me from the very beginning. Did I say he? See, I know he's
Jason's
transitioning.
making
I don't
secret
want to
jokes
mess
about you
up.
behind your back. Do you see that, Jim? He's laughing at your tech skills behind your back, and Courtney is in stitches about it. Do you see what they're doing? Right?
Totally is. Totally is. A shout out to Purple. It's been there from the very beginning.
Well, actually, that was because I was taking tech advice from Jim.
Really? That's why you haven't
Yeah, well,
broke 1,000
You
subscribers.
were helping me
Purple.
figure
Don't
out my
listen to
audio
Jim.
and sorting out the filters for Audacity.
Actually, you funny you mentioned this, Jim, but
Jim is frozen like this.
His freeze frame was perfect.
Jim was like this.
yeah, that was a great freeze.
Which he should have framed and just used as his placement photo, right?
His channel.
Yeah. Right. It just when you drop video, that's what comes up. It's just that. Yeah.
You know, the funny
Kitty,
thing is, I
somebody
could
thinks
probably
you're-
do
oh.
that on my phone in about 2 minutes, and it would be
Yeah,
more
I know.
stable than Jim's face right now. Like, it's just, Jim, buy a new computer. He can't even figure out an avatar. Fuck me, we're lost. We're lost.
Hey, can I ask everybody's opinion real quick?
Of course,
Of-
Courtney.
Absolutely.
Of
That
of
could be dangerous.
This this lip color for the wedding.
I like it.
I like it better on
Camera,
Jason.
It's coming in as a slightly dark shade, like a blood red color.
I don't understand why anyone would respond negatively to that. Like, is there some reason?
Well,
Yeah, it sucks.
My question was asking what is the exact color. I'm not sure on the color because of the lighting and stuff. Is it like a blood red or whatever? What is it called?
it's like a combination of two different ones. It's kind of a maroon kind of color. But
Maroon, dig him.
I'm on.
Dig him.
My gosh, it worked.
hey, more.
But I can't hear anybody because it's like spacing in and out.
Laura, we
Oh, you
will
need,
give it a
headphones.
try.
Laura.
Laura, I am going to say we will give it a try. If you're choppy and you can't hear, I'm sorry in advance. I'm not an asshole.
Hello.
Hi, welcome.
Where did he go?
And Courtney, the only reason there would be a valid objection to your lipstick
Yeah, I
is
don't
if
know
it
what
was
it's
named.
doing.
If the lipstick's name was Red Wedding, then you really don't want to wear that.
Yeah.
That's a really harsh.
It sounds like musical notes. If anybody can hear me.
Yeah.
We can hear
Hi.
you. Yeah.
I can hear you.
Can you hear us, Laura?
This is so exciting for me, even if it isn't working right. It's my phone, I'm sure.
If you have headphones, it might help with your hearing on the
I
other side.
love all you guys.
That's right.
Try that, Richard. Doesn't work.
I'm just getting.
Hey, this is what you got. Love you, Laura. Thanks for coming on. I'm going to put you in the backstage.
You can hear me?
You're technically still part of the stream, but then you'll be able to hear us. And thank you.
I'm getting some knocks and pings. It might be a seance.
Well, we could do that if you want.
Sounds more like an orc.
Well,
Oh,
the Randy
bullshit.
prize is now closed, so we can't claim that.
Yeah, right. That's right.
Hello, Jim.
The panel
You're not in
recognizes
fucking preschool.
Jim.
Do you need to go to the toilet, or would you like to make a statement?
Kitty's got a Ouija board. Wait, Kitty, were you folding laundry with your Ouija board?
There's a lag, so I'm gonna just raise my hand.
You're muted.
Two things. One, Rex.
Okay, got it.
One is Rex, if he wants to shout out Skeptical Texans, and why is Owen not here? The other half of Skeptical Texans. And also, Todd, why is your brother Naked is not here?
I'm not my brother's keeper.
So I literally messaged
Good
Owen while I was in backstage purgatory, and he said, and this is a quote, "Sorry, I wound up being out and about." So I will let you read into that whatever you will.
Something tells me my brother's on vacation with his woman.
Full disclosure, his sidekick. Oh, go ahead, Todd. There's a lag.
Oh, I was just saying that my brother's not here probably because he's on vacation with his woman. So.
Yeah, I'm going to say that the thing most heard on the internet this year is going to be Jim. Go ahead. Oh, hang on. There's a lag.
That's a lot of our shows sometimes.
I could be so lucky. Rex's sidekick is Owen Younger. They're both part of Skeptical Texans. They speak internationally about everything from their deconversion to infiltrating Sunday schools. And, anytime there's a public invite to come in at your sermon, they take them up on it, and they come to the sermon, and then they just lambast the shit out of whatever is being spoken, which is, I think, a great strategy.
That is not true.
Owen, his sidekick Owen is a pilot.
Owen. Yeah. Right.
I'm caught on the phrase infiltrating Sunday schools.
Well,
Actually, this requires some elaboration.
I gotta weigh in here. Like, I think Jim's slightly misrepresenting. Like,
exactly.
Owen and his friend don't go in there like be like evil atheists and rag on them. Like they actually have a much more subtle, well thought out way of engaging.
So here's the story. Let me tell you.
It is culture jamming, but it is smarter culture jamming than that.
So this was New Year's Day, probably 7 years ago, and I say to Owen, because I had been reading all of this stuff, and I said, Owen, there are Christians who don't even believe in the afterlife. And Owen says, "Rex, you're a liar." And I said, no, it's true. I said, we could go to any left of center church this Sunday and join their Sunday school class and ask them the question, and we will find this to be true. And he couldn't believe me because he grew up in Church of Christ and had never really looked at more liberal versions of Christianity. And I literally went to the internet equivalent of the Yellow Pages and picked a Presbyterian church, not even Episcopalian, Presbyterian. And,
that's kind of conservative, isn't it?
At random. And I said, we will go to the Sunday school class this Sunday, and we will join the class, and we will tell them that we're atheists politely, and we will, and I will ask the question. And we did, and this was the one and only time we took our wives with us. And so we went to the Sunday school class, and we asked the question. I said, after revealing that we didn't believe, I said, who here doesn't believe in an actual afterlife after this life? And half the hands in the room go up. And Owen's jaw drops, and he says, "Well, I don't know enough about the Christianity then, outside of my own upbringing." And so this started us on our odyssey, and we have, dozens and dozens and dozens of different churches in, very, very conservative churches like Seventh-day Adventist and Pentecostal churches, Assembly of God churches, but also very, very liberal churches, Episcopalian and non-denominational mega churches and stuff. And our typical routine is to join the Sunday school class because that's more interactive, right? And you go sit in the service and you can listen to them, but you don't get to talk to them. But if you go to a Sunday school class, they tend to be discussion oriented. And most of these Sunday school classes at these big churches, a lot of them are set up demographically. They'll have, the older single people and the younger parents and the younger single people. And we always skip all that demographic stuff. We look for this class that's doing Bible study because we want to go in there and talk about the Bible. And we always look for an explicit invitation on the website. So, everyone is welcome. So no one could ever accuse us of crashing or infiltrating. We go on an invitation. We also have this code of ethics between us that we never, ever lie. We're always honest about, we were raised Christian. We always try to, show up well-dressed. We'll wear suits. We'll carry our Bible. We're being polite. We're not going in like Jim would with an atheist T-shirt on or something. We're not doing that. Instead, We're trying to be respectful. We're on their turf, but we're also very honest. We don't pull any punches. And so usually in a 1-hour class, we'll try to maybe 10 minutes into the discussion, we'll say, well, as an atheist, I've always thought of this scripture as such and such. And then once it's there, it's so liberating because you can just say anything and start asking them questions. And that's really what we try to do, is ask a lot of questions and say, what do you believe about the inspiration of the Bible? What do you believe about the literal afterlife? What do you believe about the story of creation in the Bible? What do you believe about the resurrection of Jesus? And a lot of times the first answer they give is the stock denomination answer. Oh, well, as Methodists, we believe. And I would say, no. I want to know what you believe. What do you personally believe? And that answer is always much more agnostic. It's always much more, well, I like to believe, or I've always thought, or you find a lot of doubt right beneath the surface. And one of the interesting things is, we're there as first-time visitors, but sometimes these Sunday school classes have people that have known each other for 20 years. And they'll start saying to each other, I never knew that you thought that. Right. I've gotten Christians in Baptist churches to say, oh, well, maybe God is working through the Hindus and the Muslims. That's what I think. And then, the Sunday school leaders jaw dropping, we can't say that in a Baptist church. And so it's, Todd is shushing me. So anyway, it's interesting. Now, something that, when we were talking earlier about the Gospels, one of the things that's been an interesting observation across all of the Christian denominations, because we're showing up cold. We have no idea what they're studying. We typically choose one that's Bible study oriented, but we don't have any idea what the topic is. And over and over and over again, it's always Paul. And not only is it always Paul, it's always Romans and 1 Corinthians. I mean, over and over and over again.
Wow. Okay.
Rarely is it the Gospels. Almost never is it the Old Testament.
Or First Timothy, which I expect would be problematic.
It's always Paul, and it's always Romans and Corinthians. And it makes sense, because that's really where the religion we think of as Christianity is spelled out by Paul.
Yeah.
It's not in the Gospels.
Yeah.
Jesus was a Jew. He's not making a new religion. But in Paul, that's where they always are. Jim, you have a question for the class?
Yeah.
Why does a pastor in a sermon never bring up Ezekiel about the prostitute that lusted after the huge penises, or the Song of Solomon, where the woman tasted the man's semen and loved it and it was sweet, and they cherry pick
pineapple, right?
They really leave out a lot of the Bible.
Yeah,
don't
diet
they?
is important. Yeah.
Well, actually, Jim,
that works both ways, incidentally. But I don't want to defund.
Courtney's the marriage counselor on the line, so she should comment.
In training, marriage counselor in training. Rex, I wasn't.
I guess Laura Jarrell is trying to get in.
No, Laura's not.
She might have tech problems.
Don't know what you're talking about, Jim. Jim, don't know what you're talking about, Jim. Laura's not trying to get in.
She's not trying to?
Nope.
We already did that.
All right.
Oh, she's
Courtney.
not? Okay.
She got in.
It's just us. It's just us then.
This is it. There's nobody waiting in the back room except for Laura, because she never left. It's just an icon now. It's fine. Laura only hears
Laura.
bits and bobs. She literally said she hears clicks. Sorry, Laura. Lots of love. Bad production.
Sorry, Laura.
Courtney, as you were saying.
Okay, so it's just us from here on out.
This is the way it's looking, Jim, unless somebody else joins from now on. But what I'm officially making an announcement is I am reaching over. Look, he's all watching. He's closing the back room. No more back room.
Oh, okay.
I'm not dealing with that anymore. I've already been heard on the wrong muted stream screaming at
I chalk this up as success. Matt and Aron showed up at the beginning. We got Richard here. We got big names here. We got little names here. We got people we're gonna expose to the public. I consider this night a success.
Well, that's what I was going to say about this whole project, that you're asking if you had too many people involved. And I thought one of the wonderful things was, being exposed to so many people that I hadn't heard of before, checking out a whole bunch of new channels through this.
I'm still bugged. You got to oblige me here. Courtney and Kitty have to have a conversation about something. I can't leave without this happening.
You've said that 3 times. Nobody knows what topic.
Seriously. Any topic. Talk about anything between the
Courtney
two.
is literally, or Kitty is literally doing her laundry, so we can talk about that.
Talk about that. I don't care.
No. I am cutting out.
When we
fabric
first
for
started the
quilts.
show,
Oh.
Very nice.
Kitty makes cool stuff.
So Kitty,
when we first started the show, I considered Courtney way left of me, and as the show has progressed, I've realized that she is closer to me than I thought. I used to consider her way extreme leftist, and that's kind of the reason why I wanted her on the show. Is that she was gonna represent the extreme left, which it turns out she's closer to me than I thought.
No,
Is that an insult that you're trying to wrap up as a compliment?
Let Courtney defend herself here.
She's not as woke as you thought.
I'm very, very left. I'm just not this like stereotype of regressive left, right?
Right.
That's I think what he was thinking. And I'm extremely left and progressive. I'm not like irrational about it.
You know, basically, Jim, she's not a communist. All right, calm down. All right.
Oh.
And Kitty.
She's my people, man.
Oh, that's
we're
funny
on the
because the
same
lag.
team.
Everybody in this panel gets a chance to see your face react because it's like we make a joke and 3 seconds later you get Jim's reaction.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Kitty, you're not mixing fabrics, are you?
I mean, I have tattoos and piercings, and I eat shellfish, and I'm going to be having pernil for supper tomorrow, which is basically like a long, slow roast, like it's Puerto Rican roast pork essentially, and like the skin gets so crispy that it like cracks and crunches when you bite. It's so
Now
good.
I'm fucking hungry.
Like, if there's one thing that could get me to believe in a higher power, it would be bacon. Because it's so fucking perfect. But then, you know, the supposed higher power bans it. So what the fuck good are they?
I actually have a T-shirt that says, "If I ever need religion, I'll worship bacon."
And the smell is pleasing to the Lord.
Yeah.
Right.
Everybody should worship the bacon.
Just remember that Rex and I are devout. Well, I'm a vegetarian. He's a full-on vegan, and we've been so for a decade plus. I don't know how long Rex has been. I'm about at 9 years, no meat.
So I've actually never had pork or shellfish in my life because the Old Testament cult that I grew up in, we didn't eat. We were kosher Christians.
Is it okay
and
if
then
I kick him?
I went from that to vegetarian, and then from that to vegan. So I'm 48, never having had the bacon you speak of.
Well,
as a child, they tried to
cry.
put us turkey bacon.
Rex,
But I
because
don't think that
this
was
is
the
only
same.
your first time here, it's actually a tradition on my channel. If people say stupid things, then I usually kick them for a couple of seconds. You know, bacon is fantastic, but I'll not because it's your first time here.
Well, it's no wonder you're a vegetarian if you've never had shrimp or bacon.
It explains it all.
Surf and turf, or bacon wrapped scallops. Oh, I
want to make
could not be a
Bacon
vegetarian.
wrap everything.
If
I
anybody
could
knows
not do
Crafty
it.
Keeley in the
More power
community,
to
for like
you.
the first month we all knew her, she was all no, hate bacon, can't stand it, she's Irish, it's great fun, and she don't like bacon. And then after about a month we found out that she actually has no sense of smell, and it's like, this is why you don't like it. It makes sense now.
That's
I want to
almost
try
all
bacon
flavor
wrap.
is smell.
I just want to try bacon wrap vegan food.
Well, it depends on the where you were.
I was
You're
literally eating tofu off camera when the show started. So.
I went
Oh,
to
I like
America and could not find bacon. I found American bacon, which basically, what we would have
Come to
over here as a
Canada.
version of that is
Come to Canada.
basically, pork belly fat that's sliced.
Yeah.
Know, if you want bacon, you get back bacon.
Yeah, you come to Canada,
even
we got
streaky
female bacon, we
which
got
is the
back
bad
bacon, we got
bacon,
all the-
is better than American bacon.
We get pork belly here, but you have to order it as pork belly.
belly.
You're not gonna call that bacon.
Yeah.
And then you put it in a smokehouse for like
I can
8
go
hours.
to our version of Walmart over here and for 79p buy a half a kilo of bacon of like the scraps of what we throw away, and it's still better bacon than American bacon.
Oh,
actually, that's challenge accepted. If I end up in Ireland at any point, I need to.
Richard,
I need
you
to
send
I
me
need
a
to have this
message on Twitter,
demonstrated
right?
to me.
Richard, send me a message on Twitter, and the next message you will get from me is a packet of blue and white Tesco brand bacon, 500 grams of the best, nicest bacon. Man, it's I bought one time that was literally 2 pieces. It was basically just 2 giant gammons. And it's still better than American bacon.
I think Jim has something to share
Jim
with the
started a
class.
tradition here.
Yes.
Go on ahead, Jim.
What was I gonna say? Oh,
you don't even know what you were gonna say. Richard, go on ahead.
No, I remember now. Well, the people that are on the panel, when I assigned you shit, did you feel like, oh God, there's too much Islam stuff in here? So I really feel like my book was really kind of disproportionately.
Well, if I can say, Richard,
which you probably didn't know much about.
If I can say,
did you
Jim,
feel like you got
starting
too
this
much
and then
Islam segments?
Jim, I'll start with that, right? You asked me if I would do a segment for your show. I texted you and said, I have too much on at the minute. I've just started a new job. I don't know if I'll be able to do it. And a week and a half later, you sent me an assignment, right? Then I didn't do it because I had too much on. So that was my interpretation of it. Courtney, according to the screen, is first. So we'll start with Courtney and Jason, and then we'll work our way around because Jim can't host at all.
If we thought it was too much Muslim content, I don't think so. I think,
basically too much Islam.
Yeah, I think our channels get accused a lot of focusing only on Christianity, and yet most of us don't. Most of us will talk about a lot of things, but the video they happen to be watching at the time, that's the criticism they give instead of we're gonna target like what you're actually arguing. They're just like, oh well, you're being exclusionary, right? So it is good to stay within your expertise, but I think Jason he learned a lot from doing it.
It's
Quit showing us your junk, Jim.
Oh my goodness, Jim, what are you doing?
At least he's wearing pants today.
Be careful what you're scratching.
That's all right. Keep scratching your fluffy bits while you're showing your crotch, because I have taken your camera off screen. I have saved the audience the view of that.
This is the moment.
Jim, how many beers have you had, man? What's going on?
I was trying to show you my golden retriever. He's got it all in his mouth, and he wants.
Is that what you call it?
Is that what you named it?
We don't need to see Jim Jr.
All right, go ahead, Courtney. Go ahead. Go ahead, Courtney.
Wait till she can breathe again.
No, I always like to learn more about Islam whenever I can, and because it's a lot less likely to hear that type of content discussed. So I'm totally okay with it. And it forced me to do a little bit more research than I probably would have, because I really didn't have any sort of preconceived notions about those topics.
Yeah.
So it's very eye-opening.
Suggestions for just YouTube channels on that. I think it's Let's Talk Religion. Actually, is a very good channel for that. He works in partnership with somebody who specializes in Islam and stuff like that as well. I can't remember the Islamic channel that he works in partnership with, because it's not an interest of mine, but Let's Talk Religion as a YouTube channel. If you look him up through one step further, you'll find a channel, and it's very scholarly based. They're all scholarly based. I know they did one quite recent where they did the historicity of Jesus.
It's Wes Sturdivant and Wes Sturdivant and who was it? Justin O'Donnell, who just converted from atheism to Islam, who is pretty much in the spotlight right now.
Right. Well,
everybody from Aron Ra,
no, we're not
everyone wants to debate him.
No, we're not going down that route. Me and him have had backwards and forths. Not about that topic.
Yeah.
Not about that topic, but.
I'll still never understand how the fuck he ended up there.
It's very easy
It's
how to
bizarre.
convert anybody you want if they are on their own. You surround them with the same idea. You surround them with an echo chamber. You keep asking questions, and you provide them without answers that don't
Not me.
disagree.
Sorry.
No,
Sorry.
it's a matter of
Not me.
tribalism and psychology, man. It really is. It's
Oh yeah, no, I know that. Of course.
Yeah.
That shit don't work on me.
No, I don't want to private this video afterwards because there's been lots of people watching. But yeah, I have a reason behind that, man, that you can ask me afterwards. So that's what we'll leave it at that.
All right, fair enough. Fair enough.
You know, it's the same with a lot of things. I've mentioned this a couple of times in the channel. And I think it's been scientifically proven in a paper in something like 2016 or whatever that through tribalism, our brains with faces and names can only remember 100 to 150 people or so. You know. I'm hoping with the evolution of the internet and things like that, and the new generation that's coming out, seeing 100 to 150 people a day will hopefully in the next couple of generations extend that. But tribalism is built into us as humans. It's
Actually, I've heard the same thing said through anthropology. Desmond Morris in the series The Human Animal mentioned that too, that you can't really identify more than 150 individuals.
I don't know if I'm on board with that. Fully.
I'm having a hard time with
the
that.
outer number is 400. So
that's more right.
There seems to be a lot of anthropology on this, but that's 400 people that you can have narrative knowledge about, that you could remember.
Yeah, I'm talking about
having so that's different, like face to face
looking at
is
that
like
face and going, that's Richard Kay or that's Neil 604 or whatever. And I'm not talking about famous people. I'm talking about just standard normal people.
I'm not famous.
Yes.
Yeah, not famous.
It's
not famous
How
because
many
them
people
famous
can you
people
have
socially are
so
around
much
in a different
interaction
stage
with?
of memory. They're in a different type of memory.
Yeah.
No, I think that's accurate. I have a hard time now. I used to be good with faces and terrible with names. But now I've met so many people in my career, like traveling all the U.S. and England a little bit and Canada. And like I'm embarrassed a lot, like that I don't remember people's faces that I've met and interacted with a lot. And like it's almost disconcerting.
If you
but
think
if they
about
give
it
me
from a
context,
personal point of view, Neil, have you ever went to a high school
context, I can figure
reunion
it
or
out.
bumped into somebody that you went to high school with or something and spent 6 to 7 to maybe 8 years with, seeing every single day, and they turn up and go, "Hi Neil, how are you?" And you're like, "What's the crack, mate?" And you just shake your hand and hope
That's happened to me. That's actually happened to me.
But if you get narrative context, then it comes back, right? So
yeah,
I fall on the extreme.
I'm so and so's brother. I'm like, now I see it. You know,
you have to shift that stage of memory. You have to go into a different type of memory. It's
correct. Yeah, absolutely right.
It's the 150 to the 200 or whatever. Now, there's obviously extremes. It could go up to 300 and it could down to 80. The average is about 150 or so.
Well, your memories are held in multiple parts of your brain. Like there's a brain for fear memories. There's a brain for static memories. There's a brain for spatial memories. There's a brain for all kinds of things, right? Or a part of your brain for those.
Faces, tools, all kinds of things, yeah.
I'm actually studying neuroscience right now, so.
Okay, Jim's got his hand up again.
Oh, Jim, you're ruining the conversation. Go on.
Jim,
it's great.
Fucking slacker.
I was trying to talk. I was just giving Purple a chance to talk.
Give who a chance to talk?
I fall on the extreme of it. I've got the prosopagnosia,
was trying
face
to talk.
blindness.
Oh,
that
mentioned
basically
prosopagnosia.
anyone that I'm not interacting with at least a couple times a week, I won't recognize them if I run into them at the store.
Well, Purple, I've known you for how long now? Since I started, since I got into the atheist community, you were there from day one.
Well, actually, I only started maybe 6 months before you started your channel.
Well, fair enough, but you were in the group of people that I fell into right away. So
yeah.
I've known you for a long time now.
Purple's avatar is a mask actually in real life. And Purple actually said, now I have just ruined the fucking punchline. Purple said to me that he would do a face reveal on my channel for the first time ever when I interviewed him because we'd known each other for so long. And when he turned up, he was actually wearing the fucking rhinoceros or the dinosaur mask.
Triceratops.
Yeah, so that's what I mean, Triceratops.
Well, and actually, the mask is something I made like 25 years ago when I was teaching my daughters to do paper mache.
Yeah,
I've just had it hanging on the wall since then.
And he turns up wearing that, and it's like, I thought we were doing a face reveal. This is what I actually look like. It's like Bad-Tempered Badger. If anybody knows and I'll say this and then I'll ignore
Badger's
Jim and I'll go
hilarious.
to Courtney. Bad-Tempered Badger is another person who doesn't come on screen, who has created even scenes where he's in his burrow, wearing a little outfit as a badger and stuff, and he has come on screen, I think,
Hefner
twice,
jacket.
wearing badger gloves. You don't even see his hands, his paws. He's showing you things with actual fake paws. But Courtney, ignoring Jim, go on ahead.
Oh, Jim, I was just asking Jim what he's got.
Jim's listening.
Ah, shit. Meeting Jim was a thrill
Go,
for me back
Courtney.
in the day. Faithless
Go,
Forum stuff.
Courtney.
What?
We were gonna do Faithless Forum stuff. Oh, what were you gonna say?
I was gonna say that on online, usually YouTubers, our faces come with our names at the bottom, so you can keep track of it that way.
It's a good idea, Jim. Just, they have this
What
new
I was gonna
invention they
say
call
is,
pencils, and you could write it down.
There is the guy that invented Google Glasses, said it was super helpful for the glasses to constantly herald whoever he met. So it would it would remind him of it would recognize the face, remind him of their name, and a few key facts about them. And so it's that made it so much easier to interact socially with people, because then he would blah, blah, blah.
I could really use that. Honestly,
it's like the president with the Secret Service in the ear.
Yeah.
Well, royal courts used to have that, right? That's what a herald was someone who would memorize everything and could whisper in the king's ear, these are the things you need to know about this person. So that used to be a profession. People used to do that professionally.
Let's bring that shit back.
Yeah, it's a big part of why I prefer socializing on the computer as opposed to in person, because just so many of the things with the face blindness and with my autism, that the computer brings it on a more level playing field for me, because it basically disadvantages other people to the point where I'm normally functioning at.
It's funny you say that. I keep telling people that the internet makes everyone autistic. Is a thing that I always say.
Yeah, because the other thing is, along with that, I don't read body language. I don't interpret body language or facial expressions.
Yeah, all text messaging, all comments in blogs are all flat affect, right? So it's just like you do not have your skills as a neurotypical suddenly, which explains a lot of things if you think about it.
Yep.
Because it's different if you don't know you're autistic versus if you do, because then you can develop skills that can compensate, and so you can manage better.
I've been coping mechanisms my entire life, and recently done a couple of tests. I think out of 15 tests, 12 of them come back going, "You are functioning Asperger's. Go talk to a doctor."
Yeah, I could go on about that, because I wasn't diagnosed as autistic until I was in my 40s.
Oh my gosh!
But it's when I got the test result and I showed
them,
them.
Totally gonna make fun of Jim there for a wee second, and now it's got all serious.
No, hold on, I'm curious to hear the story. Go on.
Well, I actually mostly self-diagnosed from an online test, but when I took that and I showed that to everyone who had known me more than 2 years, that I was. Actually, at the time, it was saying it was Asperger's. But when I showed that to everyone I knew, the universal response was, "Oh, that explains a lot."
Right, yeah.
I've got that response from a lot of people. Jim, go on ahead.
Oh, yeah, now he decides to drink.
I was going to ask Todd and Kitty to jump in some more.
See, no, he's talking over me.
I was going to ask Todd and Kitty to jump in some more. Todd, Kitty, what do you got? What do you got going?
Kitty first.
Okay, there we go. I had to wait for it to unmute. No, honestly, I've been hanging out a lot with Purple, and on Thursday nights, I've been doing either the Sewing Circle or the What the Fuck show with Jen from Jen's Little Corner and Godless Sewing, and that's been a lot of fun. Other than that, I haven't really been doing as much on the YouTube stuff. I've been on Godless Grannies a bunch. She keeps having it back for some reason. I was on your show, but that was a one-off. I'm talking about things that I'm actively involved in right now. No, and then what I'm actually doing right now, aside from eating the food that was just delivered to me, is working on a quilt, because my mom asked me to help her. She doesn't know how to quilt. She doesn't have a sewing machine. I've never quilted before, so I'm practicing. But my uncle died a few years ago, and my aunt moved, and so a bunch of his old shirts and everything, she was going to get rid of them, but my mom snagged them instead and wants me to help her make a quilt for my aunt for Christmas.
That's cool.
So,
that's a great idea.
That's really cool.
So I picked up some random, fabric, and I'm cutting out little squares now so I can practice on something first before getting my hands on the shirts that, are irreplaceable. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Like I said, I hopped here when he had said like he was failing the Bechdel test, and I was like, oh well, maybe I can help with that because last I checked, I'm a woman. But no, like this is a fun project. Like being involved. Like I mean,
Yeah,
I also
only-
felt like I
Only
wasn't sure if I
of
was
the
gonna jump in or
46.
not.
Go ahead, Jim.
Only
No, go
6
ahead.
of the 46 had enhanced melanin content, which I feel is probably disproportionate. I mean, blacks make up 13% of the population. I think I need to make some changes in the next series. That's what I was pointing at. That and 51% of the population are females, and only what 14 of the 46 contributors were female. So yeah, there's some changes needed.
But half of your hosts.
You go with whoever wants to be involved.
At the end of the day,
50% of my hosts.
At the
Yes.
end of the day, Jim, it's not like you went
That's
out
good.
of your way to make it that way. You reached
Todd.
out to everybody out there, and as Neil said, you don't control who comes back to you.
Yeah, you just go with who wants to work with you.
Yeah, you put the notices out in the community,
that's
and you were
true.
just
That's
giving it to
true.
the people who responded to you.
Yeah.
I could guarantee you right now, you could probably tell me maybe 3 women and 3 men that
True,
didn't say that they
but-
could do anything. It's the same amount of people said no as many people said yes, and the only people
You're
that you can work
absolutely
with
right.
is the people that said yes.
Yeah, if you're interested, just
Nobody's gonna
I
judge
know
you. Yeah, that's
a
true.
bunch of people of color you could have
Well done.
asked that I could connect you with if you're interested. So let me know next time.
How about Candace Owens? Would you guys like to see Candace Owens on my show?
Yes.
Yes or no?
No.
Oh God.
Why not?
You would?
I actually don't know who that is.
You know, that would be kind of crazy.
That's a
wouldn't
good
it?
thing, Richard. That's a good thing.
She's
Yeah, you're not missing much.
she's
Richard,
way
do you know
farther
who
right
Stu-
than even Javier is.
Yeah, if you
Okay.
don't know who Stool is, that's also a good thing.
Yeah.
Who what is?
Stool.
She's like the black
Oh,
female
never-
version of
never
Neil gets
come
the
on.
joke.
Let me think of it.
I don't know.
Ben
Stuhl
Shapiro.
sounds like
She's
the
a black
Swedish
female
Nazi
Ben
commando
Shapiro.
unit in the 40s. I don't know.
Yeah.
Stool, no, Dr. Carey,
Oh,
pay no attention to the stool comment.
Okay. Well, Stuhl. It just sounded very. World War II.
three-legged-
Very
I disagree
stable
that she's a Ben
milking
Shapiro.
We all
Yeah,
love Stool.
Ben Shapiro. Ben
He's an ass.
Shapiro is an asshole, and he kind of lacks common sense. The whole, well, if climate change puts your house underwater, just sell your house and move. Like,
Yeah.
who's gonna buy it, dumbass?
That's a
But
really good example of a
for the
bad
most part,
capitalist.
he's disingenuous. For the most part,
Exactly.
he's disingenuous and
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
dish gallops all over the place. Candace Owens is an actual fucking moron. Like,
Yeah.
She's not the
she
sharpest
is not
pencil
a
in the
smart
box.
person.
Yeah.
Ben
Like Jesse
Shapiro
Lee
is
Peterson.
intelligent.
Think Jesse Lee
Right.
Peterson.
I see what you mean.
Oh Jesus, Jesse Lee Peterson! I would never have
Yeah,
him on my
Jesse Lee
show.
Peterson
He's
is better.
him and
He's-
Steven
he's
Crowder.
better.
Him and Steven Crowder are
Amazing.
just they're provoc and
Oh,
Milo
don't
Yiannopoulos. I
even.
would never have him on my show. They're just,
Why?
they're provocateurs. They're just do it for the lulls.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
that's
Jesse Lee
accurate.
Peterson would be the closest analog to Candace Owens. She's not quite as like religious minded, but I mean, she's still religious. She's just like, or at least she seems to be, but like, she's not quite as preachy. She's more like, if you were to take like the bad political takes of like Milo and Ben Shapiro and add it to just the space cadetiness of Jesse Lee Peterson, and there you go. That's
Oh my
Candace Owens.
God. Wow. Okay.
Can I ask
Maya said-
Todd?
Maya said that she makes.
Go ahead. Neil.
Maya said that she makes Javier look left wing. Let's put it that way.
Well, and unfortunately, she is a talking head for.
Yes, that's
conserv-
correct.
She's their token black female who defends.
Yeah.
She's a
words
patsy.
that out critical.
Total
Yeah.
patsy.
She strikes me as a lapdog that she'll say anything if they
Yeah.
give her enough money for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
Kinda like
unlike
Diamond
Steven
and
Crowder, I think that Candace Owens really believes what she says. Steven Crowder, Milo Yiannopoulos, and maybe Ben Shapiro, I think they do it just for the bucks, but I think someone like Candace Owens actually is doing it because of an
Maybe Crowder.
ideology that she believes in.
Well, and she's a black woman who
Crowder is a total.
Like, she's arguing against the real effects of racial issues in today's.
Don't even get going.
Right.
No.
So she's like, she's their token like black woman who can say, see, she doesn't believe in it either, and she's black and she's female. So it's like, it's really unfortunate. She kind of gives them credit that they don't deserve.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's a good way to put it.
I hate to segue into Todd here after all this, the socio-political drama. But Todd,
I
you
want to
haven't-
know more about
You
Todd.
haven't spoken much. Tell us. I want to know more about Todd. He contributed to the show. He had some really well scripted retorts to my commentary to my assignments, and man, I just can't thank you enough for even being part of this. And are you working on a second book? What are you doing? Are you going to go down your brother's path and do a channel? Do you have his comedic talent?
If I can just ask before Todd says that, Todd, is your book available on Amazon so I can go and get a link for it and post it in the chat?
Yeah,
Thank
it's
you.
on Amazon. There's two
found it.
editions currently, but go for the second edition. It's a little bit smoother, and the third edition hopefully will be out in about 3 months or so. But as far as doing a channel like my brother's, I mean, his lends itself by doing the Bible. I mean, it's already a treasure trove of comedy and of inanity. So it lends itself very well. Unfortunately, my book is relatively dry. Is everybody here familiar with a YouTube channel called Adam Ruins Everything?
Yes. He ruined his own show by going animated as well.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, this whole thing, it's extremely entertaining.
Adam ruins himself.
He makes everybody feel bad because he points out how wrong they are about what they think about history, and well, I know exactly what Halloween is about. He says, no, you don't.
Todd, if I can just say, when I type into amazon.co.uk Todd F. Miller in the book section, critical thinking, the first book that came up was Taylor Swift Easy Guitar Analogy 2nd edition.
I get that first. You might look up it's T.F. Hanlon because it's under a pseudonym, just so I don't get back.
Now you tell me.
Now you tell me.
Well, hold up the book again so he can see the title, and then he'll know.
What's it
There
called?
you go.
Critical Thinking by T.F. Hanlon, but 2nd edition. I used a pseudonym because as a doctor, if my patients find out about this, they're not going to be very happy with me if they're believers.
There you go. That was the first thing that popped up. It really helped letting.
There you go.
Sorry about that.
I have a question. Todd, is it available on Audible?
It's available on Kindle.
Kindle,
Don't have
okay.
an Audible version yet, but it's on Kindle.
Do you want it to be available on Audible?
Sure.
I do voice work.
Okay. So that's get in touch with him about that. Pitchstone Publishing also does a lot of Audible stuff.
Okay.
For the atheist and free thought community, and I've all my books have been through Pitchstone, and they've done a really good job of setting us up and making it happen.
I appreciate that.
I recommend Pitchstone.
But the reason why I bring up Adam Ruins Everything
Pitch
is
your
because
book to Pitchstone as an Audible.
The reason why I bring up Adam Ruins Everything is because, again, he's like, well, he's unpopular because he knows everything. And
so he thinks.
Magic powers. People don't like getting put through that. That's also why he's unpopular. A lot of his friends have been put through what you would need to go to a psychologist and talk about as trauma. Because it's like, I'm in the bathroom having a bath, and all of a sudden I'm in the 19th century England somewhere, and it's that would cause trauma.
I imagine. But when I come across with critical thinking, and Jim was asking earlier, was there too much Muslim content? Was there too much other content? And my approach is, it doesn't make a difference which religion, which ideology, which irrationality you talk about. You can approach it all from critical thinking, and so I tend to make everybody feel bad, including other atheists who have very, very poor critical thinking skills themselves.
I could give you a list of them.
Well, exactly. I mean, just because you're an atheist doesn't make you a critical thinker, but that makes me unpopular in just about every venue. The book is not a feel-good book. But of course, it's illuminating and it's edifying when you finally admit to yourself how fallible your brain is, and then you can actually make some progress.
Yeah,
But,
no,
I
totally
didn't
endorse
know when I
that.
admit to myself that I could be wrong. That was the last thing in the world I ever wanted to admit. And it was painful, but I got over it. And I'm still wrong in many ways. And I have to just realize that I'm capable of that as well as everybody else.
Sure. Best thing about being proven wrong is you're no longer wrong.
Exactly right.
That's right. Yeah, that's the approach, right? You get to the point is like, I would rather be right and deal with having been wrong than to just keep being wrong.
All these talking head shows that you guys are talking about, whether it's Fox or CNBC or whatever like that, the people on there, as you mentioned, sometimes they're just provocative because that's what sells the ad time. That's what keeps your eyes glued to the screen. It doesn't have to be right or wrong. And like you say, it gets a lot of LOLs.
Yeah.
But if I were to go on there and talk about, hey, critical thinking, everyone would fall asleep. I don't want to hear what's right or wrong. I want to hear what's entertaining. I want to hear somebody fly off the handle, and I want somebody else to.
Right. But they also want to hear what agrees with what they
Jim,
want to hear.
you asked this man to speak. Put your flipping hand down. Wait. You asked him to speak. Put your hand down.
Jim, you're next. It's okay. We get it.
Okay.
You have to go to the bathroom.
No, I'm just waiting.
We know you're waiting.
No, there's a lag, so I just want to make sure.
Yeah, there's not that much.
Okay. No, that was good. Good stuff. I have two things to say. First thing is, I really concentrated on the three. I really concentrated on the three great desert monotheisms: Christianity, Islam, Judaism. Jews don't really evangelize much, so they're kind of on the back burner.
They don't
so
anymore.
What I really
There's a reason why.
Christianity and Islam.
That's right.
If you guys got a lot of Islam in your assignments, there's a reason for that, because Islam is 1.8 billion on this planet right now. That's why. Second thing is, Courtney, I assigned everything randomly to everyone. Like I said, Tracy Barkley, who's a lesbian, libertarian, right of center atheist, which is crazy. But
everybody with
it
the
just
link
turned out
tonight
that I sent
with
her a
no
lot of
times.
anti-homosexual. Say again,
Robbie Kennett.
I said you did everything randomly.
Oh,
like
I
invite
sent her-
46 people and tell them all the same time to turn up.
Yes, I sent everyone randomly their assignments, and it just so happened that Tracy, who's a lesbian, got a lot of anti-homosexual stuff, which was right in her wheelhouse. She could talk exactly to it, which was great. What also was kind of serendipitous was I sent Courtney something about Oroville, and it just turned out that she was a member of Oroville.
No.
And if you want to talk about that a little bit,
Wow.
it's a cult, by the way.
I was not a member. I visited for 6 days, but
She was a potential convert.
Well, okay. So
A proselyte.
we did that on our channel a while back. Oroville is a place in India. For those who don't know my deconversion story, I deconverted largely because I backpacked through India when I was 19, and part of
Seen on my
my
channel.
trip was a stint in Kathmandu, Nepal, and in Oroville, which is by South Pondicherry in India.
Wow.
And they are they're a cult-like community, but they're more like a socialist society where they kind of donate a lot of their money and then just like live on a point system instead of money, and a lot of like farming and sustainable stuff. So they're considered one of the most environmentally sustainable communities in the world. But I don't know how true that is because they've been challenged a lot.
If you have a point system where they're still keeping score of how much everyone spends, how is that any different from money?
Well, I don't know. But it's interesting because they kind of live on their own grid, right? And so that's kind of the point that they have is
It's like a system of rationing, right? It's an amount of labor contributed versus resources extracted. It's a version of controlled economy, but yeah.
right. So it's just a little less like it starts on a point system where you're not like inheriting points, right? You are starting from what you contribute to the society on your own.
Who's this by, Courtney? Sorry, I was just in the live chat. I missed the start of that. Who's this by?
You wasn't paying attention, Courtney.
I wasn't paying
Oroville,
attention. I
Google
was
it.
doing the production thing, and I hearing the start of this, and I'm wondering who is the main proponent of this. What is the name of it? What is the?
So it's a society that's called Oroville. It's by South Pondicherry in India, and it was started by a group of people who, in the 80s, who kind of wanted to just build their own socialist society in India, and they all kind of came together from different parts of the world. But it's also a lot of really strange things about it. And it is a lot like a cult. So one of the founders is an Indian woman who they call the mother, and they meditate to her. And, there's just a bunch of things that are a little bit nuts. But we visited there for 6 days, and it was really interesting. We basically just stayed there. We didn't I wasn't there checking it out to convert. It was just like a place where our group stayed for 6 days. And it was really, really interesting. But I learned a lot more from Jim about some of their more cult tendencies, and so that was really interesting because I got to kind of talk about that in congruence with what I learned from my own experience from them. But
Yeah, no, that's the reason that it caught my attention there, and I jumped back in from doing something else is because it sounds very similar to something that I don't know. Richard may know of this person. They are on the Gaia Network now. They've been given their own fucking show on the Gaia Network.
Oh, uh-huh.
And they've started a movement, something similar, where the community contributes always. I think it's 2.5 or 3 times what they need. So there's always a surplus, sort of like I think it's called Ubuntu, and his name is Michael Tellinger. He also believes that he's found the area where the aliens have come down and genetically modified us. He's found Enki's house and all this here, and he charges people to go and see this museum of stones that you can hit and make noise. But the basis of the idea of the cult of sort of what's built up behind him in that society of Ubuntu or something, whatever it's called, is very similar to that idea in India.
This is all like the Anunnaki stuff and all that?
Oh yeah, total Anunnaki, man. Total Anunnaki. Ancient aliens. Stitching is gospel to him. Yes, Jim, we see you scratching your head, pretending that your arm's not up. Go on ahead.
Don't pick your nose.
I was going to segue into Richard because a lot of what we talked about in the series was Eastern religions. He used to be a Taoist, for those of you that don't know. And how did you progress out of Taoism? How did you realize that it was a goat path to nowhere?
You're going to have to wait for him to come back.
Okay.
Somebody
then
booted
my
Richard.
next question is for
I didn't
Rex.
boot Richard. I didn't boot fucking anybody.
Rex. No, my next question is
I asked
really
Richard
bad
if he'd
for
ever
all of
heard
you.
of,
Rex and I are both.
Go on.
Oh, go ahead.
I never quite got to the question about if you had thrown too much Muslim stuff in there. And I did get a whole section on stuff from the Quran, and yeah, I have to say I knew virtually nothing about the Quran, and the only thing I got from that section was, holy shit, this actually is worse than the Christians.
Say worse than the Christians. It's just that it's 600 years newer than the Christians, and they had time to kind of revise it. They had enough time to revise the fact that Jesus wasn't a demigod like Christians think, that he was in fact wasn't even crucified. It was a swap. It was a fraud. He wasn't actually crucified. He was just he's still a major prophet in Islam. If you watch Aron Ra's video series on Quran, you're going to learn a lot more about it. If you haven't read the Quran, I've read it 3 times on the King Fahd version, Saudi Arabia. I've read different versions of it. The only way to fully read the Quran is to learn Arabic, which I'm not going to do. I refuse. I speak 3 languages. I'm not going to learn Arabic.
I speak Hebrew.
What really hit me is that they really put the thumb screws down on the misogyny, that just women as far as being property and not being regarded as people at all.
Mm-hmm. You want to see the most ridiculous book, I think, of all the religious or religion-focused books has to be this one. It was written in 1952 by some dude in New York called the Urantia book. You want to read about some weird fucking takes on Jesus and all that shit? Check this fucking thing out. It's crazy ass. It's like Christianity, Judaism meets Star Trek.
A couple of books along the sci-fi thing and making me think of Neil now would be the Atlantis Gene series, which is
I have a friend in one of my hobby groups.
It's a great book series, isn't it, Neil? I'm glad to meet someone else who's read it.
It is. It is.
It's a little below our age group, but it's an enjoyable read. You know it.
Well, it's definitely aimed at pre-teens. I guess.
Yeah. It's like reading the Northern Lights or the fucking things like that. There, you know, they're an entertaining read.
Yeah.
You know, they're enjoyable to read and stuff. The movies are out there and shit like that. There, you know.
Yeah, and they're interesting. They're fun too. They're basically it's about the fun.
Yeah, it's like watching Shrek. We're allowed to watch Shrek. You know?
Yeah, I watch animation all the time. What are you talking about?
Exactly. Yeah.
I've got a friend in one of my hobby groups who, you know, does identify as Christian, but very much with the idea that Jesus was a space alien. And you will sit with him and discuss it.
Is that Richard Madsen? No.
Yeah.
Oh, geez, no.
He will point out passages in the New Testament and, you know, show how this is describing an alien coming into our solar system from outside the orbit of Pluto, and describing, that, you know, this points out that this is somebody who was from another solar system, because it's indicating things that they didn't know about our solar system at the time it was written.
Anybody who has it's always going to be.
What happened to Richard?
He bounced. I think Jim's texting him now to find out. I've mentioned it a couple of times, and I know it's along them lines of, you know, aimed at a lower age group, so to speak, Neil. But it always, at the time when I read it, I was of that age group. You know, I read it in the time. Jim, put your hand down. We're going to make you next. Okay, thank you. Put your
I
hand
was
down.
in my 20s, late 20s, I think.
Yeah, right. And
but I got it from a guy who had it for his kids who were in that age.
Yeah, this is actually the same sort of story. When I was in university, in and around the age of 19 or so, like, this was one of the books that was passed around, you know, amongst us. There was another one that they made a movie into that had the main character as fucking that Scottish comedian. Oh, what do you call him?
Sorry.
It doesn't matter.
Jim.
I'm diverging. Anyway, this particular book was passed around. It was really good. When I got it, I then went, Jim, you're next. Put your hand down. And it's a particular. I'm going to give a quick synopsis of it and ruin it for people, but it's really, really good. This particular kid, his mother was pregnant at a young age and was sent to a nunnery, as they used to do back in the old days. She then ran out and thumbed a lift with the guy, you know, a trucker. And the trucker, making extra money, used to do karaoke and stuff like that as he drove across town, across different cities.
Yep.
She made.
I totally wanted to do that too at the time, by the way.
So she then goes with him and makes a wee bit extra money and becomes friendly with the guy and stuff. And he says, look, I have a house out in the middle of nowhere and I will give it to you, because she's pregnant, you know, I will give it to you for you to raise your son in and stuff like that. And all I ask is that you, when my friends come by in their other trucks and stuff, you know, put them up, give them somewhere to sleep, feed them and stuff like that.
Like an inn. Yeah.
And it's rent free. Yeah. And she was like, grand, that's fine. So she ended up staying there. Now, long story short, she ends up passing away due to circumstances. And the son is left as an orphan at a young enough age. But rather than putting him into school, they take him into the organization, which I think is called Thieves, Alchemists and Magicians or something like that. Right? It's like a secret club of all these people that they work for. The trucker works for that and this, that and the other.
Yeah.
And rather than going to school, he gets sent to masters, so to speak. He gets sent to go and spend time with
learn the
a
ways.
guy who lives in Las Vegas, who knows how to gamble to make money. He's sent to another guy who's really good at disguises. He gets sent to another guy who lives in Arizona who's really good at chemicals and drugs and things like that. And he spends his life going under the old sort of school of teaching, you know, with a master and an apprentice.
I'm a chemist.
Alchemist, yeah.
You know,
no,
that
I'm not
sounds
an
like the
alchemist.
pilot.
I'm a chemist.
Oh, the guy in man, really funny story. The guy that lives in these big open areas in Arizona makes them like track following cows or whatever it is, animals across this massive land. And he's like, "Look, we've been traveling for 2 days. Can we just chill out?" And he's like, "Yeah." And walks over to this hidden rock and lifts it up, and there's like hash and patchine and some LSD. And he's like, "This is exactly where we're camping. This, you know." And they go down that route, and he ends up going down the spiritual route. And the magic route, you know, we're going to take these things as in this universe real and possible, and learns to control the ability to go invisible by controlling his mind.
Yeah.
And the deeper he gets into that, it ends up going down a route. And at the very, 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 very end of the book, there is it's literally like the fucking second to last page or the second to last paragraph in the fucking thing, which I won't ruin, but you find out who this guy
Don't
is.
Don't tell him.
No, I'm not going to tell him, but you find out who this guy is in a reincarnation, right? And
yes, that's right. Yeah, no spoilers.
His journey. Oh no, there's not a spoiler because it blows your fucking mind, man. And I've left out so much. But it's him going through different experiences from a master sort of training point of view, and it makes you think about who yourself, and that's a very good book. I don't know how we went down the sci-fi route. I think we started with the Atlantis gene. I've now smoked that much fucking weed. I think I'm about 2 grams deep.
And I'm jealous. I haven't even started smoking weed yet.
Oh, man,
Dude, okay.
I've also had
hands up. Hands
yes,
up.
Jim.
Go
yes,
ahead,
Jim.
We've abducted your show.
Okay, so I'm in 4 days. I'm about to start a walkabout.
Can I not even tell the name of the story of the book that I just discussed? It's called Stone Junction.
MathPig.
Stone Junction by Jim Dodge.
Stepped all over you.
Yeah,
There you
Stone
go, Jim
Junction
Dodge.
by Jim Dodge.
Okay.
There you go. Thank you, Jim. Now you're going ahead.
I think you need to put a link in
All
the
right,
side
so,
chat where people can get the book.
And then put it in the live chat too.
Yeah, that live pad.
What does Todd say? Neil, you mentioned being a chemist and studying neuroscience. Will this be for degree? He already has a degree.
I have a degree in chemistry. It's not anything super special. It's just a basic degree, like not like a master's or PhD or anything. The neuroscience is totally because I'm very interested.
It lends a lot to this community.
Absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely.
I'm the Great Courses Plus. I'm listening to the lectures on neuroscience right now, and they come, of course, with the PDFs and stuff like that. So I can do some work with it if I want to, but it's fucking fascinating. Like the human brain has always been an interest of mine. So, and I don't trust myself anymore. I don't trust my own brain anymore after these.
You shouldn't. You shouldn't.
No, that's right.
Your brain actually makes the decision, before you.
Oh, that's basic shit, man.
No,
we already
that's the
know
point
that
I'm saying.
free
You don't
will
even choose.
in that respect isn't a thing.
No, but you know what I mean. Well, fuck you then. I'm going to kick you. Hold on, I sort myself getting ready for the hammer.
Well, I'm intrigued about the interest in neuroscience, and it's why I'm adding the 2 different the doctors that I'm having add to my book is to lend it some kind of credentialed scientific weight. I mean, I'm trained in the sciences, but as an optometrist, that doesn't mean that I know about critical thinking necessarily. But they're going to try to come to it from the cellular and the systems level.
Sure.
And, this course that you're talking about kind of smacks of that. This is not a phenomenon that's relegated to just individuals of a cult.
Right.
Even Einstein made his biggest blunder with his cosmological constant because he was biased. He had the same brain you and I did. He decided what he wanted to believe, and he finally was big enough to admit it was the biggest blunder of his life.
I've heard there's instances of that possibly coming back again. There may be a need for that again, but something not exactly that, but
Hey!
Richard is still trying to come back.
Oh, is he in the back room? Did I miss the beep?
Well, let him in here. What are you doing?
I'm running Dave's hack. It's taking up my entire screen. Dave always takes up the entire screen. You know this.
I told Richard to come back. He said he was going to refresh his computer.
Oh, he's not here.
I got a couple things. First off, I think we should crowdsource Sam Harris and have whoever is the
If we're
biggest show,
crowdsourcing
I don't
anything,
know,
it's you and
Neil
new fucking
or-
PC, Jim. Sorry.
No. I'm not a fan of Harris.
Okay, well,
New
no,
PC
I
for
mean,
Jim.
Sam Harris.
I used to be, but he's gone
honorarium
fucking
is
off the
so
rails.
large that we would need to crowdsource the honorarium for it.
Dude's
Okay.
gone off the rails.
You think he's off the rails? I do not.
Yeah, I do.
So
I
we
do.
disagree on that.
Well said, Courtney. Live
I think
Pat.
he has not. Disagree there.
He did say
So
that.
maybe we should do it on my channel, but we should crowdsource the. I think that we should crowdsource the honorarium required to get him on, which is $2,000 just to get him to do 10 to 30 minutes.
And for
We should do
$2,000,
that on my
I
channel
could build
then.
you a fucking computer that you could be in OnlyFans in 4K, Jim. All right.
Before I got to take off here pretty quick, guys. I got to. It's actually
I could do an
past 7,
OnlyFans,
and
but
gotta
I
head
have
off.
to show my.
God damn it, Jim!
Oh,
Fix your
shit.
fucking lag problem.
All right, Neil.
Buy
Thank
a
you
new
so much for
computer,
being a
Jim.
part of the
Fuck
series.
Sam Harris. Buy
It's
a
been
new
an honor.
computer.
Can you real quick?
I'm going to do a few
Neil,
things.
tell us about your experiences on this series and how you felt about being a part of it.
I love
Didn't we
being a
do that
part
an
of
hour
it,
ago?
and I'm glad you asked me to be a part of it, Jim, because I liked you right away when I first met you back in the day, like during the and you actually allowed me to be a part of your program during the Faithless Forum as well. But before I go, I wanted to say to Dr. Miller, are you on Twitter or Facebook or anything like that where I can get a hold of you, get in touch with you?
On Facebook, yes.
Are you? Okay.
Yeah.
I'll search
really
you out on
hard to
Facebook. Because my show that I do,
I'll
is based-
link you to him right now before I
Jim,
forget.
I'm just muting you.
I do. My show is based in deconversion stories,
Sorry.
and you never were a religious person, but I think we could still have a great conversation on my show about the stuff we've been talking about tonight, plus any religious influences that may have been in your life, which I do with people that were cradle atheists, as I put them. So
Yeah, I mean, I've got plenty of loved ones that are, converted, and even a couple deconverted. But sometimes when you come from a different perspective, and again, I thought that being just born an atheist made me a critical thinker, and
Not
it didn't
so.
make me any better thinker than my religious believing friends.
that's what I
So
want to talk to you about for sure, and I think that'd be
Yeah.
a great conversation we could have.
I'd be happy to do it.
All right, that's awesome. Jim,
Oh, Neil, one more thing. Faithless
you,
Forum,
Courtney. I'm
November.
feeling
You're going to be
exactly the
there, so
same.
we
I love you, Courtney. It's
can we get some? Can we get? Can I get you to pony up to a one-on-one interview in November?
of course, yes. I'm hoping that the borders will be open by the time Faithless Forum goes, because as you know, I'm Canadian. Don't hold that against me, and I will surprise you with maple syrup
You're Canadian.
snow cones. Yeah, shut up. Fuck you, Robbie. Yes, but I do want to be there. I'm one of the speakers or
Okay.
one of the panel people this year. So
Yeah. Neil is one of the speakers of Faithless Forum November. It's in Austin, Texas. I will be there. I will see you at the actual convention, or the probably the after party would be the best time to do a one-on-one interview with you.
Dude,
so I'll see
we
you then.
always party. We always fucking party after that. It's a good time. Yeah, anyone, if you can make it to Faithless Forum in November, be there, because it's a really good time. I haven't had a lot of vacation time in the past, like maybe 15 years or so, since I lived in Israel. So it's man, I tell you, it was such a good time to go down to Austin, Texas. And I'll tell you this, there's only two other places in the world I'd rather live. One of them is Seattle, because it's close and it wouldn't be that big of a move. And the other one, because I'm in Vancouver, BC. So the other one is Austin, Texas, because it's amazing there. So yeah, that's for sure. And and if the borders are open,
the most beautiful
I will be
country
there.
in the whole world. You have no idea. Ireland's like small Canada.
Dude, fuck you. I've been to Ireland.
You've been to the wrong parts of Ireland, man.
No, I haven't.
No, you went. No,
I've been in the Irish city that's, what do they say? It's
there you go. You see, you got it wrong. You said city. No, you got it wrong.
Getting
straight
bigger
away.
all
You
the
said
time because
city.
it's Dublin
You said
every
city.
day.
You said city. You were in a city. Ireland's
Oh,
not
shush.
cities. You got it wrong, man. If you want to see the true
It was
Ireland,
supposed to be a joke.
Come off the fucking wild beaten track with me where you fall down rivers and you need welly boots.
Next time I'm over there, and a lot of people want me to come over, I will definitely. Fuck, the first place I'm going to go is your place.
No bother. I will.
You got all the
up in my
fucking
spare
whiskey.
room. Yeah, you're welcome.
Hey Neil, I got to ask you because you say you're from Vancouver. But
Yes.
being an American, I don't know that much about Canadian geography. How close is that to the Burgess Shale?
That's in Alberta, if I believe. That's the Badlands in Alberta, and BC is the province that is next to Alberta.
But I thought it was in British Columbia. It's not the Burgess Shale. Oh, okay.
Hold on. You know what? You might be right, because every time I think of fossils, I think of Alberta right away, because they have the most out of everywhere in Canada.
Oh, trust me, you're not the only person who doesn't know anything about Canada.
Well, that's why top of my bucket list is to see the Royal Tyrrell Museum.
The Burgess Shale is a fossil-bearing deposit exposed in the Canadian Rockies of British Columbia. So you are correct.
Okay.
I've never been up there. I'm
just a huge paleo buff, and I envy you being anywhere close to it.
I can literally go where I live. I can go outside and dig up little samples of tiny little shells and stuff like that. So there's lots of fossil stuff here too. I live in New Westminster, which is one little city in BC. And before I head out though, I do want to make a couple of mentions, if it's okay, Jim.
Jim doesn't have any choice.
Yeah, he's on delay, so he might hear that in about 5 minutes. So.
Oh, no, it's fine. I'll just kick Jim. We'll just kick Jim from the stream.
I can hear you, motherfuckers. I'm good.
Look at him holding up the beer. I can hear you, fuckers.
See, right, what we do is we just remove Jim from the stream and
No.
Go on ahead.
This is
Go on
his
ahead.
show.
Why did that take so long?
But before I go, I do want to make a couple of mentions. If you guys are unfamiliar with my show, I do deconversion stories on my show, mostly. I have had Cradle Atheists on, and we do have some great conversations in that respect as well. I also am one of the co-hosts of the upcoming show called True North Talk. It'll be myself and Randolph Richardson, who's the president of Canadian Atheists, and I am, of course, the community advocate for Canadian Atheists. And another show with my friend Nicholas. Yes, Robbie?
If I can, just an idea. That new show with Randolph, where he's doing is it
we're not having you on, forgive.
No, I totally wouldn't want to be on your silly Canadian rip-off show of AXP. Whenever you're finished, Randolph
points.
I'm winding you up. You know I love you, Neil. My show's fucking at least at 35% basically your show anyway that I've ripped off. So I'm ripping you off anyway.
I know.
Even more.
No, we will have you on anyway.
The builds that Randolph does when he's alone on all fours wiggling his ass in front of the computer screen. You definitely need to upload them under a playlist with a fancy title.
I keep telling him that.
Yeah, I swear, like
we have some with like the Benny Hill music.
His delay was worse than Jim's, and I was in the live chat saying things about him and be mindful, and he was like, "Yeah, whatever Robbie says," and then turns around and backs up towards the camera, not realizing what he's doing. It was perfect, man. These things
he's
should
glorious
be
that way.
uploaded to YouTube.
Anywho, another show I'll be involved with coming up it'll be on Fridays, is with Nicholas Suter called Time Out, where we actually get away from the politics and away from the atheism, and we talk about cool shit like pop culture and stuff like that. So it'll be a little bit different than you're used to, but it's a break from the other stuff that you're used to as well, like where we just get to have fun, a few beers, and Nick doesn't really drink. He can't because of the medication he's on. I'll do all the drinking for both of us. Don't worry. It's a lot of fun.
He's drinking anyway. It's fine. He writes letters.
I know he does, right? But you never know when for either show when I might come knocking on your door to come and help co-host with us. But Jim, before I head out of here, if there's something you want to say, which is why you have your hand up, then go ahead.
Yes. Neil, thank you so much. I cannot thank you enough for being a part of this series.
My pleasure.
You contributed such a great deal and great insights. You, me, and Courtney.
No,
I think that was really one of the highlights of the series. Thank you so much.
It was a lot of fun to do, Jim.
You
Anytime.
can leave now. Oh,
fuck off.
Second thing. Neil, fuck off. And second thing is, no, I'm just kidding. Second thing is, Todd and his brother Naked. I just call him Naked. He doesn't like it. He doesn't want his real name exposed. So Naked and Exposed is actually his title of his book. Holy Bible, Naked and Exposed. And Todd F. Miller is I've got the book somewhere. What's the name of your book, Todd?
The Final Pattern, The Critical Need for Critical Thinking.
I closed the link like
The
10
Final
minutes ago because
Pattern.
nobody had mentioned it. So look back in the stream, the link's there in Amazon.
The Final Pattern, The Critical Need for Critical Thinking. It's and I'm only a partial way into the book. I've got a lot of things going on.
You keep falling asleep.
There's a chance that right after I'm done with I've got 2 projects in the making. So after that, I might do just kind of it almost might be a promotional video on your book. I'm going to do that next.
Please.
Jim,
what else? What else? Kitty hasn't talked much.
Jim.
Kitty should talk more. Yes.
Jim, she's doing stuff. She's making quilts and shit, man. She told you that.
Saving
But
the
before-
world, man.
Doing?
Well, hang on.
Doing? She's working.
Before I go, now that Richard's back, Dr. Carrier, the next time, I don't know when the next time you'll be in my neck of the woods, which is Vancouver, BC. As you,
there's Richard. Holy shit.
The fucking lag.
The next time you're in or if we're at the same event, because I go to shit like Faithless Forum, American Atheist sort of stuff or whatever. I'm going to bring or get a bottle of Vauban, and you and I are going to sit down and put that fucker away. All
I'm
right?
all for it. Yeah.
All
Where
right.
did you say you were? You're located in BC?
Yeah, Vancouver, British Columbia.
Ah, very good. All right. I don't want to take the limelight. Let's move it over to Kitty.
I need everybody to promote.
But he
promote
will
Neil.
be in Austin. Richard, he will be in Austin in November. So you need to come down too.
Oh shit! Well, so will I.
I don't know. I don't know if I can.
November 19th.
Well, I'll be in Austin, because I'm one of the speakers
Well,
of the Faithless
might
Forum.
have to crowdfund it.
I need everybody to promote Neil because that's
November
my long
19th
to
to
get rich.
21st. Hang on.
I have already reserved all the trademarks on the characters to atheist biker pilots from the internet.
And so earlier they were talking about the Ark Encounter.
I'm out of here.
Earlier
guys.
they were
I'll see you.
talking about the
Thanks
Ark
for coming,
Encounter,
Neil. Lots of
and
love,
Aron
Neil.
Raw was there, and he was
Thanks for having me.
Thank you for coming back, Richard.
Neil.
Appreciate it.
The Ark Encounter,
Sure.
and Aron Raw was there, and he was debating Ken Ham. What you all don't know is Purple Rhymes with Orange was there, and if you actually want to see him, in person, what, Courtney? Goddamn, what, Courtney?
You said Ken Ham and then a dog barked.
What did I do wrong?
It wasn't you.
That is correct, Purple. That wasn't actually the live stream on my channel you face reveal because you did have that
fucking
mask on
Christ.
before with Diana,
Okay.
if I remember correctly.
I was going to say the Ark Encounter when Aron Raw was debating Ken Ham, and there was that other fucking dude there, that child actor. Who is it? I forget his
Macaulay
name.
Culkin.
Kirk Cameron.
Okay.
And then Purple Rhymes with Orange was actually there. If you guys look at the videos, you will see him. I don't know if you actually showed your face, but he was there too.
Yeah, I
Purple
wasn't
Brumra.
actually there when Aron Raw was doing the debate, but yeah, the 2019 Ark Encounter protest, I picked up Lavender Lady and drove down there.
If anybody can, any of my mods can put Diana's Patreon, please, in the chat at the minute. She's going through dialysis and she needs transport back and forth to the hospital at the minute. So if any of the mods, I have too much going on at the minute, can post that link in the live chat. If anyone can do that, that would be.
Listen, guys, this is
or,
all.
Or Jim can interrupt me.
This is all
on a
fun
really
and
important
games,
thing,
but
go on ahead, Jim.
when
you really need a new computer.
when
too.
someone needs help, in our community, this is when we step up, okay? And we have to show the believer community that we can be just as philanthropists as they are. And so if Lavender Lady needs help medically, if you see a link on the screen, this is the time to go ahead and contribute.
One of the best ones I always thought of, I always thought of, it's not like I came up with it because I clearly didn't, but one of the ones that I always thought was sort of like a very funny, sort of like a pun, sort of like it's that good, it's great, so to speak, was back when I originally joined the community, was GE and KC getting as much fucking peanut butter as absolutely was possible to give to a church so the church could give to, I think, orphans or people needing food over in Africa or something somewhere.
No, that was after the hurricane in Haiti.
That's what it was, yeah.
Yeah.
But whatever way it was, peanut butter provides so much energy, and for the amount of money that you spend, for the amount of energy that it can convert to your body. And I just remember seeing pictures of G's and Casey's kitchen or dining room or whatever it was, just cases of fucking peanut butter. You know, and I always thought it was funny. It was like we got together under peanut butter, and then there was the peanut butter wars for a wee while on Twitter. Yeah. And, you know, fucking peanut butter. A load of atheists got together and bought as much fucking peanut butter as possible to change the world. You know, not only is it funny, it's great.
Yeah, in the end, it wound up being something like 600 pounds of peanut butter.
Wow.
They had to rent
Robbie,
a van
if you'll
or
give me a
something.
wrench, I can drop
their
the
car
link to
wasn't
Lavender
even big
Lady.
enough. They had to get, you know, like a U-Haul or some shit. Like, Richard, I think you know. Well, I think you know GE. You obviously know GE, but you know, you've heard of this. Was it like a U-Haul or a van or something? Or
I wasn't involved in that.
Oh no, but
I remember when they did that.
Yeah.
It was like a giant, like, fucking truck full of peanut butter. It was
peanut
big.
Fuckload of
More peanut butter than I've probably gonna eat in my entire life. And I like peanut butter.
I hate peanut butter. Don't see the. Oh, Jim's got his fucking hand up again. Jim,
I'm with you. I'm not a peanut butter fan.
Do you guys have a peanut butter recipe? I've got.
Purple needs a spanner. He said, MathPig. So, Godless Engineer and Caitlin Chloe, that's who he's talking about right now. I don't get along with them. We have some differences. That being said, if they were to promote anything that I agree with, like this, I would. You know what? You set aside your differences and you contribute. That's what I'm saying.
I would have loved to have just had a screenshot.
And purple
of the
rhymes with
pastor or
orange
the
needs a
minister or whatever
spanner.
when he arrived with a fuckload of peanut butter.
Let's say peanut
Here's
butter
who I have
cookies,
differences
however,
with.
I do like. So
Here's who I
Courtney
have
was going to
differences
talk about
with.
recipes.
Godless Engineer, Caitlin Chloe.
I'm used to it, Richard.
I was going to say who I have differences with. Godless Engineer, Caitlin
I'm just
Chloe,
saying that this is funny
Steve
because
McRae,
even when even
Sweet
when Jim's
Heathen,
internet is good, I guarantee that this
Drew
is how the
McCoy,
conversation
which is
goes with him and Courtney.
genetically modified.
He's still
skeptic.
talking. He's still talking.
I'm still talking. Okay, sorry.
Oh,
I'm just saying, Jim, that I guarantee that when Courtney's talking
Fuck
to you,
me,
with the best
man.
internet
I'm
connection
not going to even
possible.
talk anymore. Fuck it.
He's still going. He's still going. Yeah. Courtney, I love you. I'm like, you know, he's took the headphones off. Oh, he's taking a wee hissy fit. He's taking a wee hissy fit. Sorry.
Jim is muted.
I didn't mean to make him mad.
Oh, Jim, I love you, Jim. Here, and you know, I was
Still 3 seconds behind us, like someone in the sniper scope of a 50 cal at a mile out.
Right. This is the thing, right? If somebody doesn't join this spare slot that's available, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put in one of the first times that I got to meet Jim, which was Jim on, if anyone knows of Richard Madsen, it was Jim on Richard Madsen's channel. And Jim and Richard Madsen had a little bit of a conversation, a military conversation. And Jim could not. I think you know this video, Courtney. Yes?
Can I jump in? Yeah. I'm sorry. Can I jump in, MathPig?
Since you were there.
No, I'm sorry. I have to jump in. MathPig. This is me and Richard Madsen. He's a believer. He's a theist. And so we're talking. He's also a veteran. So he and I are talking about dual penetration dual penetration rounds on a tank.
Don't make me do it
right?
again, Jim.
And how it can suck a goat out of a.
Okay.
No, it's so funny. It's so
The
funny.
starting Sabo.
So MathPig does a compilation video series on. He just pulls out all the sexual innuendo out of our entire conversation, and it sounds like we're sucking goats out of a
Jim,
hole.
you're making
and
Jim,
it's so funny.
Jim,
It's so funny.
Jim, just
Alright,
be quiet. Just be quiet.
Man.
Now I don't know if I want to put it in the screen. You've ruined it, man. You've made it.
No.
What we'll do, right? Is
No,
we'll
it's
put
still
it to a
good.
vote.
It's
We'll
still
put it
good.
to a
Do
vote,
it.
right? We'll put it to a vote. If anybody would like to see Jim and Richard discuss goats and tanks, raise your hand.
This is a different Richard we're talking about.
Oh,
by
not
the way.
you, Richard. No, Richard
Yes.
Madsen. Richard
Granted,
Madsen.
I am also
Richard
a veteran, and I have many sea stories, but that's a different thing altogether.
Okay. Would anybody
Yes,
like to see
Richard
Jim
Carrier
Hall
is a
of
nuke.
Atheist Edge and
Richard
Richard
Carrier is a
Madsen?
nuke tech
No, sonar.
with like 150 IQ.
Oh.
Oh, I thought you were a nuke tech.
Sonar, flight deck firefighter, beginner's mate.
Jesus Christ, it's still way above my pay grade.
What is going on?
Oh.
Let me
That
see
must
if
be
I
the
can
thing
do
we were
this so
talking about.
yous can
We
see
play
it
it?
and also the
Yes,
audience can see it.
it's funny as shit.
Oh God, I'm scared.
Oh no, you don't need to be scared. It's what you need. What Jim needs. Oh, Jim's run away.
No, I'm still here. I'm still here.
No, he's there. We can hear him.
I'm still here. I was gonna get another beer.
You're watching it now?
Watch this. It's funny as fuck.
And if this works,
It's only
now
a minute,
the
right?
Audience should
It's funny
also
as
see
shit.
it.
Just watch it.
All right.
And yeah, the audience should see it as well. Okay, switching that off and hitting play.
It's 3 minutes long, so
It's not. It's 55 seconds, Jim. Relax yourself.
it's a dual penetrate. I saw it live. Yes, it goes through the skin of the double penetration.
Right.
And I actually saw it with my own eyes. They put a live goat inside. They recorded it, and we saw it, and we went out there and saw the pieces of the goat later.
Right.
But then we saw the hole that it all came out of.
I had a friend that was in Germany for a little bit less than a 3-inch hole, sucked 5 pigs and 10 chickens through that hole.
And the hole's what, 9 inches?
It was considerably small.
That's insane. And what comes out of that? Pieces of chair, electronics,
Slushy.
computers.
Yeah, exactly.
It's an implosion. It does something with.
There's no way a human. Hey, here's the brighter side of that. You ain't gonna feel it.
MathPig, send me in double penetration. That's good. That's good.
So that was one of my first introductions to Jim. And couldn't help myself. Had to do that.
That's a classic conversation with Jim.
Yeah.
That's a conversation with Jim.
Yeah. I've been working with him for what now? 5-6 years, Jim?
He's ran away.
Wait.
No, he literally left us with his green screen.
Are you creating an infinite mirror of? There you go. Like version of us, version of us, version of us, version of us.
Richard, in all seriousness, there was at one stage 4 screens, my laptop, 2 keyboards, and 2 phones going to get this fucking shit going. All because
You were
Jim...
fucking way beyond, man. You
Oh
were
no,
just-
no! This is all. I sort of do like the challenge. I did a 24-hour stream before, and that was fun. And we did the 24-hour stream across 16 channels while I dual streamed to mine. And the only
Okay.
thing that happened, right? I had to go and pick up my daughter in the middle of it, and my stop putting your cock on screen,
Yeah,
Jim. Put your
Jim
cock
went
away.
away to come back and show off his Woody.
Put your Woody
There we
away.
go, single penetration.
When you went to pick up your
double
daughter,
penetration.
I went to pick up my
This-
daughter, right? Jim, I'm talking about. Thank you.
did you take a cell with you, or like you still alive?
No,
while you
right?
did
I
this?
have this
Okay.
all set up. I'm pretty much, I can do this on auto. I could fall asleep and it should run, right?
Okay.
Right?
fair
It's
enough.
got auto add, it's got auto remove. The people actually involved, now it's not working tonight, but you can actually type commands into the chat and take control. You could remove Jim if you wanted to, even though you don't run it,
I wouldn't have any idea how to do that.
Yeah, no,
Alright.
it's real simple. It's like you type in remove Atheist Edge, it removes the Atheist Edge. You type add Atheist Edge, it adds him back in again, So I can leave and the people involved can still run it. Now, when I went to go pick up my daughter, she lives 90 mile away. So I had to do a 180 mile round trip, and I left it on auto, and that one particular fucking time it didn't work, and YouTube algorithm kicked in, and it was supposed to go to a atheist pastor who is an Australian conservative, not quite an American conservative, but still a conservative at that point.
Sure. Yeah. Right.
And it went to full-blown Republican actual speeches at like CPAC by fucking auto instead of going to him for an hour and a half. And I seen this happening. Yeah. I seen this happening 10 minutes after I left the house while I'm watching on my mobile going, fuck, shit, it says it's got to auto change. What's it got to auto change to? Oh shit, what's it got to auto change to? CPAC. Oh, brilliant. Fucking Republicans talking fucking, oh. Yeah.
CPAC.
And he kept going.
Land.
Now he kept going. He didn't realize, and he was streaming to his channel. I'm dual streaming this, the entire time, texting Dave, going, "Man, if I give you my password, will you log in? Will you change it?" And he was like, "No, it doesn't matter. I need to go onto your computer, and your computer's 200 miles away." And
There's nothing more depressing
Man.
than listening to Republicans talk on C-SPAN. Like, oh my God.
oh no, it wasn't C-SPAN. It was CNC or the CPAC. It was like their.
Yeah, right. It's C-SPAN, right? So
Even worse.
It was like the Republican conservative fucking the thing that they do. What do you call it? The conference.
Yeah. You're right. It's CPAC. It's what it's called.
CPAC. Yeah. Not C-SPAN. Yeah.
Jim has his hand up.
Always. Jim hasn't put his fucking hand down for 2 hours.
Purple.
The, like, Republicans talk on C-SPAN.
Purple Rex and Purple Rex, Todd, Richard. Oh, Tobin's back in.
Tobin's back in.
Let's go with Tobin.
Yeah, let's go with
Tobin.
that,
Can
Jim.
you hear us?
Round 2. What's up,
Tobin.
y'all?
Talk to us about something. What did you like about the series, or what are you working on?
Really a bad host, man. I was doing such a good job, and you just like ruined the flow. This is why we need to teach you how to
I'm
do
trying to
that.
get everyone involved, dude.
I know,
I
but
got Purple, I got Rex, I got Richard, I got Todd here is talking.
I must have sent you like 4 messages going, man, this is going to be completely
Tobin,
natural from
going.
now on because we got rid of the green room, and
Like
you just keep
multiple
talking.
times, I feel like we've cut off Kitty. Anyway. Like Kitty was about to say something, and then something happened, and then it just.
Oh, there's Kitty too.
Oh my
Kitty.
goodness, Jim! How
Yeah,
many
Kitty
beers?
too.
No, Kitty doesn't want to talk. All right.
One of my
she's waving
nicknames
us
that
off.
I
She's
have for
waving us
myself
off,
is
so-
Tangent Tobin.
She's got to work on her quilt.
No, I just want everyone to get a say in. I want
quilt.
everyone to be able to
It's
speak
fine.
their mind.
It's no big deal. This is fun.
I know,
Like, I'm having fun. That's all that matters, right?
The way you're doing it, Jim.
No, valid.
The way you're doing it, though, Jim, the only person that gets to talk and be heard is you by trying to give everybody more time.
Oh, Kitty Cam.
Oh, look at that. This is perfect. I should have. Right.
To say they
No.
got going.
I just want to say thank you, Jim, for drinking that drink as you are, because that is now the new thumbnail for that video that we just shown. It really looked like, no, with you. Nobody else.
Wild Range.
IPA.
How long
Is that a
have you
man
actually-
holding up
Big man IPA.
baboons?
It's an
Oh.
IPA. It's an IPA.
I have had 5
Wild
downvotes.
Range Brewing Company.
Who's
Are those-
downvoting me?
It's
Are those
7%
baboons?
alcohol. No, it's hyenas on the guy's shoulder.
Hyenas, because that's how hyenas act. All right,
He's got hyenas on his shoulder.
I see this now.
Because
Okay, I thought
I'm
they
a
were baboons.
hyena.
I thought
got
it was
my
a
pieces wrong.
Baphomet at first.
A Baphomet.
Yeah.
Sorry for the
Yeah, at
cat.
first I thought it was some kind of a gargoyle thing.
No,
like
I just want to hear more from Purple, Kitty, Tobin, Richard, Wrecked.
So basically, everyone but MathPig.
I've spoken plenty. I've had lots of things to say, so that's fine.
I've been getting in there. I'm
Other
really
folks.
only half
Basically,
here
everyone
myself.
except
So.
Courtney and Wrecked.
See, the problem is, Jim, you've got
and
such a
MathPig.
bad lag, and you keep taking your wee hissy fits and taking your headphones off. You're missing all everybody else talking. He's doing it again. He's doing it again. I'm what? I'm not an asshole. I just sound like an asshole. All right. I do apologize for this.
You say.
I'm not
Courtney.
an asshole. I just play one on YouTube.
Exactly. No, well, I am actually me. I just sound like an asshole. But
Well, the accent allows you to get away with everything, so that's.
I
kind of
really don't
universal
have
Well,
an
that's
accent.
only because we already assume
I actually
The-
don't.
the fact-
I don't have an accent. I don't have an
The
accent.
fact that this is being hosted from Ireland, could that be a problem? The fact that you're hosting this from Ireland and we're like 7 hours away from each other, could that
No,
be a
I
problem?
don't think that we're
No,
actually
except
7. No,
Jim.
Jim, if I can point out, we are not actually 7 hours away from each other. I am not time traveling with the internet. We are in different time zones, and I think it's still your fucking computer, man. You need to buy a new fucking computer. All right.
But Jim was 15 miles from me, so that's clearly not the problem.
You're right. You're right.
You know, and honestly, if it's what's required, Jim would not be the first person we did a GoFundMe to get a new computer for. I think he would be about the 5th one of those I've participated in.
It's what's necessary, man. Like, see, man, this shit's possible. Check out Facebook Marketplace. Oh no, we're not even going to go into the tech talk. But anything I can find in a dumpster, I have a car outside in my drive that I've been in an accident with. That has no headlight, no radiator, and a busted bonnet. And there is a computer in the back seat of that car that's 3 months. That's probably better than what you fucking have right now. I swear to God, man.
It'd be better than the private jet for the preacher's equivalent of Christian like GoFundMe. So it's fine.
It's really funny.
Oh, wait a second,
Courtney, right?
Jim
It's
has
really
to
funny
sit-
because Jim has now
Oh my God.
Jim has now swung his big dick mic that he has gathering dust over in the corner 3 times tonight, and we have had no problems hearing him, right? And it's like, I don't care about your mic, man. Would you buy a computer? Just buy a
Well,
computer.
if Jim is saving up $2,000 to get 15 minutes of Sam Harris, he could spend that on a MacBook instead.
Oh no, we're not going to go down the Apple route.
15 minutes. I like that. Good. Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
so.
Just FYI, I'm only 150 an hour. That's
In saying that,
right.
Richard, we've had enough
much
content.
more affordable.
There's a friend of mine that actually works in AI remapping and stuff like that there,
Richard,
with faces
yeah.
and things. So
I
we've-
love you guys.
From the amount of time that you've been on tonight, I could probably get Nerdy Rodent to actually make an interview, and we would be grand. Do you know
Well, so Jim, you
Yeah,
you've
if you
already-
like edit.
Yeah, oh no,
edit it
he
all
does.
out.
He actually does. He can take a video and do that whole, change the face and change the voice.
Yeah, you could create your own, like invent a question, make the
Oh yeah, he
make
can
the
do all
answer
that.
match.
Yeah.
I endorse this. You can totally do this.
There you
as
go.
long as you're honest about it, that's what
Okay,
you're
right.
doing.
Can I
That's the
actually
Randy
make,
Rainbow
right, hold
model.
on. I want to make clarification. We need to check this for law with YouTube. Dr. Richard Carrier, PhD. Would you mind if I made a joke 15-minute interview of you on screen with funny answers to funny questions made by my friend who does AI and this, that, and the other?
Yeah, actually, yes.
Thank
as long
you.
as you're
Thank you.
honest
That's
with
it. Richard
what
has to leave now. Sorry, everybody.
you got to be honest about what you're doing. But other than that, I'm cool with it. Yeah.
I will send you the link
As the only
before
attorney in the room, would you like me to draw that up for you?
I will also send you the link before it goes public, and you can have a look and critique and everything. Nerdy Rodent, somebody fucking kick Nerdy Rodent and wake that motherfucker up. All right.
Jim's hand is up.
Jim's got 2 hands up. Go on ahead, Jim.
His other hand. What is he holding in the one hand? I can't.
I've got
The flash
okay.
drive?
First off, this is goddamn beautiful. I love how you guys are taking shots at me. Second off, if you ever see me in person, I challenge each and every one of you to unarmed combat,
Guaranteed
and it's the
done.
only thing I'm good at. So
Fair.
you and me, me and Jason, me and Courtney, me and Purple, whoever wants to do it, I will challenge you to a fucking grapple off.
Jim.
Whoever taps out first loses.
Jim, no. We will.
Try that
No. Hold
shit.
on. I want to be specific, as I was with Richard. I will have hand-on-hand combat, not a grappling, because I did kickboxing for 3 years and only ever lost one fucking match. So I will have a hand-on-hand.
I cannot punch. So as I can't punch, you'll beat me.
Exactly. This is the fucking point. Shut your mouth. I'm winning. We will have hand
I'm a
on
marksman.
hand.
I would have to do rifle. I don't know how you do that like without actually causing harm. So
Oh.
Paintball.
I still might be able to take you,
you
Richard.
can't do long range rifle shots with paintball guns.
Paintball? Okay.
See my step.
Although I did play paintball with one of the early machine guns.
paintball, I would probably get my ass kicked. No, paintball, I would get my ass kicked.
I had one of the earliest
I think
fully
I could
automatic
hold my
paintball
own.
guns back in the day. Long ago.
Jim, if I can point out, one of my Patreons, one of my members, somebody who has supported me since even before I had a fucking channel, when all I had was a Discord server, has pointed out that I look better in a Borat mankini than you will ever do. So, and Richard's laughing, but Richard, to actually celebrate hitting 1,000 subscribers, I said that I would do this, not thinking that I would hit 1,000, and then I did. And then they dared me, and yeah, now there's a fucking GIF on Giphy, so we'll not even talk about that.
I have somehow from my Scandinavian side, I have somehow inherited a recessive thing that I've got a bit of the berserker rage. That if I get into a fight, I know I am going to lose. But for about 5 minutes, I actually don't feel the pain, and you can do a hell of a lot of damage when you don't feel the blows coming at you.
I broke a guy's nose one time.
If
in
you
like
fight
30
me,
seconds.
Purple,
Get that adrenaline.
and I can get past your punches. If I can get past your punches and kicks, I will have you tied up like a pretzel and tapping for mercy in less than 2 minutes. Though, that's the deal.
Grappling, man.
Jim, basically what you're saying is you like to sit in people's faces. Is that what it is? Yeah.
It's like a Friday night.
What did you say, Courtney? I didn't hear you, Courtney.
I just want to get Jim to say some certain things so I can make a new updated video. That old one's about a year old. I'm trying to make a new one. I've got Richard's permission.
He's gonna turn this into some sexual innuendo.
Well, I've already got Richard's permission. I'm trying to get your permission now. You know. I'm making a joke.
Let's just spat out a bunch of sexual innuendo so MathPig can make a good compilation series about sucking goats through a 6-inch hole.
It's extremely difficult to work with. Like,
you're not giving us the build up, Jim. You can't just jump into the room naked and go play. You know, look at me. You know, I'd like to have at least some steak dinner.
Yeah.
Could you get some candles going? You know, there's a few tunes. You know the music. Like, you know, me and Jim, that's really
that's
funny.
by appointment only.
This is actually funny, right?
That's
I'm laughing inside myself. I have a 2 minute rule. Dave is asleep now, right? And Jim, I think we mentioned this earlier.
Let's get back to the series.
Shush a minute.
Let's get back to the series.
See how
Who hasn't talked?
Jim's shy. Look, Jim's ashamed. Jim's shy. That's fine. That's fine.
Just made dinner for Courtney and myself by making it. I mean, I heated up stuff in the oven, but I want to say that the best course was Jim's roast.
Okay.
Oh God.
Me and Jim sat up. I think it was about 3 weeks ago.
We should roast someone big name though. We should roast Matt or Aron or Richard or David. We should do a big show where we roast one of them for.
No burning bridges.
Where we just roast the shit. We could roast Richard to death. Oh God, we could roast Richard.
Scandalous.
We could roast him to fucking death.
I bet you could get people to consent to that, especially if it's like
polyamorous.
You don't need
also,
people to consent to that. You need
make
Richard
a
to consent.
contribution or a donation to a cause.
Scale.
I think everybody should just line up the roast.
Oh
Jim.
yeah, we could do it a fundraiser roast.
Oh, he's out with the money.
Fundraiser, yeah, that's the word I was looking for.
Jim, are you friends with James from
Do a
Modern Day
roast?
Debate? Do you know James from Modern Day Debate? Are you and him friends? All these GoFund.
Can you give me a second to talk about that for a minute? Can you give me a second?
I was being rude. I do apologize.
Okay.
Go on ahead. It's late. It is.
The show used to be called Modern Hysteria.
It was Modern Day Hysteria.
The reason why they changed it to Modern Day Debate is because there's the lag.
You got it wrong.
It used to be called Modern area. The reason they changed it to modern day debate is because of when they had me on their show, I was debating, I forget the guy's name, and I totally lost the debate. I'll grant you that. He threw out 26 different passages in the Bible where the Trinity was true, and I could only throw up the John passage where it's the Father, Holy Ghost.
Jim. Appeared
so he
to be true.
wrecked me. I got beat. I got beat totally on the show, but I was so what's the word? I wasn't confrontational.
Out of your league.
I admitted defeat, and I said, you have a great point, and I need to look into it further. And I was very non-confrontational. And so since then, Jim Hall, and the reason why modern day hysteria became not modern day debate. James changed the title of the channel because of me, because he saw an atheist that was willing to change his mind. And I think that goes towards, I think that helps someone that says, hey, I may be wrong, you are right. And so that entire channel, even though they're just taking off like gangbusters, but they
it's doing really well. Yeah.
Modern day hysteria became modern day debate because of me. Yeah.
It's a better title anyway.
Now, granted,
it's a very sensitive topic. It's a very sensitive topic.
Since then, I've looked into the 26 claims of Trinity in the Bible, and 25 of them are dubious.
This is daily.
So if I went back, I would have some more challenges, but anyway.
I want to know why Tobin is blue, but the rest of his background isn't. He looks like a ghost from like Disneyland.
Tobin, have you got any chains?
It's like one of the Harry Potter ghosts that like live in Hogwarts.
He's a Smurf.
Wait, almost got flesh color there. That was almost.
Smurf.
There you go. Oh, yeah. Except
those are the
shadow,
LED flashlights from Harbor Freight from about 20 years ago.
From 20 years ago.
Maybe he buys his lights,
which is still the 21st century. Weirdly enough. Oh my God, 20 years ago is still the 21st century. I
find it weird.
I can't comprehend how old I am.
Yeah, realizing that there are people who are actually old enough to vote and drink now that were born in a different century from me.
Yeah.
Right. I have a question.
Yeah.
Right. Everybody here. Okay, but that was Courtney. Everybody here. Y2K. Where were you?
Yeah.
Right. Where were you when Y2K happened? Now I think there's another one that in 2025 something to do with the Linux system and GPS.
27, I think.
Something like that. Yeah, man, it's really late for me. Like the birds actually.
Apple microchips are gonna not be able to calculate calendars after that period.
The birds just started fucking tweeting out my window, so it's pretty late.
I saw.
But there's that. Where were you with Y2K, right? Richard jumped in, so we'll start with Richard. Where were you with Y2K? Did you worry? Was it a big thing?
I think I was honorarily watching the Ray
May
Fiennes
I ask
movie.
also, Richard, if I can, what age you were with Y2K?
What age I was then? Oh
Yes.
my God, you're asking me to do complicated arithmetic?
Yeah, your date of birth, 2000 minus your date of birth.
This is the internet, so I will just say when I was born, and then everybody else can do the math.
Perfect.
December 1969 is my...
1969. So you were 31. No, you got 31. You were 31.
I'm not even going to fact check you because I have no idea. But whatever, that works out to be. That was a long time ago. That sounds right. That actually sounds right. I was watching the Ray Fiennes movie. What was it called? God damn. I can't remember.
The quiz show?
No, the quiz show. No, it's the one about Y2K where it was 2000 and it actually was weirdly prescient because the whole theme was these cops had like killed these black people and like a black rapper and stuff in a car, and it was going to like blow up the world if anybody found out about it, and everybody was being murdered over this. And this was what was it called? I can't remember what it was called. It was Ray Fiennes and various other renowned actors were in it. Damn it. Okay, I'm too drunk to remember.
No, that's fine. That's fine. That's grand.
That's what I was doing. I assumed nothing whatsoever was going to happen, and nothing did. So
yeah, because anybody at the time who had any sort of intelligence had looked into it and went, they're just going to change the fucking software with the 0.0 or whatever the fuck it was. You'd be grand. Wind your neck out. Yeah. Dr. Todd, you smiled very, very widely when Richard started to talk, so I'm going to pick on you next. Where were you? And what age were you when Y2K went off?
I was had just started my marriage and was not very computer savvy. I didn't think it was going to really impact me that much. And unfortunately, I hate to use the word, but I had great faith in our computer technology and our computer IT people. They just had overcome so much. And I'd heard from enough of them that said, you know what? The science is pretty damn solid, and we really don't think this is going to be a big thing. So just a non-issue for me.
Yeah. We'll go with Courtney next because I just feel sorry for Courtney. And if you want to say anything about Jim before you answer this question, that's fine. I understand.
So I remember that happening. I didn't know it was called Y2K, but I was 10 years old at the time. So, I was 9 because my birthday would have been in April.
Oh, a blip. Some shit's happening. I'm over in the corner playing with toys, and I'm probably asleep when it's just happening.
Yeah. So I was 9, and he would have been like 3 years older than me.
Yeah. Yeah, I was in 8th grade or a freshman in high school, and I remember reading. It was almost more meme worthy, pre-meme culture, because everyone just joked about it more because anything that you would read in the newspapers or anything rational is just like, minor software that will, take about 12 minutes to fix at most. And yet the world panicking that, like all of the electricity was going to go out, all the freezer at Walmart is just going to defrost itself. Like it was just the weirdest stuff. People had all these strange conspiracy theories, and nothing happened.
Well, and
I think there was a few things happen. Wasn't there something to do with the airlines? They were based on something, and something with the airlines happened.
Trivial.
You're really trivial, really simple, but there was some silly things happened.
The Pennsylvania Motor Vehicle Department started labeling everything as horseless carriage.
That sounds like a troll. Like somebody did that on purpose.
Kitty, what about you? Kitty, where were you?
So I was around the same age.
Jim's got
this would have been like when I was in 7th or 8th grade. So I was born December of 1986, and I know September 11th was my freshman year in high school, and that was 2001. So Y2K would have been like, around 8th grade or so. And yeah, I wasn't worried, honestly, because it seemed to me like it wouldn't be that hard to fix. Now, don't get me wrong, I don't really remember any of it, but like one of the first, we had a PC, but even before that or around the same time, my parents actually got me this little VTech computer that ran on DOS prompt, and like seeing just how easy it was to fuck around with that with just a few little commands, it was like, they'll be able to fix it. It's not that serious.
That's one thing I was going to say was, do you think the fact that you grow, like my brother's very, very similar. There's only 3 years between me and my brother, but depending on when you were at a certain age, when the internet came out, what we're going to talk, 1994, 1996, in and around that time when it's, time started to come out with dial-up and stuff. At a particular age, like I remember running about fields and doing this, that, and the other, as my brother did with me. But when we both hit maturity at a different level, he started to read books like C++. He now does programming and that's, that, and the other, and that's his thing. As was my father's at the time, But I'm more hands-on. I'm more outside. That's, we were raised by the same parents and this, that, and the other at the same time. But the internet coming out at different stages give us different outlooks at it. Not that I was petrified when shit was going to happen. Jim, I'm going to slap your face the first time I see you. It's... But the fact that you had that, you grew up with the internet and you seen how easy it was. There was no fear. There was no nothing. It was like, they're going to fix it. It's going to be grand.
You're going to reach across a
It'll be
continent,
fine.
though, and slap someone.
But the point I'm trying to make is people with an older age. I know people of my mother's age and people of my uncle's age and shit like that were actually worried. But Kitty and Courtney and me being sort of in the middle realised, they're going to fix it. It's grand. It's fine. I was 17 at the time and I went and got drunk because I didn't give a fuck. Snuck into a pub. It's going to be grand. If anything, the clocks will shut down and we can stay later. It's, Jim, go on. Go on, Jim.
I was actually 20
MathPig.
whenever that was going on,
MathPig.
and we thought
It's
that we should all eat LSD and just trip out for the big reset.
Oh my god.
Sure.
And then,
which means something different now, by the way.
Please, everybody,
Great
can we be
reset.
quiet? I can't look at Jim with his hand up anymore. His left bicep must be really sore. It's been up all night.
Well, he's a great grappler, so he's probably super strong. He could hold that for years, probably.
I can fuck all of you up. Second off.
There's your quote.
Second off.
I'm just going to give you a slap.
There's
Alright,
only
just a
one
tiny wee
atheist
backhander, and you're
YouTuber
gonna fuck me up.
that I really think I cannot beat in unarmed competition. Have you guys
Who
ever
is?
heard of Dark Matter 2525?
Oh yeah, watch his stuff.
Jim, what
That
height are
guy,
you? Jim, what type are you? What,
he
Jim,
is an
Jim,
airborne.
Jim, what height are you?
He got hurt. He got hurt. Wait, what?
What height are you, Jim?
5'10".
You're taller than Dark Matter.
No. Yeah, but Dark Matter is a Green Beret. Is he? I forget, but he was an airborne paratrooper. He got hurt in a paratrooping accident on the same day. Get this, as his mom died and his dad died. I think some weird coincidence happened
fact check
on the
all of
same
this.
day. It was
Fact check
a
all
weird
of this.
thing, right? Yeah, it was a weird thing. It was all happened coincidentally, but that guy has cauliflower ears and a double, at least multiple broken noses, and I've seen his face in real life. That guy is the only atheist YouTuber that I think that I don't know if I can beat in an unarmed combat situation. The rest of you fuckers, you're done.
Or toes.
All right. Anyway,
Granted, I need weapons.
What
I
was I
need
gonna
weapons.
say?
Give me a sword or a rifle, and I'll be all
Yeah,
right.
you would definitely need a dagger or a boot knife or something.
Yeah, double-edged
What
dagger.
was
I'd
I
be pretty
gonna say?
effective. Yeah.
Yeah, you would definitely. I've been stabbed in the kidney with a butcher knife. I've been shot at with AK-47s in Fallujah. So,
Yeah.
what was I going to say?
I have no
I was
idea.
going to go to.
Jason and I have to
Shit, I forgot what I was going to say now.
Wait, Courtney's.
If I
yes,
can
Courtney.
just say, right? If
It
I
was
can
about
just say,
Y2K
right?
thing.
If I can jump in and I can just say, the birds have actually started tweeting outside. So what I'm going to give a time. We're not going to shut it down right now, but I'm going to say that another 30 minutes or so, it'll definitely be going off the main channel because I'm arriving at that point where I'm going to turn into Jim, where I start being too drunk. So then we may move to the Patreon channel if people want to hang out. But it's definitely going to go off the fucking main channel in the next 15, 20 minutes or so. Because that after you get past 2 grams of weed and a bottle of wine, you can't be putting this
I have
shit
one
on a
more thing.
monetized video. Doesn't work. People don't like you. Courtney's leaving.
Okay.
All right.
Courtney,
Bye-bye.
thank you very much for arriving. I do apologize for not instantly recognizing you because
Courtney,
Jim
are
said
you
that
outta
would
here?
turn up and you turned up with a boyfriend, and I looked up and seen 2 people, and it was like, that can't be Courtney because there's back down again. And then I just mean that I didn't recognize. Oh, I've dug a hole now. I'm just saying there was two people arrived.
Wedding lips.
Really be red rum.
Two people arrived, not one.
There we go.
There's
Not-
some.
not
I'm
boyfriend.
leaving. Bye, everybody. I
Let
don't
me
know
say
this
this.
shit. I don't know.
Let me say this. No, I requested that Courtney.
Congratulations,
make me her
Courtney
maid of
and
honor.
Jason. I
And-
love you. I am sorry that you've had to put up with Jim for a long time daily.
Listen. Oh, she has been a trooper. But I requested that she made me her maid of honor. In fact, she didn't even invite me to the wedding, which was great. I offered to not let her invite me, because if she invited me, that means she would have to invite all the local atheists in the community, which she cannot handle. I'm glad that she did not make me her maid of honor, and I'm glad that she's doing it her way, and best of luck to her.
Congratulations. Nice to meet you guys, actually. Courtney, obviously, we've met before, but also Jason. Nice to see you.
Congratulations.
Thanks, guys.
Except I would totally worn a dress for the maid of honor ceremony.
Jim, if it makes you feel any better, you can wear a dress, and you don't have to need an excuse. You can wear a dress anytime you want.
Yeah, anytime.
Yeah.
It's literally true.
You're allowed. All right. Love you guys.
Thank you for coming. Bye.
Oh wait, we are.
Good night.
We are wrapping up.
Well, we've got 30 minutes.
Wrapping
Jim.
up, right,
We've got
MathPig?
till I finish this.
I think actually Kitty's been working on Jim's dress tonight while we work.
Kitty,
dress.
Kitty, and Todd.
Well,
Like a weird post-apocalyptic thing.
So her trial
not
her trial quilt can be your dress.
See, this is the thing. I don't think Jim
Wait,
has
wait,
the
wait.
eyes for purple.
Hold on. Did you just do that just now? Like since we've been on?
That's not
Like,
enough
did
to
you throw
cover
that
my
together?
junk, though.
yeah, I was cutting out all of the pieces, and now I'm
Yeah, I
putting
saw
them
you
all
using the machine.
together.
Yeah, but
That
that's
looks
not
really
enough
good.
to cover my.
Damn.
That's not enough material to cover up my junk, though.
No, obviously that's just the beginning.
Jim.
Come on.
Come on now. Come on now.
That's just the hem.
Consent, Jim. Consent. I was thinking more sumo wrestler. That's
on.
the string between
Come on,
his
that was
ass.
funny.
Is that not sumo wrestler string between your ass, Jim? No.
Let me introduce you to something. A rotary cutter.
Yeah. wait.
Oh.
Wait. Is that electric? Hold on.
No.
Oh,
No,
okay.
But it has.
It's basically a pizza cutter with a really sharp.
I see.
Yep.
Yeah. So it has a handle, because like I have a different one like this, but like sometimes when you're going for a while, like your hands might get sweaty, and like it's, with it like this, it can be like slipperier. Whereas this one, it's a little bit more ergonomic, less likely to slip, have it slip in your hand. And then it's the blade basically is here, but then you can push on the thumb to disengage the blade, and then when you want to snap it back in, you just push the little
Sweet.
release there.
Yep.
Yeah, it's pretty nifty.
A nice
It's all
So a
funny
whole bunch of that
All
audio
fun and
just
games
now is
until
going in
someone's
MathPig's
joking.
innuendo reel.
Oh no, I did not say that. Rex did. I didn't say that.
Just put it in your hand and it gets slippery.
MathPig will definitely in doing.
Use
yes,
that
he
audio.
will.
Well, I'm just looking at all the thread and the spools.
I'm working on a.
Kitty's fucking
I'm working
kitted
on
out.
a series about.
He's got the stuff.
Jim, buy a new computer.
Well-
Sorry,
Yes,
you were
he
saying,
is.
Richard.
I mean, I have sewed hundreds of masks during the pandemic. Like, actually, this sewing machine here, Godless Engineer and Caitlin Chloe helped me to get it. It's the first time I ever did a GoFundMe.
Oh my God, that's
and I
neat.
got this, and
Awesome.
like I said, I sewed over 500 masks thanks to them. Like, I started with
Amazing.
a hand-me-down machine from my dad, but it was old, like older than
Yeah.
me, and I'm in my 30s. And it just started to wear down, and
He says that
I
like
was
it's
like,
old.
I want to keep doing this, but I can't really, like, I don't know, with COVID, this was the beginning of last year, I'm like, I don't know how things are going to go financially. I can't really justify dropping $200 on a
Yeah.
sewing machine right now. And Nervardia and KC both like talked to me in private. They're like, just do a GoFundMe. You're doing something good to help people, and you're only asking for $200. So it exceeded the goal in the first 24 hours, and the extra went to buying supplies. And now that
Sweet.
things are winding down a bit with COVID, I can do more fun stuff.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Good work. Good for you.
Fantastic.
Community.
I used to sell sewing machines. This is
That's awesome.
an obscure fact about me. I don't remember how to use them. It was so long ago, but
You're inspiring me.
My brother. Brother is kind of the brand that like I started with. Well, technically the one that I had before wasn't, but I have my.
it was our
brother-
most
this is
popular
Merritt.
seller. I remember. Yeah, it's been a big seller
This
for a
one
while.
is the CS7000i. It's actually the upgrade to the 6000i. It's got 70 stitches, including one that looks like barbed wire, which is pretty.
Holy
awesome.
shit! It has 70
it
pre-programmed
actually-
stitches. Damn that! Wow.
Yes,
Wow.
and a drop-in bobbin.
You're doing this
and
deliberately, Richard,
It came
just for
with the
me, aren't
quilting
you?
table. It came in with this quilting table, which I didn't think I was going to really need, but even making masks, having the extra wide area was amazingly helpful.
Okay,
And now when I'm actually
yeah.
doing something with quilting, it's like, yay.
Fucking A, man. I'm always impressed with that. That is so much more advanced than what I was selling. That was a lot.
This is beautiful.
I think we had like 40 programmed stitches
Well,
back
if you
then.
want
but-
something a little bit more boring, I have my serger right here, which that does one stitch.
Serger, yes, we sold
technically
those
it's 4
too.
stitches in one, but
This
I
is
mean,
the
it's
thing.
4
No one knows
threads.
what a serger is.
Okay, I've got a brilliant idea.
I'm
So
not-
Neil-
all I'm thinking
Neil
of
was
is a
just-
parody with Richard Carrier and a sex robot because I have so many sexual innuendos with 40 programs and this, that, and the other. I'm gonna have
40
type-
programs. No, it's 70. Over 70 programs.
Oh yeah, there you go. He's just giving me gold. This is just.
Look, when Neil was on, he was saying he's got a new show that's all pop culture stuff. So Richard and Kitty can go on the first episode of Neil's pop culture show and just talk sewing machines for an hour.
No,
It'll be
Actually,
perfect.
like Jordan was
to be
saying-
serious for a moment, I could actually make this extra interesting because one of my field is ancient science and tech. And one of the big things that I do lectures on is how important it is to study sewing and knitting technology in ancient Rome. Because some of the most impressive tech that we see like we've recovered whole knitting kits that are actually quite sophisticated. So it just shows, like, tells you a lot about the ancient economy, tells you a lot about like how like women's tech, because there's mostly a women's business back then,
With threading and stuff
was
like
actually
that as
fully
well.
integrated with the Roman economy, with metalsmithing and various other things. So
You're also
you can actually go
available,
into some really interesting stuff about.
I'd be able to say that you
real
would be
quick
able
on
to-
the history there, real quick. Like, it was a woman's business because back in the day, millinery, which are your accessories like
Yeah.
muffs, bags, and everything, and mantua makers were the dressmakers. They would drape the fabrics and do that. Tailors were a male-dominated profession, and they deal kind of like what you think of sewing now with like flat patterns. That
Yeah.
was tailors. That was the male's area. Millinery and mantua makers were the women's domain. Same with corset making and stays. However, then the men realized that the women were making a fucking killing, so they decided,
Yeah.
we're gonna take that away. We want some of that.
Well, you're
Well, it's
talking
literally
about
what always
reference,
happens.
if I can just-
as soon as women like are making money in an industry, men take it over and call it a men's industry, like computing, programming, like fucking you can pick anything.
With sewing, as you say,
Yeah,
though,
no,
Richard, it
and
really
I
does
mean-
go well with culture and show how people can change, and sharing and selling and seeing how far things can go. Because with sewing and knitting, there's no two that are the same.
Well,
so
and
you
you're
can't
talking
use
about
that.
it. You're talking about it in the sense of ancient economies, but it really also is very much the base of our modern economy.
Yeah,
that the sewing
true.
machine was the first home appliance.
Oh, Jim, I just want to slap Jim.
Yeah, look at this. We could have like we could get a bunch of us together to talk about what we know about like the history of textile technology from antiquity to present.
You just want to do that to show off. Sorry.
I don't know. I just love history of technology, so I'm always excited to talk about it.
Do you watch?
Oh, yeah, now
do
you're
you
in my
watch,
area.
Do you watch? Is it? I think it's called Technology Connections. It's a British guy that gets like old.
Oh, yep.
Yeah, it's a British guy that gets like old 1910, 1920s tech and stuff like that, and spends 45 minutes to an hour talking about like a filament. He's really in depth. If
I don't
you're
know
not-
this. I haven't seen this.
If you're not into it, you would think it's really boring, but I think I really like it. Dave likes it. Purple, I think you just said you've heard of it
I
before.
get that. I get where you're coming from. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, one of my favorite
He
shows is
spent-
this reality show,
he is obsessed with
Frontier
it.
House, where they did this kind of thing, where they had a bunch of couples using frontier technology and you see like 6 months of them trying to do this, where they have scientists and historians analyze what they did. I thought that was
obsessed at the minute with heat sinks. Turning
Heat
an air,
sinks.
Yeah, turning an air conditioner in reverse, right? He did one video, then went down a rabbit hole, then bought like a proper one that he turned into reverse, then did another one. Then on his backup channel, he did like more in depth, and he's done like 14 videos in heat sinks.
Jim is
Technology
going to
connections. I think.
dislocate a shoulder if you don't call on him.
Yeah, I know.
Pardon, Purple?
Jim is going to dislocate a shoulder if you don't call on him.
I'm deliberately ignoring him. I'm one of them people. If you scream at me, I pretend you're not there.
You son of a bitch.
Hi, Jim. How are you?
All right, am I ready?
Go on ahead. Go on ahead.
Are you ready for me?
I don't know if we can handle this amount of
there's
alcohol
20
in your
less than
system,
20
Jim, but we'll try.
There are fewer than 20 minutes left. Okay, there are fewer than 20 minutes left. I'd like to go down the line and start with Purple. Final thoughts, how you thought about the series, any closing parting shots?
Like I said, it was great to be part of it. I loved that it was such a big series that it did introduce me to a whole bunch of new people that I, hadn't been aware of before. That's about all I've got to say on it.
That was quick. All right, Dr. Todd, who I hesitate to even say it, but his brother, Naked and Exposed, I can't say his real name, but he's got a brother. They're both doctors. They both practice in ophthalmology and shit. What does your brother do? One of you is an ophthalmologist and the other one is a dentistry. Yeah. So they both practice in the DFW area. I can say that at least, right?
Yeah.
So yeah,
it's too late now.
They're both just award-winning. Okay. I didn't say his name. Both of you are actual practicing doctors in the Dallas-Fort Worth. What?
Oh,
you're both practicing doctors in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. And I can't thank you both enough for contributing to this. Please pass on my thanks to your brother as well.
Absolutely.
So,
And of course, we appreciate
how did you think about how this? Yeah.
If I can just jump in.
What did you think about the series?
If I can just jump in, Jim, I do apologize, but we've been running this stream a wee while, and Dave's hack has just decided to shut itself and deliberately cover the private chat that I was trying to talk to Richard in. It covered it with fucking Tobin's face, and I now can't see the private chat no matter what I do, right? So yes, this may continue on. There is a channel. I do apologize, folk. It's the YouTube game. It's what we do. It's maybe behind a paywall. It's the Patreon and the members channel, and the conversation will probably continue there, but it's going to get to the point where the entire stream will be demonetized and all that if we keep going, because Jim's out of control. So what we're going to do is move it to a smaller channel where nobody gives two flying fucks about it, and we can all shout cunt and this, that and the other. So it will be moving to that. If you do want to come and continue the conversation.
Did I say something that
can you wait 2 seconds? See, out of control. See, out of control. Right?
You didn't, Jim. You're all right.
It's going to move to that, and it will continue for the people who do want to continue and hang about. And yeah, Jim, you've got the floor. Continue on if you want to then move around the room.
Yeah, did I say something that demonetized us?
You didn't. No, you didn't.
No,
not you.
Not yet.
Not yet. Thank you, Todd. Tobin, if you can mute Tobin.
Someone needs to mute their microphone.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tobin. Yeah,
Okay.
so we'll continue on the Patreon members channel.
Us?
It was probably the double penetration of a 3-inch hole of a goat, but you know.
That's a total hash of what they actually said, but all right. Yeah. But valid point. Because that's how the algorithms will read it.
Who was next in the list? Who was next in the list, Jim, after Purple?
Double penetration.
I think we were moving to Dr. Todd.
We were still on Todd.
Dr. Todd,
he said his... Yeah, Dr. Todd, his final thoughts.
Well, again, the series was amazing, and again, it showed your dedication to opening up to so many different people. You even were welcoming to the people that were critical of some of your points, which is exactly what everybody, even the believer, needs to see. Is that not everybody's on exactly the same page, but everyone's open to minor correction, and in the spirit of finding a more valid truth. So it's been an amazing program and project to be involved in. And any help that you need in the future, anybody here, with Kitty, Purple, Math, Rex, Tobin, Dr. Carrier, that you need any help with, I'd be happy to further whatever you're doing. I absolutely love what you all are doing. It's a pleasure to be a part of this group.
Excellent.
Awesome.
Excellent. Thank you so much. It's an honor that you were a part of the show. Rex, speaking on behalf of Skeptical Texans, you and Owen Younger.
Yeah, I've got a couple of thoughts. There were several times we were round robining and it never came to me, so now I'm going to take the floor. You were asking about, is there too much Islam? I don't think we can say enough about Islam. Obviously, it's a big old issue in our world. My preference is always, as a former Christian, I'd rather talk about Christianity. And it's not that I don't think those Islam topics are important. I just wish there was a whole choir of former Muslims that were making those statements, not only from a point of view of knowledge, but credibility as well. So
there is, of course, online. There's a lot.
Yeah, staying in my lane of Christianity is not at all an endorsement of anything that Islam is. It's just that I don't think that's my place to do. On the Y2K question, I was 26 years old. It was December 31st, 1999. I was a
December 31st?
Yes, 1999. I was a Bible-believing Christian. I had been since I was born in 1973, at least from the time my parents told me about it. But within 9 months, I would be an atheist, and I didn't know that at the time. I wasn't worried about the computers. I was halfway through my first year of law school, and my head was there. But in the fall, August-September timeframe of the year 2000 is when I had my deconversion moment. And it was literally 3 pages into Thomas Paine's Age of Reason, and the blood's leaving my face, and I'm thinking the Bible is man-made. And Paine wasn't a great scholar. He wasn't even that good of a writer, but he asked a question that I had never asked, which was, where'd this Bible come from? For me, religion was entirely the function of, you read the Bible, you see what it says, and you do it. And our church is right because we're following the Bible, and other churches are wrong because they're not following the Bible. But the question of why the Bible was never asked in that setting. And so that's the small switch that Thomas Paine turned for me. And then I just started devouring everything I could find on the subject, particularly of the New Testament. But that was so that time in world history was very important to me personally.
Thank you, Rex.
Excellent. Thank you so much for being a part of the series. You
Thank you
and
for all you
Owen, extend my gratitude to him as well. Yes, sir. I hope to collaborate with you in the future. Kitty, do you have any parting shots, final thoughts?
I'm glad that I got to be a part of this. Honestly, it was a lot of fun. I got to, go back and look and see, because it had been going since before I really even knew about it. And so I got to go back and watch, the story as it unfolded, so to speak. And it was really cool watching and seeing the different takes from different people. And I mean, I love whenever I get to see Dr. Carrier speak. Like, I've seen, some interviews he's given in the past, and honestly, he was the one. Like, I didn't know I didn't know there was a term for mythicism. I just, ever since leaving Christianity, I just, discounted all of it as bunk. I never really believed in a biblical Jesus, after I left the church, and I was relatively young at the time. So ultimately, seeing other people kind of, talking about that and discussing that there's really no evidence for it. Like I ate that up, and with Godless Engineer and the whole Crestus app, and like there's just, like I'm fascinated by that stuff. So it's definitely been a wild ride. And like, again, I kind of came in at the end, but then I had to kind of go back and watch a whole bunch of shit. Like, not shit, but you know what I mean? Like, there's a lot to catch up on, coming in at the end. But I'm just glad that I could be a part of it. And I've gotten to meet some really nice, lovely people. And this has been a really fun chat, other than like when we were talking about, things that were talked about earlier that could, ring the demonetization bell. So I'll go there. But no, honestly, it was a lot of fun, and I do look forward to hopefully being able to.
If anything, this was a great. If anything, this was a great chance to collaborate with people that you might not normally collaborate with. So I think that is a win. I'm going to skip Carrier. I'm going to go to Tobin. I'm going to go to Tobin now, and I'm going to skip Carrier. I want him to be the final thought. So Tobin.
Tobin's asleep.
No, he's jamming.
He's been playing his
Yes,
guitar.
I really enjoyed.
Oh, you know what?
I've been practicing.
You know what?
Yeah.
I would like. Would you mind playing a song for us? Maybe.
Faith and belief don't lead to the truth. I'm living in a world where so many are living in make-believe. Oh, I'm living in a world where so many are living in make-believe.
Thank you very much, Tobin.
There's a little something.
Nice.
Yeah.
Tobin, thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Damn, dude.
If I can say thank you to everybody that has turned up to watch tonight. Thank you for everybody who has came and been on the panel.
We still got to get on Richard. Richard's our last final thought.
Come on. Oh, all right.
Oh, sorry. Did I forget about Richard?
I have no great wisdom.
Yeah, Richard.
To impart. I'm a bit. I'm scotched. But
it's not ending.
But I'm
It's just,
interested
I
in
do
wherever
say
we're
it's
jumping.
not ending.
I have to cook
it is
myself
moving. It's just moving. We're going to continue. Just it needs to leave here because look at Jim, look at me. We're all scotched up. We're all Richard, the floor is.
I'll gladly jump wherever we're going. I do need to cook myself dinner, but I can do that at the same time, actually.
Oh yeah. That's good. Go ahead, Richard. Floor is yours.
Yeah, no, the coolest thing I had the experience with this was the willingness to let us criticize and approach it from our own perspective rather than just read and agree, right? So like, and I've seen like as we've done this whole thing, like you've got so many people in that had so many interesting perspectives to add to everything that I think that had to have made this a much more fascinating and productive experience and valuable video series. Frankly. I think it was a really great idea that you had, like getting all these people involved and having dialogues with them. It seems pretty amazing. I've not seen this done before, really.
The link for the playlist is in the description, and the link for Atheist Edge channel is in the description as well. So, Jim outbeat me. I did a 24-hour stream.
Everybody. Thank you so much.
Channels, and he went and fucking did what? How many channels did you get, you motherfucker? 49? Fucking.
Yeah, 51 people. I cannot thank you guys enough. Everybody, there was so much put into this. It's going to be a while before I do anything this big ever again. My next project is going to be a small 3-part series. My next project is going to be a small 3-part series on Richard Carrier's critical thinking course. And then after that, I'm doing a full in-depth series on, it's going to be at least 10 parts on talking about the similarities between the Book of Jonah and the Jason and the Argonauts, and how whoever wrote the Book of Jonah was a complete plagiarist. And so be looking for that. After that, I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm going to go on a walkabout up through the mountain. I'm going to eat some edibles, and I'm going to just fucking tune out for a while.
And that's exactly what I did like 3 weeks ago. I took my wee girl and walked to the top of the fucking mountain in Kilbrony, and we just sat there for about an hour, and she played with some other kids, and I sat in a big ass stone that if you were in the Bible, you could have sacrificed your son on it. It was overlooking like a lake, and you could actually see the north of Ireland and the south of Ireland from where we were. And
Wow.
us being the Irish and really good at naming stones or naming things, it used to be called back when people actually give a shit. I think it's called Monarch or Kilronic Rock or something like that. Like, it's a fucking huge ass rock. It's maybe 15, 20 foot high. You know, it's a big at the top of a mountain. You know, someone's put it up there back in the olden days, but now because people don't give a shit and it got the nickname, it's called the Big Stone. And the signs are called the Big Stone. And you walk to the top of the mountain to get to the Big Stone. So
You got to rename it back when people used to give a shit stone.
You
in Gaelic.
You could.
It's a better name.
You could go with that, but yeah.
And when was that? 1984?
I can't.
86?
Well, my mother knows it as the Big Stone. My granny knows it as Clockmore. So somewhere in between there, it got changed into the Big Stone.
1958.
My mum was born 1960.
Okay.
I'm a young'un. Fuck you. All right. Do I look older?
The original name was probably lost in a bombing in World War II then.
Oh, who knows? Who knows?
Oh, shit.
Who knows?
Take care, everybody.
Yes, thanks, Jim. Yeah, on that.
I love you all.
Yeah.
It's been a great series. This is a great cap to everything.
It will
Thank
continue.
you, Jim.
It's going to continue if anyone wants to follow. If you're a member.
Yeah, how do I figure that out? You
Yeah,
can say
Sit there,
it,
Jim.
how do I do that?
Richard, you just
Night
sit
all.
there. Richard, you just sit there and do nothing.
All right.
Do nothing. I have it all sorted.
Oh man, the tech is so cool. All right.
You don't have to do
Fantastic.
anything at all. I will sort all that. So, Sandy, Ox, Critical Cripple, everybody out there who's a member and a Patreon, you know where to go. It'll go live in about 5-10 minutes. Pee break, fill your pint, get some more whiskey, whatever is necessary. And we'll see you over there in a couple of minutes. So, everybody, thank you very much for coming. Jim, if you can hear me, I don't know if you've just pissed yourself and ran off. I want to thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to host this. It has given me the opportunity to talk to a lot of people. You know, I actually was talking to someone earlier, and I said one of the people, I sent them a screenshot of the list that Jim had sent me, and I said one of the people I'm most looking forward to talking to is yourself, Richard. As I said earlier, joking form and all that there. Totally disagree with.
Okay.
You know, but I'm very much looking forward to. No. I know I sound
Yeah,
like an
I like
asshole.
that.
I'm
No,
not
I
an
like
asshole.
I
No,
like easy.
I
people
know
who
that
are
there's
cool to hang out
problems.
with and disagree with. Is
No.
the best,
I know that we disagree with it, but the point I was making was, I'm going to dig myself a hole and try and going to fill myself back in again. Right now, I do disagree with you. But the point of the conversation, what I want to do is say, Richard, this is what I believe. Tell me why I'm wrong. And not only that, show me why I'm wrong. You know,
Amen.
That, and as being a skeptic, I'm open to changing my mind. I'm open to evidence. And if you can, you know, bring out a giant plaque that you found in 01 BC that says Jesus didn't exist, I can't disagree with you. You know,
that's the one thing we're not going to find. But
no, but you get the
I
point.
can have
I'm
interesting
open to
conversations
changing my
about what we
mind.
could find.
I've spent 20 years with my opinion and 20 years being stuck on this. So having someone from that expertise and someone from that field to show me actually with evidence why I'm wrong, and it would be an interesting conversation. And as you've seen from tonight, I'm blunt, I'm ignorant, and I'll speak my mind. So
I love
definitely
it.
will be fun.
I've enjoyed your handling of everything so far. So
yeah.
well
Robbie's problem is he still hasn't figured out that to fill in a hole, you wind up creating another one.
So on that note, we're going to move to the Patreon channel before I dig another hole. Thanks everybody for coming. And we'll see you in 10-15 minutes. All right then. Bye.
Take care, everybody. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, goodbye.
Good night, all.